Okay, let's reconvene the Deschutes County budget meeting. I'll turn it over to Greg for some comments about the agenda.
All right, good morning, everybody. Just a quick update, as I mentioned yesterday. As we roll through the week, I'll continually update anything that's on the agenda that has come up during that day for the next day. So in front of you is revised, this is the second to last page on your actual agenda that was included in your document. And anything that's changed from the original document, I will highlight in yellow. So those are the two. So we'll start filling out these discussion items as we move forward.
So this is good.
This is the one you have here that has yellow on it, Mike. Would have been in front of you. I would have, yeah.
That's the new Friday.
Be updated.
There's a new Friday with yellow. Where did it go? Okay, so this is today.
It might be underneath this.
Is this one?
Commissioner, it might be underneath your right hand there, underneath.
This was what I brought. Is it in there? Huh, where did it go?
I got about 16 agendas.
That's yours. See, you just, good thing you looked.
This is getting like COVA, you know.
We could go electronic if you'd like to.
Oh, nice.
Like my paper, my eyes.
Get a
are
tablet.
paper.
Email it to you.
Yeah, we'll email it to you. All right.
Hey, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner DeBone, you had a comment?
A couple thoughts, just high level possible for Friday discussion. Central Oregon Visitors Association, we heard that there's a $900,000 kind of rollover from this last budget, plus other excess funds, not excessive. But it may be a great way to just revisit that on Friday, just so we're all on the same page, you know. So if we have an agreement that says we shall provide this percentage, and the percentage is going up so drastically, what would the, you know, what does the future look like? Just to give a chance, kind of talk about that one piece of this, because, you know, we had a presentation, we got the big picture, but that would be possibly an invitation for Friday. And yeah, I mean, even if she could join us in person, because, yeah,
Yeah, I
be an
like that.
opportunity.
Yeah,
So, you know, it'd be an invitation. I don't know how.
Yeah, Greg and I got a follow-up email from Julia last night, just offering to provide what the committee had asked for yesterday in terms of a more detailed budget for that carryover, as well as the state money that comes in. Both of those things were requested. So the issue for them, it sounds like, is timing, that they don't have their final numbers for FY21, the year they are in order to do a final programming proposal for that money. But she did offer to bring it back when it's ready, but I'm sure if she's in town that she would be available for a follow-up discussion just to talk about that.
Yeah, and it's really the concept of, since you have an extra 900,000 plus more than $1 million, this, you know, a couple million is stacking up, what would the future look like? So, you know, maybe it isn't going to be the final spreadsheet with the final decimal point numbers, but it could be a good discussion. Just so we know, next couple of years, because, you know, we were overcommitted to how much we were committed to from the transient room tax 5 and 6 years ago. All of a sudden, it pops so much. So, you know, what does it look like this year and next year when would they have $1 million rollover? And then if they thought about that, what would it be full on just digital marketing or, you know, other opportunities?
Well, I thought their budget was ridiculous in the sense that compared to the rest of our budgets. And it doesn't seem like it's rocket science why they can't put their revenues and their expenditures. And I know, Tom, that they don't know exactly. Well, you don't know exactly. We don't know about grants. We don't know. We're taking a guess on property taxes. We're taking a guess on all the other revenues. Why can't they take a good calculated estimate and then show their beginning net working capital, show if they have a contingency, and put it all together instead of having it in this packet, that packet, and something else we don't even know about?
Well, so they're not like another county department. They're a contractor. So we have a contract with them that defines how much they get of the TRT that we receive, and we're obligated to send that to them, barring a renegotiation of the contract with a different percentage of what they would get, although it would still have the tourism restrictions that you know, governs, you know, how much COVA gets now or guides. So, but beyond that, they've, to my knowledge, they've not been asked in the past to provide a budget like another county department. In other words, with line items and that amount of detail. They've been asked to provide a plan for how they intend to use TRT each year, and that's what you hear. However, granted that because of the very, very steep increases in recent years, that carryover amount, that the 900,000 that Commissioner DeBonne mentioned, has grown. So it's much bigger. It's been a bigger issue of, what exactly are they going to do with that part? Although we have not in the past gotten into the details of, discussing specifics or lineups. But that doesn't mean we couldn't.
Yeah, under our contract, and we can say, here's what we'd like to see it in an understandable form.
Yeah, I think that was the difficulty, in that it was presented kind of like a budget. And so then you're expecting it to be that way. If you're going to include external things out from other revenues, then, then you kind of make it on both ends, because of, right?
Years
There was
ago,
nothing.
I don't know how long ago, we used to see the revenues say, because it was Central Oregon Visitor Association or whatever, Jefferson County, Crook County, Canida, here's where we're getting. Here's how much we're getting from Sun River, here's how much we're getting. They'd show all of that. Obviously, they are not getting any revenues from anybody, as far as I know, besides us and the state. I'd like to see where the money's coming from. I mean, is Jefferson County putting money into COVA so we can advertise Subtle Lake? I don't know.
I mean, if it is just a plan, then I could understand that. It's like, here's the money that's coming from the Deschutes County, and here's how we intend to utilize it. But if it's a budget, then it should be the
I'd
complete
rather
budget.
see a budget, because we're talking multi-million-dollar.
Well, the other part I wonder about is whether it's EDCO or COVA or organizations that are outside us, what responsibility do we have before the county hands them millions of dollars to recognize the strength of the organization? So I tried to ask yesterday, do you budget for reserves? Do you have reserves? And I couldn't get that answer. I mean, you answered it.
Or is it appropriate to have reserves? Because it is kind of a cash-based, nonprofit marketing purpose.
Right, but
There's a conversation there, yeah.
But even nonprofits will say,
Yeah.
okay, we'll have 3 months of reserves or 6 months or
But
something.
is it really a nonprofit? I mean, I don't believe it's a 501c3. It's a business, and when was the contract signed? And because we're now looking at a very unique situation where there's millions of dollars going there, and how much advertising do we really need between Visit Bend and Visit Central Oregon? And, do we really want this group to spend millions more dollars advertising to the world to have more people come here and then move here? That question has been asked in the past, and I'm sure it's going to be asked again, but how old of a contract is it? Is it something that's signed every 3 years, every 5 years?
No, it rolls over automatically. The last revision I did it with the previous CEO, it was in like 2013 or 14.
Well, just a simple budget, that satisfies me. I mean, we had the other revenues coming from EDCO. They showed City of Bend, they showed all the other ones. I'd like to see who else is pumping money into this thing.
Did we? I mean, the EDCO presentation had no financials in it.
He
Yes,
showed.
it did.
money.
It showed where all the funding was coming from, besides as public, private, et cetera, on that.
Well, and then the COVA, Central Oregon Visitors Association Board, is made up of the property operators, destination resorts, and the different properties, so,
And you have a commissioner on there too, don't you?
Yep.
I'm on there.
Yeah.
I just joined it.
yeah. But yeah, I mean, from a resort manager, what, I'd like to hear, maybe, because I did it for a couple of years, what is their vision for the next couple of years? And it's just, what's a good investment, what's going to be valuable to the properties, what's going to be valuable to Central Oregon?
The common theme of the meeting, the last meeting, was we need employees. Everyone needed employees. Stop the $300. We are desperate. We are so short-staffed, and we are a tourist economy. So, that was across the board. Everyone on the call was very concerned. And then the other part to it is affordable housing. So, the two go together.
So the EDCO presentation, it included revenues, but it didn't include any kind of an expenditure which, I mean,
Well,
I
we
think it
treat
should.
them-
Cova provided us with the same thing. You know, they showed us what all their revenues were. I mean, so it's, you know,
Well, I'd like to see them both treated equally.
okay, yeah.
With a regular standard form that we have with our budget, so it's understandable, at least to me, anyway.
I mean, you know, if you're giving someone a substantial amount of money, it seems appropriate to understand in detail their full budget and where they're putting your money.
Because what I get concerned on is showing their cash flow, showing their reserves. I mean, what happens if they had $6 million in reserves? We wouldn't know it.
You would. Both Patty and I are on the board. We get financials every month that
Okay.
shows the.
Well, I wouldn't,
P&L.
you guys would.
But, I mean, we can share that
Yeah,
with
I
you.
mean, it
So
could
the
be
county,
budgeted.
would know.
Actually, now that I look at this EDCO, it is showing kind of in sort of blocks where
Yes.
the money is going. It's not showing where, well, it's showing some of the other revenue that's coming. Yeah, I mean, this is maybe,
It could include more, but it's better.
yeah, I mean, it's,
And as a board
It-
member, you have access to the spreadsheet too, right?
right.
You know, they're.
But it's not that much more detail than we got from COLA.
This is kind of a side question, but do they ever get audited by us?
Not by us, but they are required per the contract to have an annual financial review and a full-blown audit, I think, every 5 years.
So as I say, it's kind of just a relationship builder too, to understand, okay, you know, since they're, instead of, oh, we have a couple $100,000, we're gonna invest it here, all of a sudden we've spent a couple $100,000 and we have an extra $1 million, you know, so it's just a different conversation.
Yeah, my concern is more like the one Commissioner Adair brought up, is at what point is it appropriate, the funds that are going there? And we've had some requests to maybe distribute those differently, so I think we'll have that conversation when we get the sheriff in here too. So I think that topic is open for discussion.
So as I say, my thought is invitation for Friday, just plug them in for a little while if they're available.
So, just to make sure I've got everything here in the notes, I've got 3 items for COVA. One is to discuss the carry forward, more of the, what the plan is to utilize that moving forward, and probably how much, but clearly it's gonna be $1 million, I think. More of a full budget presentation, which includes.
Or just form,
reserve-
that's
Yeah, just format, just to make it more understandable, and then also conversation on future strategy, vision for the future, and where you see that going. Is there anything else? Okay, and I can communicate back with Julia. She sent us an email this morning, and I'll let her know if that's okay.
And Greg, that third piece, I mean, the vision for the future, it just seems like a lot of people are asking how much promotion of the region is enough, and then at what point do you take money, you know, take some of this money and use it to do other things? I mean, the Recreate Responsibly campaign that they're doing, I think that's actually a great evolution and addition, but yeah, I actually think that they could do more in terms of investing in some of the assets that bring people here.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. We have Ed Keith here from, yes.
Real quick, 2 other ones. So,
okay.
so we heard from the Fair and Expo Center, there's the Deschutes County Fair, and I don't know if this is an invitation or just for discussion right now, but Deschutes County Fair basically restarting, you know, after a missed year. There's a new agreement in place with the Fair Association. So really kind of getting that launch, you know, this is the beginning of the next 100 years is kind of the way I see that, and making sure that, you know, as I say, maybe there isn't a discussion at the budget level per se, but it's kind of a community welcome of the next version of a fair, and it's going to be a, you know, post-COVID fair this year, but the next step. So, as I say, we have the Fair Board, Fair Association, the Fair Director. I don't know if that's an invitation here or not. It's just a little bit more information, just because it's such a dynamic time at the fair. I don't know, as I say, I don't know if that's a direct ask for them to come join us on Friday or not. Any thoughts on that? I just kind of cogitated over that.
Have who come Friday?
Well, instead of just the fair, instead of the whole fair and expo umbrella, think about the fair itself, because there's a relationship with the Fair Association, there's the fair board and the fair director, and this is the beginning of, as I say, I think of it as the next 100 years, because we missed last year. Just happens to be, we had 100 and we didn't have 101 yet. So I don't know if there's a discussion here at this group on Friday, but it's really kind of celebrating the fact that we're going to get back on track there, and you know, the relationship with the, you know, kind of the budget of the fair, I guess, is what I
don't
deduced.
need them on Friday. We got plenty on the agenda.
That's fine, yeah, I was just letting you know, I guess. So maybe that's just the message of the day, is we're setting up for the county fair, and it's going to be kind of, yeah, awkward time getting back into the fair after a COVID year.
It's
So
called back in the saddle.
there you go. So yeah, maybe we just leave it there. I was just mentioning
I
it.
mean, maybe the board asks them to come and do a presentation after the.
Yep,
Because
and
I
that's
mean, right
fine,
now,
too.
they're scrambling.
Well, and that
They
will
got,
be
what,
our- yeah,
6 weeks, so.
We'll keep an eye on it for sure.
Yeah, I think
Maybe that's
it's
just for
important
information.
conversation. I don't know what the play is for
Yep,
this.
not a problem, I was just, and then, so then also an observation, the health discussion yesterday, if I close my page, but the two asks, so, you know, the one is the substance position, and then the other one is for the schools. You know, pardon me, I don't have the page open, but, you know, maybe that one position is part of the other effort from the schools, so maybe there's consolidation there. So that's a discussion probably for Friday, and that'll come around. We'll go through each one of those special requests.
Right.
So I just see possibly consolidating those two. So that's all I had for this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to ask for 10 minutes on that school presentation to
Yeah, so it'll come around.
opinion on that, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Sorry, Bruce, one sec behind you.
Yes, sir.
And then, not on a special request, but obviously maybe the largest decision point for health services, just a reminder that we'll need to talk about on Friday is the CCBHC using those funds to convert limited duration positions to regular duration positions. And that's going to be, that's kind of one of their big asks, but it is not captured in a special request. So reminder there.
So yeah, let's have that as a bulleted item for Friday specifically.
And Janice did tell me that they were missing one person? Yeah, they were missing one person, what I said yesterday, so, anyway, okay.
All right, anything else to bring up at this point? All right, let's move on to Natural Resources, Ed Keith. Ed, take it away.
Good morning, thank you. I'll keep it fairly brief with just a little bit of an overview of where we've been in the past year and where we're headed in the next year, and then open it up for any discussion or questions. Just a few things. The natural resource budget is fairly stable with the qualification that it does fluctuate due to the grants that we get. So we're going into our second full year of new employee that we added fiscal year and a half ago, and that was transitioned from a contractor to our new Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator. The Natural Resources Fund, the base funding for natural resources comes from mainly from the Payment in lieu of taxes program. And we get a share over the first $500,000. We then share that with the road department. The road gets 85, and natural resources gets 15% of the remainder of that. And that's been in place for a few years now, and that really has stabilized the base funding for natural resources with a small amount, declining amount of Title III that supplements that. Like I say, our grants are what really fluctuate in this fund from year to year. This past year, we've actually seen an influx of funding that was not expected, where the legislative e-board with the state actually had a grant opportunity on a fairly short notice in February that we applied for and were successful in ultimately getting $260,000 for fuel reduction that it will be completed this fiscal year. But I just mentioned that because that was a fair amount of money that we weren't expecting, that has paid for a fair amount of fuel reduction on county-owned lands in Lapine, and north of Bend and out by off of Fryrear in the Cloverdale area. So we continue to promote Fire Free, and that's still going on right now. Last year was a year that we really expanded Fire Free by dates by quite a bit, and doubled our amount of yard debris that we brought in. We normally would bring in somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 cubic yards, and last year we brought in 61,000 cubic yards. That event is still going on, so don't have final numbers, but looking like fairly good participation from people again this year. So I'm expecting our numbers to be fairly close to what they were last year in that 60,000 cubic yard range. We do a lot to promote Firewise communities throughout the county, and we've really seen quite a large expansion of those over the last few years. Firewise communities are really a national model for communities to get organized around fire preparedness. We are sitting at right around 43 Firewise communities, with several more going through the steps of being recognized. That's up about 6 from last year. It's interesting, we're going through the revision. We're always revising at least one community wildfire protection plan. We just kicked off the revision of Bend's community wildfire protection plan, and the last time we revised that, I think we had 6 Firewise communities, and now we're up to 18 in the greater Bend area. So really seeing that being adopted as a way for communities to be prepared for wildfire. And I would also mention that one of the significant things in this budget is, well, 2 years ago, we started a new grant program funded through discretionary grants, so a transfer into the Natural Resource Fund through the discretionary lottery dollars, and that started out at $40,000. And this last year, we were back and forth with the pandemic. We had budgeted 0 to begin with, and then were able to come up with $20,000. This year we've requested $100,000, and I believe with that many communities, really, the demand is there, and that's really a small incentive that is paid back 3 or 4 times as much in kind and cash match from those communities as they do projects. So it's an incentive for them to continue on with their Firewise efforts, and is really, as they report back, and I'll provide that to the commissioners here in the next few weeks as those projects are wrapping up from this last fiscal year. But in the past 2 years, the investment of the county has been matched by at least 3 times that in the community. So it's great to be able to budget a little bit more and fund some more communities under that program. One of the significant things I'm anticipating as far as funding for this year is a FEMA grant that we've been waiting on for a couple of years now. This was a FEMA grant that we applied for due to the declaration from the Millie fire, and we were basically allotted about $500,000 in grant funding from FEMA. We still had to apply for propose a project, and so that project is planned for fuels reduction in the greater Redmond area. I'm anticipating if that grant should be awarded here any time, that we can get started on that in this next fiscal year, planning on potentially spending up to 2/3 of that in the next fiscal year. So I don't have the full $500,000 budgeted for this coming year. It's a 3-year grant process, but I have about $330,000 anticipated for funding more fuels reduction through that FEMA grant. And then a couple other smaller grants. One that we're finishing up is in South County, our Joint Chiefs Greater Lapine Basin project, and then a new project that's coming online that we have a a small amount of funding, small compared to the funding that's going to the other partners like the Forest Service and the Natural Resource Conservation Service, is our project called Basins to Buttes, or Buttes to Basins, sorry, which is a Joint Chiefs project that starts in Bend and moves all the way up north into Jefferson County, covering basically the swath of land east of the Cascades from Camp Sherman to south of Bend. So those are a couple projects to look forward to coming up. The other kind of somewhat unknown is whatever comes out of this legislative session. There's a lot of different bills on wildfire, including the governor's omnibus bill that I expect or understand that is very likely to pass, that includes things that I'm sure will have impacts on the Natural Resource Department in terms of that bill requiring things like defensible space and potentially funding more fuels reduction throughout the state. So we'll keep an eye on any opportunities that come from that bill or any other bills that come out of the legislative session as that wraps up here in the next few weeks. So with that, I would open it up to any questions you all have or any discussion.
Ed, assuming the legislature creates defensible space requirements, or that it comes back to us and the Board of Commissioners decides to create defensible space requirements, it seems to me that that could be transformative for the work of your department. I mean, right now, defensible space is a good idea to residents, and it's something that you help educate people about, something you line up, technical assistance or incentives, or you facilitate. And I mean, if this becomes a requirement of property owners, like, not that I picture your department becoming, fuels cops, but it's a different, the motivations, the drivers for someone to do defensible space completely change. And so I'm wondering, are you thinking ahead to how your work might change, and whether the volume of your work might change, and things like that?
I'm certainly anticipating that it will change. I mean, I think back to when the bill that's commonly referred to as Senate Bill 360, the Interface Act that passed in 1997 and rolled out in the early 2000s, and that really came with a huge push to educate people about what defensible space even looked like. And I anticipate something similar along those lines is eventually the stick might come along, but I think it's going to lead off with some carrots, as far as, like, we need to, be educating people and teaching them what good defensible space actually looks like before the enforcement really kicks in. I think looking at timelines that have been presented, say, to the legislature, there's going to be probably almost 12 months of just mapping out where those defensible space are going to be required. So it's not going to be like the legislature adjourns and it's all of a sudden. So I think there's going to be some effort to map out where that is necessary to require people to have defensible space, and then I think there's going to be a big educational push before any kind of, before the state fire marshal starts knocking on people's doors with a ticket or whatever, to try to incentivize people to get that work done in advance of it being a requirement. But yes, I do expect that's going to, transform our work in some way over the next 12 to 24 months.
Well, I would encourage you, to the extent that there's various kinds of ramping up needed, to be in touch and let us know that if you need more resources than your basic budget to prepare our community to be able to do what's needed to make everybody safer.
I'll do that. And it looks like in the language that's in Senate Bill 762 that there are probably some opportunities for local governments to enter into agreements with, say, the State Fire Marshal or Oregon Department of Forestry to supplement, getting that work translated to happening on the ground, yeah.
Ed, in my subdivision, I think they do a lot of work with defensible space, and they do a lot of the fire-free. But is it gonna do any good with the situation on China Hat Road? Is Woodside Ranch, can they ever protect themselves from the problems that are gonna occur? Or maybe it's not a problem down there, but to me, it looks like no one is really doing anything with regards to fire protection in that destination resort there.
Yeah, I'd say it is a problem, and I'm seeing more and more fires originating from places like not just China Hat, but other places around the county that have significant populations of homeless people living on public land. I still think that having that, the fundamental of protecting your home from wildfire is really what, the outcome that's going to determine whether you lose your home or not is what is happening immediately around your home. That 100 feet around your home is really going to determine whether you're, even in a very intense wildfire, whether your home survives or not. But I do think that there are other issues that need to be addressed as far as, ignitions that are starting from places like China Hat. I think Commissioner Adair has been working with the Forest Service quite a lot, and she may have other comments, but definitely an emerging issue, an ongoing issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We actually have had at least 4 homeowners meetings with everybody down there, and the Forest Service is involved. Congressman Benz's chief of staff has been working with the Forest Service because we're not getting really an answer from them. They keep saying that they're underfunded, but yet they're in law enforcement through the Forest Service is all ready to jump on board and help with that program. So, yeah. The problem I think that we all can recognize is last September 7th when we had those 70-mile-an-hour winds, and you would have had that climatologist on the fire-free call 2 months ago, and he's saying that if we have those winds again, you do not stop a fire if the wind is blowing 70 miles an hour and it's coming from the northeast. So that's what really has made me so nervous. There was a fire yesterday at Deschutes Market. There's been a couple fires down here. I mean, yes, they start a lot of fires. They do a lot of arson, and it's really scary. We actually, county commissioners, had a pilot project where we did a cleanup of 10 vehicles with the Sheriff's Department, and I believe the Forest Service helped a little bit with that funding too, just to start trying to make a dent, but they have really spread out there, and the crime. So we're over 350 phone calls to 911 in 10 months, and it's only gotten worse since pulled those numbers up. So, yeah, we have a
Buy more guns, that's how you gotta do.
I'd like to go back to your first question about whether it makes a difference if individual homeowners are doing things. We see in large catastrophic fires across the western United States that there are homes where the homeowner did everything they could and their homes survive. I mean, you see these pictures of, a home in the middle of complete devastation. All their neighbors got burned to the ground.
In that case, I just assume my house burned down. I don't want to live in a war
Right.
zone.
Yeah, you don't want to be the last one.
Just
There's
get
that.
my dogs and get the hell out.
Yeah, you have to have your go bag ready.
Yep.
And the one interesting thing is, I was when I had a fire go around my house. The one home that got burned up in a development, nothing else burned. But this was a brand new home, but it went in through the venting on their house. So there's a rule, and I tell anybody that lives in a house in Deschutes County, please check your screening on all your vents. Make sure it's 1/16 of an inch. It's a relatively cheap thing you can do, but that is so critical. And do not use bark around your house because those embers ignite, explode, and they blow somewhere. And you just don't want that to blow into your, into your house. So personal experience, yeah. You just, when you see it and you go, oh my gosh, just that simple screening can make a difference.
But you get that 70-mile-an-hour wind, it's not gonna make a damn.
No, but that was a 70-mile, that was actually an 80-mile-an-hour wind. 359 homes burned that day, but no other homes in this development burned except for this brand-new home, and it came in through the screening. This was in the early 90s.
The 70-mile-an-hour winds blow the embers a mile and a half, and then they get intaked through people's vents into their house. So that's these things,
How come the fire departments use bark dust around their firehouses?
they got hoses.
You're not
Very
in the fire
handy.
zone.
I mean,
Is there any other questions?
No, isn't that amazing?
And I'll just acknowledge, I mean, just the community level of knowledge is going up. I mean, that's the nice thing. We're having a great Project Wildfire engagement, neighborhood associations sharing it with their neighbors. So the propagating information is happening. People need to work in the spring and the fall, so now isn't the time to, have cleanup fires or whatever. But it is happening. It's exciting to see, but it's still scary and a dire situation when those dry winds come through in September, that's for sure.
And just so everyone knows, Ed's team, all the community partners make Deschutes County, the leader in the state. The only other community in the state of Oregon that's seen as doing a comparable level of work with community education, defensible space, all those things. This is Southwest Oregon, at Ashland, Medford area, the Rogue Valley. But we are viewed as leaders, and I think it's a great place to be, and it does, being the leaders puts you first in line for various kinds of grant funds, like as Ed was saying, if there's going to be dollars that come through the state fires marshal's office or places like that. So that's why I was asking about what kind of investments we need to make to stay the leaders in the state.
And I thank Ed for all that you do, and every time you can find another grant to apply for, because we definitely need it. I believe Ellensburg is the worst city of the Pacific Northwest, and I have 2 nieces that live there. That's supposed to be the most vulnerable. We're right up at the top 5, the top where you don't want to be. But one thing I always like to mention is please see the documentary on Paradise. It's excellent, and it shows you how fast a fire can start. The kids were already at school when that fire came through. It was unbelievable. So the documentary is worth your time.
So in the proposed budget is $100,000. I'm looking at page 264. Do we have what line item is that for the $100,000
That's
proposed?
the federal lottery money that you allocated.
Mm-hmm. Where is it coming into the fund, I guess, the resources line?
It's up there.
I was going to ask about the 100,000 difference in interfund charges. What
Is that it there?
It must be there, isn't it?
That's where it's coming in, yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, that's what I was asking. Good. No, I'm excited. So it's in the proposed budget, confirming, just.
Yes,
Yep,
yes.
That's,
It's well worth it, just
Yep.
like spending the almost $500,000 over the transfer station and exciting everyone to get their house cleaned up. I heard a story about somebody who's a multimillionaire, and yet they'll come over and go to the transfer station to save $40. So, yeah,
Well, and then
it's inspiring.
once again, the chipping crews, because my neighborhood working on Fire Free also right now. Chipping crews are looking for employees. Same situation, So now we have dollars. We have the pre-approved contractor list, and then those guys are stumbling trying to get the staffing for their machines. So, interesting time.
Any other questions for Keith?
No.
All right, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
By the way, forestry contractors have been labor limited for. It's nothing, John Williams.
You know, if I get a good fire, I'll
Do
end
you
up,
live down there?
Why he's so interested in
Yeah.
we get a good fire,
certainly.
you know, it's
I'm
a
sure
few
that
momentos she doesn't want to.
overall labor shortage right now doesn't make it any better, but
Good bug
that's,
out vehicle.
I mean, you know, again, John's,
I can get my 4 dogs in the motorhome.
I know.
keeping it real.
Yep. Good
Told
morning.
to hunt anymore.
All right, next up is the County Assessor's Department, and we have Scott Langton. Scott?
Oh, hi, I can't believe it's been a year already
We.
and still sitting up here. I think you noticed on the budget that it's not a lot different from last year. Same FTE count, we're not looking at changing any staff. The big change we did this year, and we were doing a pilot study last year, and now we fully implemented. We went from our field appraisers using this, and I see Commissioner DeBone has been giving me a bad time about this for a long time. I think Mike remembers these too, because
Yeah,
this,
those were cheap.
yeah, old coffee boxes and lots of paper and all that. And this is what the appraisers stuck in the field.
Yep. Well, we see them walking out the door with their paperwork, and now,
And now we got this.
yeah.
And it actually worked really well, where this, we can put a whole county on it if we want. And it's got,
You need less appraisers and smaller cars.
yeah, actually we do. But no, this, you can take the picture, you've got all the internet access, so you can get all the records you need, you can see the neighboring properties. We're working on this, all the residential appraisers are now in the field with this, working with the vendor that, to also be able to add commercial, and then work on the interface where we're taking out of our software, the system that does property tax bill, and it interfaces with this, and it'll interface back in as well. And so we're still working on that. And this is a outcome of a international conference that my deputy and I went to a couple years ago, and Tana West gets a lot of credit for this, where she found a vendor that was pushing this product, and we got to looking at it and started exploring it, and it actually really does seem to be the best thing. We've taken a couple false runs over the years on different technology in the fields, and this one actually seems to be the one that'll work, which has been great. And Tana, she gets a lot of credit where she oversaw this project, made sure it was implemented and pulled it off, and she and Todd Strawn, our chief appraiser. So big kudos to both of them on that. And with this, like Mike pointed out, we gained a tremendous amount of efficiencies, and we're going to have a better quality product due to it as well. We're still in the exploratory stages of exactly measuring what those efficiencies are and how that'll work. But that's the reason we're maintaining current staffing and not looking for more staffing. If you look at staffing levels, we're at the same staffing level we were about 15 years ago. And actually a little less, I believe, than what we were at the height right before the Great Recession. And this hardware and software, what we did last year is we had a vacant appraiser position. We left that unfilled, and we used those dollars to purchase this product. So the whole conversion, the hardware, everything, we're into it for about $90,000. The ongoing maintenance of this is going to be less than $30,000 when you count the software cost for maintenance, the hardware. Then of course, if you look at one of our line items that jumped, it's not a big number, but it's a big percent increase, and that was the data with Verizon to be able to use these in the field. Let's see. So yeah, for less than $30,000 a year for that. And that is going to allow us to not hire another appraiser. And we're actually, right at this point, we've got that vacant appraiser, and we've left that in the budget this year. We're going to monitor that very closely before we fill that, or if we fill that. And basically, three things that come into play on that is we need to measure the efficiency gains that we've experienced with the iPads. And then also, as it's been pointed out before and you're well aware of, is, I mean, we're in unprecedented times for the amount of real estate appreciation, amount of new construction that we're seeing. So how do we maintain that growth into the future? And then also, the third variable we have right now is we're looking at transition continuity, where we've got 6 of our 36 positions that are within a year to 2 years of retirement. And 5 of those are very difficult to refill. So we're going to have some cross-training, bringing people up to speed on that. And so that's another reason we left that position in here, that it might not be an appraiser, but how do we structure that so we have that continuity as we go through this period of time of both high growth and losing some long-term very key people. So, and that's about all I had, so I'll catch you guys up unless you have a lot of questions.
Just some big picture thoughts about, so is parcelization on an upswing, just the partitioning of parcels? So you say there's 109,000 taxable accounts. Is that growing more
Yes.
than right now? Is it
Yeah,
kind of an upswing?
we're getting well, you guys see a lot of and there's
Yep.
a lot more than just the plats. We have a lot of ones you don't see, but you see how many plats you guys are signing weekly. We're leading the state and the nation.
We've gone from about 100,000 in the last few years to 110,000. I mean, it's kind of popping like
It
that.
is. It is, and then the infilling going on, and then the types of projects that are being built. I mean, you look at Redmond and the number of apartment buildings here in Bend as well. There's a lot of new growth out there.
And then there's probably a huge delta in some of the tax bills for new homes that are coming online, because their base assessment is going to be a lot more than somebody that's been sitting there. The Tax Angel video showing the delta on that. But I mean, there's probably huge deltas out there right now, isn't there? Next door neighbors situation.
Well, they are, and I'll give you the real high level, but as far as Oregon property tax and how complex it is, I give a seminar. It takes about an hour to explain all that stuff. New construction will go on at this market value, but we have to set that base maximum assessed measure 50 value, and that's that ratio. And that gap on all properties is continuing to widen. So just because you get a new $1 million or $2 million property, it might have the same market value as a neighboring property that had been there, but their taxable value could be greater or could be less than that existing property, just because of the nuances and the complexities of the way our Constitution works for property taxes.
I guess, so in the big picture, is it getting, worse for, a balanced tax base, just everybody's fair value, or is it kind of trending appropriately? That measure 50 set? No.
Well, I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
If put on your property owner hat, you have huge horizontal inequities between property types, and that we've had that ever since the inception of Measure 50. That only gets worse over the time. The more volatile your market is, like we have, the worse those discrepancies get. Now, you put on your budget committee from the taxing district standpoint, you've got a lot of stability, because you've got that base growth that's going to grow that 3%, and actually, because of some types of properties like business personal property that will appreciate, if you had zero new growth, you'd see about 2.8, 2.9% base increase. Well, as long as that gap on those typical properties is wide enough, even if you have a downturn in the market, you're still going to get that base. Then anything above that, is new construction or those new land partitions, which we're seeing very active on. And that's where you get that growth over that. So from a taxing district standpoint, it's fairly stable.
So then are IT needs being met, or are there going to be some pinch points in the near future, just the support of your, the computer system? Or is the contract kind of working that? It's just
Well, and that's an interesting discussion because, these, when we checked with our IT, we weren't allowed to have them because they don't support them. But we had a business need that we needed them. So I built that into our budget. Now, I don't know from a high-level county discussion where we should be on that. And I know we're not the only department that has iPads. But if these break, or I need maintenance, or I need special, I'm going to have to contract that. And I
But
can
the
do that
IT
with this vendor or whatever, so.
the IT back-end support is all contracted? It's not hosted at the county?
Well, it depends on which system we're looking at,
Yeah.
because we have a
Okay.
software vendor for the base that gets our property tax bill out, and that's Helion Software. Then we have this, which is another company, which is CamaCloud. Those two companies are working very closely together. We actually got, I think, a good setup between them because now that there's 21 counties in Oregon on the same software system, and there's a lot of interest in this. So the vendors, or Helion Software, is working very closely to make that happen. And our IT is maintaining like the dial portion for the internet and whatnot, and then the base mainframe, or it's not mainframe anymore, but that system. So it's really making sure that all three of those entities are working efficiently together.
So it really does boil down to the iPad. Is that an iPad, an Apple device?
Correct.
And it just boils down to that device, and then if it breaks, probably get a new one. I mean, they're hardly maintainable.
Correct, and everything's in the cloud,
Yeah.
so it's all cloud-based.
Thank you.
Scott, your activity with the Board of Equalization, is that on the rise, or is it on the wane, or is it flat? And what are the main ones that go through the board? Are they new properties that have been developed, or people have been there for a long time, that just saw what their neighbor was being taxed and they think they're getting screwed?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting, it's multi answers to that.
Make a short one.
Okay. When you look at out of 110,000 accounts and you have 50 appeals, it's not very many.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah. Out of those appeals, we do a lot of outreach. We really encourage people to come in before they even fill out an appeal. We're going to walk through their account. We're going to explain Oregon property tax system to them. We're going to review their account. If they've got better evidence or there's something we need to adjust, we're going to adjust it without an appeal. So 90%, 98% go away before the appeal process. Then the appeal process comes in, and some of them are for that. Some of them are new construction where we just have to agree to disagree on the value, but they know right where we're coming from. And so it narrows the focus. The board then can decide, okay, where should this be? And then there's some that just, for whatever reason, don't want to come in and talk to us beforehand, and then they have that, unfortunately, at times a rude awakening when they find out they can get their value lowered, but it makes no difference on their tax.
Okay.
Scott, does our ransomware protect your system then, that we've purchased in Deschutes County, that we've had for a couple of years?
I honestly don't know that answer, because I know, like, Tillamook County a few years ago with our Helion software, they did have a ransomware attack.
They did.
Of course, there's a secrecy thing, so I can't know any of the details. Now, whether that's at the vendor level, the county level, or something in between, I honestly don't know, and that is a concern. That I don't know as a county where we're at on that, if we have a good overview, because that is definitely not my expertise. But that would be really bad to have exposure that we didn't know.
It would be great to, I mean, even if you're getting your tablets through another channel besides our IT department. It'd be great to like get their consultation on cybersecurity for that system.
I agree, if that's a service they offer.
I assume it is.
I honestly don't know.
We might have that discussion with the IT group and offer to fund it, yeah.
Yeah, because that would be very valuable, and that's where trying to keep everything synced up. I know what I need as an end user, but I don't know all the nuances of how things work, and I would have,
How you protect stuff.
and I want to make sure it's protected.
Scott, what about staffing? Seems like the economists are saying we're at full employment. Does that, are you stable enough to where it's not an issue for you, or how are you planning to maintain the level you have?
That's a really good question. We actually had one of our assessment techs, she's moving to Florida. We have a recruitment out that closes today, and I guess I'll find out tomorrow as far as how easy. They're very difficult positions to fill the boot because we have to do so much investment for training because of the specialization of the way the complex system works. I'm not sure what the recruitment pool is going to look like. Hopefully we get some real good candidates, but I don't know. And like I say, with these key positions, I've got a couple cartographers, a couple personal property appraisers, data analysts that are all getting near to retirement. Those are going to be difficult because even you can't find somebody turnkey, or the odds are you're not going to, because they'd have to be from another Oregon county,
Right.
and want to move here and be able to afford to move here. So most likely we're going to have to take somebody that has as many of those skill sets as we can find, and then a real willingness to learn, and then be able to recruit them into the organization. So yeah, that's been an ongoing issue, and it's only getting harder.
Any other questions for Scott?
No.
All right, sir, thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Keep up the good work.
Thanks.
I was talking to Krista.
You can put your prop away now.
Put the prop away. Well, I just know Tony's been giving me a bad time about
Ahead and get restarted. Next up is Risk Management and Law Library, and Eric Kropp is here for
Dennis
that.
Maloney took her under.
Good morning, members of the Budget Committee. For the record, I'm Eric Kropp. I work as Deputy County Administrator, and also I'm the county's Risk Manager. The first fund I'm going to cover is the Risk Management Fund, which is Fund 670. It's on page 411 of your budget binder. Risk Management covers 5 main insurance programs for the county. The first is property insurance, which we purchase a policy to cover the county's buildings, heavy equipment, such things as dump trucks and loaders. And for property insurance, we're fully insured. We do have a $10,000 self-insured retention, or what is known as a deductible. For property charges, we're up slightly, 5%, and the reason for that is adding new property to the schedule, such as the Sisters Sheriff's Office substation, the Crisis Stabilization Center, even though that's a building that we owned before. With the upgrades, the property insurance increases, and other new equipment.
So the charge is up 5%, or the fund is up 5% because we're able to charge?
The charges to departments is up 5% because the cost to purchase the property insurance increased.
Okay.
The second type of insurance is unemployment insurance. To fund unemployment insurance, we charge departments based on payroll. We charge 1.14% of salary, and for unemployment insurance, we're fully self-insured. The state of Oregon determines whether or not somebody is eligible for the benefit, and then we pay it. If the county disagrees with the determination by the state, we have an opportunity to appeal that. The third type of insurance is vehicle insurance. We are self-insured. We charge departments $550 for each emergency vehicle because it's a higher risk vehicle, and also it drives a lot more. And then we charge for non-emergency vehicles $495. The charges to departments for $495 versus $550.
Is this a year?
Yes, a year. A year.
Yeah.
For vehicle, charges to departments are up 4%, and that's not because of the rate increase. It's just because of additional vehicles being added to the fleet. We've seen that over the last couple of years is increased vehicles to the fleet. The fourth type of insurance program is workers' compensation. For workers' compensation, we're self-insured, although we do purchase an excess policy to cover those high-cost workers' comp claims, roughly around $450,000 and higher. Rates to department for workers' comp are down 6%. That's actually the second year in a row that rates have gone down for departments. And then the fifth main program we cover is general liability. With general liability, we're self-insured, although we do purchase an excess general liability policy that covers claims between $1 million and $10 million. For general liability, rates are also down to departments, 5%, and that's also the second year in a row. Those are the 5 main programs. We also purchase a couple of other insurance policies, such as cyber. We do purchase a cyber policy. We started doing that a couple of years ago. You know, the cyber market has really gone up in terms of the demand for cyber insurance, and a lot of companies are actually getting out of the cyber business. In the current fiscal year, our policy for cyber insurance was $21,000. Starting next fiscal year, that's going to increase about 25%. So the cost to purchase cyber will be almost $27,000. And the company that we purchased the policy through is a company called Markel, and they're actually, after next year, they're getting out of the cyber business. I'm sure we'll be able to purchase another policy through another carrier, but the market is seeing a lot more demand for this type of insurance, and a lot of companies are moving away from providing this coverage or they're charging more and insuring less.
We're just talking about ransomware, that kinds of thing. Ransomware payments or anything? I know there's some of that out there.
Yeah, the way it works, it does cover ransomware and extortion, but they put a cap on it. Our current cyber policy is there was self-insured or deductible of $50,000, and then we're insured up to $2 million. However, if it's ransomware and extortion, then that $2 million coverage is down to $1 million, and the deductible or the self-insured retention is $250,000. And whether or not an organization pays out the ransomware, that's you need consent from the insurance company before that's approved.
Line items for where we pay insurance premiums, as in probably under materials and services of risk management fund. Page 413, I see some of the items in there, but are you seeing where, are they kind of pooled, or is there one for each?
They're pool. When you look at the line items, you'll see IW on page.
There we go.
There's like a series.
413, yep.
Yeah, and the IW is, the I is for insurance, and the W is for workers' comp. And so if you look at,
So there's 0 for proposed in a couple, most of them.
yeah, I'll explain that in just a second. So if you look at 450,204, that's IW insurance premium. So that's insurance premium for workers' comp, but we budget workers' comp in one line item in terms of the budget, but we expend out of different line items. So for workers' comp, there's a line item that encompasses all of workers' comp charges. That's where the budget is, and then it's expended out of, for the premium, for outside legal fees. Thank you.
Yeah.
Settlements. And so the budget for workers' comp is in one line item, and then the actuals are expended out of the, where it's appropriately categorized.
Where is the one line?
For workers' comp, it's workers' comp losses. You'll see $1.5 million. That's on page 414.
Yep.
Eric, your beginning working capital is up 19%, and your contingency here is up 40%. Do you have, like we've looked at with the other funds like health reserve, health insurance, and some of the other ones, are you looking at a point where we've got enough cash in here, we're going to stabilize a little, or what's the goal with that? It's not, you're in very good condition, obviously.
Yeah, each year we have an actuarial study done, and they look at the paid claims, and also they look at current open claims and how much reserve or how much we expect to pay out. And the actuarial study gives us some targets. They look at different confidence levels, and they, for example, they want to be 80 to 85% is what's recommended in terms of confidence level of being funded. And so that's a target, is it to be 85% funded in terms of the confidence level. We're slightly above that, and that's why there's a rate decrease, or the charges to departments are down in general liability and workers' comp, because we're slightly above that 85%. We're closer to the 90%, which is deemed conservative. 80 to 85% is what is recommended by the actuarial. And so I really use that as a guide to determine how much to charge departments. And general liability and workers' comp charged to departments are or the biggest revenue into the risk fund. So that 5% decrease is actually quite a bit of money.
So dependent upon the year, you'll make those adjustments, but we're kind of at the best we can be right now.
Yeah, a number of years ago, we were underfunded, and we were more at the 75% level. And part of it is to try to slowly, I want to be at the 85% confidence level, but I don't want to, if I decrease charges to departments too much, then the next year I have to increase it a lot. So that's why the last 2 years have been, about a 5% decrease in charges to departments for those
Thanks,
two
sir.
insurance programs.
Well, and it's really stable over a few fiscal years too, kind of staying around that $10-11 million range. That's nice too.
Yeah, and really the goal is if there is a big payout or settlement, we want to make sure that we're not drastically increasing charges to departments and that we're also not decreasing services.
How is our rate? I'm just curious. I think in the past, if we were to go to, let's say, with SAFE instead of self-funding, are they more expensive, or are we saving a lot, or how's our comparison?
That's hard to tell because SAFE won't give us a quote. I mean,
What about Liberty?
what about what?
Isn't there another one?
We actually looked at, we're part of a purchasing agreement, a group called OPEP, which is Oregon Public Entity Access
Okay.
Program, and we looked at workers' comp, and we do that just for general liability and cyber. We did look at using that group to purchase workers' comp, and it was going to increase our charges.
Okay.
There was a proposed bill in the state legislature that would have required us to process our claims through SAFE.
It was
Instead of using-
sponsored by SAFE, wasn't it?
Probably. And then they would charge us a fee that we didn't have control over, rather than using a third-party administrator, which we are very happy with. So I'm glad that bill did not go through.
Thank you.
Any other questions on risk before we move on to law library? Okay, law library is the line item is on page 409. The law library fund is Fund 120, and as the budget committee knows, several years ago, in fact in 2015, we started to contract with Deschutes Public Library to offer law library services, and it's been a great move. The Deschutes Public Library has done a wonderful job and has been able to expand the services and hours by leveraging their existing library services. But the funds for law library comes from the Oregon Judicial Department. The money itself comes from court filing fees for civil actions in civil actions in circuit court, and then OJD disperses the fund to counties. We get a lumps, or we get each biennium they determine how much money we get. That happens in August, and the last 2 years ago, the Oregon Judicial Department gave us a total of $154,000 a year. That number will be updated in August after the state passes its budget. But basically, we take that $154,000 and $40,000 of it goes to the Health Services Department to help fund the mediation program, and then $115,000 goes to the law library. Our contract with Deschutes Public Library is for $150,000. So we are spending down the law library reserve at a clip of about $35,000 per year. We can do that for another 5 or 6 years, and then we'll have to revisit whether or not we still move money from that from that revenue source to health, or if we decrease the contract with Deschutes Public Library.
How come we show 200,000
Right.
instead of 150?
Yeah, the contract's for $150,000, and then I budget another $50,000 just in case the Deschutes Public Library wants to expand services or has a special program that they want to pitch to the county. And so I budget an extra $50,000 should that occur. That would obviously come back to the board, and we've never used it. But I just put that in so that we have the appropriation there. Deschutes Public Library offers, when the county had the law library, we just had one legal research, either LexisNexis or Westlaw. Deschutes Public Library is able to offer.
The recording has stopped.
Deschutes Public Library is able to offer both of those services. They've also been able to use the law library services to kind of to expand their services in the community. And it also includes
This meeting is being recorded.
They've expanded their services to include lawyer in the library program, where local attorneys donate their time and they meet with residents for about 30 minutes to give them legal advice. And the Deschutes Public Library also partnered with the Circuit Court to allow access to the Oregon Judicial Case Information Network through Deschutes Public Library. So they've really been able to kind of expand their services, and it's been a great partnership with Deschutes Public Library.
Eric, has there ever been any thought that the county get out of the middle here and let the Deschutes Library Services work directly with Circuit Court?
Well, the money for law library doesn't come from Circuit Court. It comes from the Oregon Judicial Department.
Okay, and it work just with the Judicial Department. We get out of it.
Yeah, I don't know if we can. I mean, we have a very simple MOU. We literally write them a check once a year. They provide us, a kind of an annual report. So it's very little overhead or involvement, and they do a great job. So I don't know we don't have to spend too much time or money on it. So it's not much.
Until this contingency runs out.
Right. Yeah, so we'll have to revisit that. Any questions about law library?
The other side of Mike's question is, that $150,000 or whatever amount the state is sending to us on an annual basis. Is there a way to ask them to consider increasing that, or that goes back to OJD and all the things that we're asking them to spend more money on, or?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would take some legislation change because it's in statute in terms of how it's divided up, and it's based. I'm hoping to see that increase as growth in the county occurs, as civil actions filings increase, that revenue will increase.
Yeah, it doesn't look, according to this, if the Circuit Court is complaining about workload, their filing fees sure not showing it.
Yeah, what's budgeted for next fiscal year is the same as last year.
Yeah, so they haven't been that busy like they're claiming they are.
No, but we'll get new numbers in August, so the revenue could go up. We just don't get it until after the budget.
But I mean, just looking at 2000, 21, I mean, it's all within, it's almost all the same. So they're not that busy then, I would assume.
Any other questions about Law Library Fund? All right, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Eric. All right, we're a little ahead, which is great because I know you'll have a lot of questions for Tim. So next up is solid waste.
Oh, do you? Thank you.
I don't want any more handouts, Chad.
These are
No
punched.
more, I tell you.
They're punched.
Jesus.
There it is.
We got the spreadsheet. That's the main thing.
Yes.
Of the spreadsheet.
Of course. That's the key to the whole thing.
All right, sir, go ahead, Tim.
So, so you're aware, I'm here today as an on-call senior advisor. Official last day as an FTE was last week, the 31st. Chad is the interim director today. I'm the senior advisor. Chad's going to start off by walking us through the different funds that we have, the highlights in there, and then I'll be talking more specifically about Negus and my spreadsheet.
Well, Tim, thank you for your many years of service to Deschutes County, and welcome to your new role as a senior advisor to this operation. So congratulations on your returement.
Who's the junior advisor? We have.
Yeah, junior advisor.
He's at my beck and call. Good morning, everyone. This is my first run through on this, so bear with me. It'll be an interesting process here. So start with the 610 fund. We're assuming a 4% growth in waste flows, which is based on a rolling 12-month average. And this past year, we've seen a pretty substantial increase in yard debris flows, as well as the cost of managing that system. So we've had a.
Is there slides available for the online
I
folks, or-
thought Sue was doing that.
Just making sure if
Yeah.
it should be up. So this is the first
Let's
slide.
give her a minute here.
I can just hold mine up, take a look.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, so we'll follow along. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm assuming she's logged in. I'm assuming she's listening here.
I am logged in, I just can't share my screen.
Okay, Sue, you should be able to share now.
Here you go. Oh.
Can everybody see it on the screen?
Yes,
Yeah.
you could maximize that if you wanted to, or, I don't know. This'll work. There you go.
Okay, as I was saying, this past year, we've seen a pretty substantial increase in yard debris flows. So we're looking at a budget increase of $83,000 for managing the yard debris that's generated through the county. The 610 budget includes a 6% increase in COLA and a reinstatement of one equipment operator position that was dropped prior to the COVID outbreak. And then we put in a request for another FTE, an accounting clerk for the office. We've definitely been seeing an increase in calls and workload that the office staff has been managing without an accounting clerk. So putting that person online here will definitely help even things out in the office. There's a 6% increase in M&S budget for planning initiatives. We're working on the solid waste, the new landfill siting effort, and a delayed waste characterization study. We're looking for additional temp help for supporting the fire-free program with the expanded days and hours that operations definitely put a strain on our available workforce. And there's a number of other costs and fee increases that are associated with the increased volumes that we've seen.
There's a few capital requests that are included, $15,000 for litter fencing. We expand our fencing as we build cells on the landfill to help keep the litter from getting out into the composting yard debris operation. And we had a service truck that we had actually budgeted for in the prior fiscal year, and just delays in from vendors, we've had to move the box itself into this coming fiscal year. We have the chassis on site, but we don't have the box to attach to it. And then another item is $10,000 for a push box. That's a attachment we put on the front of a loader that operates in the transfer station for pushing the waste into the transfer trailers on site. And then a $6 million transfer into reserve funds. Any questions on 610? Okay, 611, landfill closure. We continue to put $500,000 a year into the budget for demolition landfill for potential remediation costs as OSU continues developing the site. We're not sure what they're going to come up with, so part of that arrangement, we're covering up to $500,000 of remediation costs should something come up. And then we're transferring $750,000 from operations to the landfill closure fund.
So that $500,000 is just rolling it over a year. It's not adding to another $500,000. Just
Correct.
rolling it over.
Yeah, yeah.
I was out at OSU Cascades a couple days ago, and they're kind of settled in with what they've done recently, but they have kind of two areas, and they think they're going to, I don't know what timing is, but they'll pull the trigger on another section at some point. So they'll be doing it in phases.
Yeah, early on there was one mystery waste that they uncovered, and we were prepared to act on that. And after they did their analytical, it turned out it was something we could handle directly at not landfill. So it was just a matter of them bringing it over to us. So we haven't had to tap that fund at all.
Chad?
Yeah.
Do we still own that property on Simpson?
On the north side of Simpson?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Has that been considered for sale for anything, or we're just holding on to it?
It's
We're just
actually
holding
our
on to it.
Schedule that we've been looking at.
Okay.
It's on the schedule. It's what, 7.2 acres or something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty valuable
Uh-huh.
stuff, I think.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, they just brought that up to us last week.
Okay.
Okay, on to landfill post-closure. We're reducing the contribution from 610 in order to fund some capital reserve activities. And I think Tim's going to touch on those with Negus. On capital reserve, we're projecting waste flows to result in a $5 million contribution for Cell 9 construction. We're going to be constructing that cell in the coming fiscal year. And there's a $14.5 million for debt proceeds for financing the Negus Transfer Station project. That's coming up as well. So the expenditures in the coming fiscal year are that $14.5 million for construction of the new Negus Transfer Station. We have $5 million allocated for Cell 9 construction. There's $750,000 in design work associated with the new transfer station Redmond as well as Cell 9. And then perimeter fencing, we moved from fiscal year 21. When we budgeted that last year, I'd spoken with Mike's Fence. They came out, looked at the site. We had what I thought was a pretty solid estimate from them. And then coronavirus hit. When we went out for bids on it, it was well over budget. So
Is that not?
This had not, yeah. We expanded, how many acres?
20 acres.
To stockpile soil for landfill closure. We're just running around room on the property, so we need to expand our perimeter fencing to secure that area.
Thank you.
So we'll resolicit for that in the coming fiscal year and get that installed. And then the 614 fund, we're transferring $150,000 from operations for that. And in we had another vendor delay issue that we dealt with in this current fiscal year, an ADC truck. It's used for applying a daily cover product on the landfill, on the working phase. And we have the spray unit itself, but the chassis, the truck that it'll be mounted on, has been delayed. Looks like there's vendor delays associated with just getting parts and pieces related to the coronavirus. So I think that's due to come in July or early August. So we'll get that taken care of in the coming fiscal year.
So Negus Transfer Station, if you guys want to pull up this map. So this is an aerial view or a plan view of the transfer station and what we had planned to construct. The lighter shaded area at the bottom third of the sheet, that's existing facilities. And then through the solid waste management planning process, we asked for the consultant to give us just a budgetary dollar amount for what it might cost. And that came in at $6 million, and that's what I had budgeted. That estimate was way off for a couple of reasons. One of them was COVID. Another one was the fact that looking at it from a budgetary standpoint, those guys didn't go into a great deal of detail on what it would cost for site work, for getting utilities to the site, et cetera, which are huge out there. It's all rock. And so when we went out for actual design services for this, we threw in the kitchen sink. I think knowing that we were going to be high, but we wanted to look at everything that we wanted to build out there, knowing we'd probably have to cut back some things. Well, then the more detailed cost estimate came in at $28 million. It just blew us out of the water. And so we took that initial design and said, basically, let's cut everything out except for the transfer building. It's a 30,000 square foot building, same size as the building at Not Landfill. We'll switch from volume to weight for assessing fees, so there's scales in Scale House, and that kind of, we decided was kind of the minimum that we kind of had to build in order to deal with what I consider to be a safety issue given the amount of traffic that's going into the current site. That estimate is at $14.5 million for that, and that's what's in our budget, $14.5 million for that. We'll show you spreadsheets. So I have two scenarios here. Scenario one reflects just kind of what I told you. We went to $14.5 million for Negus improvements. Cell 9 also got moved up 1 year, and that's another item we haven't discussed yet. The Stevens Road tract, 385 acres, I think. The better part of a section came into the UGB. A developer bought it. He wants to develop it. There is a historic landfill on that site. And so up to maybe 100,000 tons could be coming into the landfill as they clean up that old site as part of their development. And that kind of prompted us to say, normally Cell 9 wouldn't be until the following fiscal year, not this coming one. We decided to move it up a year to make sure that we had capacity for whatever they might bring over here. And I think that was a good decision. So Cell 9 happens in this current budget for $5 million, and then the $14.5 for the building and the scales and the scale house at Negus. And then I don't show here until 24, 25. We would kind of repeat that at Southwest Transfer Station. We don't know what those costs will be then. We're assuming $14.5 million, and that likely that will be a similar, just a transfer building and scales, and then other improvements like new recycling facilities, composting, et cetera. Those would happen in a different phase. But phase one here, or scenario one, assumes $14.5 million at Negus this year. 2 years down the road, $14.5 million for Southwest, and I don't show phase twos or phase threes or whatever on the spreadsheet here, at least in scenario one. You'll notice at the bottom there where the tip fee line is, the $60,000 or $60 a ton goes to $65 a ton in 25, fiscal year 25. I can't push it off any farther without being short in reserves for some of our capital needs. And then you'll also notice that we go from 65 to 70 in 2 years. In the 27 year, we'd have to go to 70. That's a concern, at least from my perspective. We'd like to see tip fee increases spread out more. Something that you might want to consider is moving to $65 a ton a year early. We'll provide some help in the reserve accounts. We also have not budgeted anything specific for some of the expansion in services that we'd like to see as part of as recommended in the management plan. So targeting construction and demolition material, that could be $1 million plus capital investment. We've left that off the chart for now until we get through these. I think improving the transfer stations, particularly Negus, is a priority. And if we're short on dollars, that's one way where we've kind of cut back, I guess we'll say. Scenario 2, all I've done is added phase 2 of Negus in the 24 fiscal year. So $14.5 million in the coming budget, $13.5 million in the 24 budget. That would build everything that you see on the map that we had originally laid out. And interestingly enough, the difference in the system here when we basically add debt is all in the proposed debt service line, which is number 3 up on top. So you see this $14.5 million will cost us $390,000 in debt service. That's an interest-only payment for the first year, and then it's $954,000 every year after that. When we add, in this scenario, if we're going to add $13.5 million to finish the phase 2 of Negus, the debt service jumps to 1.8. $14.5 million at Southwest. The very next year, the debt service jumps to 2.7 or almost $2.8 million. That holds until 27 when we're borrowing money to get the new landfill up and running. Brings us at 3.7 million for debt service, and then you carry that through the spreadsheet. I think in the last year on this spreadsheet, 35, 36, one of those is dropping off, so our 3.7 drops down. And that debt service is in addition to the existing debt service. That's number 4. We borrowed money for the existing facility at Knott Landfill there. And you see the debt service, for those, there was 2 issues. One of those will drop off in 27, 28, and then the other one drops off in 32, 33. Okay? And kind of surprised me, adding that additional $13.5 million worth of debt did not require me to adjust the tip fee timing here. So we're able to absorb that debt without having to raise our tip fees. Again, same issue, going from 60 to 65, and then 2 years later going from 65 to 70. That may be an issue in your guys' mind. I don't know. That's your call, I guess. Going to 65 a year earlier maybe would help. Or if you're so inclined, instead of going, when we do go to 65, just going right up to 70 in one jump, 60 to 70, and just kind of bear that pain and not have to do it again for a number of years. So I guess that's all I have. You guys got questions?
Just an observation, when we're talking about that tip fee at 60, 65, and 70, that's still so cost-effective relative to what's happening around the country. And that's just a reference point for me. A couple years ago, able to talk to consultants from the East Coast. It was a Western Interstate region at Sun River. I was talking to a consultant, and he took a double take when I was talking 55 and 60. So it's just interesting knowing that we are in a very good spot with that base fee as it gets divided out for the homeowner, and then that the fee itself. So, and I'm not advocating for raise it right now. I'm just pointing out that we're still talking very cost-effective, low rates relative to other places around the country.
That's true. We try to look out ahead. More cost will be coming at us. I've tried to incorporate some things. For instance, up on the materials and services line, line 2, you see I have a bold $5.9 million in 22-23. That's assuming $300,000 or $400,000 additional cost in that line when the new transfer station comes on at Negus, it will require more manpower and effort to manage that waste in a building. Whether we do that, I'm assuming it's, there's a vendor out there now helping us. I'm assuming that the vendor continues and the increase comes in materials and services. We're looking at our cost to expand operations with our own forces as well. If that's the case, then our personnel line will go up. And then you also see a big jump in 2930. We go from 7 million in material services line up to 8.7. That's assuming a new landfill is 30 miles out from Bend, and that's basically that cost of transport is huge. And so I've tried to incorporate that into the spreadsheet and try and anticipate that. We don't know for sure what those numbers will be. We may only be 5 miles out, which changes things dramatically. We may be more than 30 miles out. We don't know. That's the number that the solid waste management plan assumed when they were running the economics of what it would cost to do a new landfill. I also want to point out that for years I've used $600,000 as a contingency in our 610 fund, and every now and again I get a question from the finance director about that being a little bit less than what you would normally assume. 8% is usually what you normally would assume. That puts us a little over $800,000 a year, and you can see that's what I have built into the spreadsheet. Not in the budget we're looking at, but every budget after that will move to $800,000 contingency. Questions?
Also, another observation, when I mentioned that tip fee, it was in reference to, the innovative people that want to come in and do something else with the waste, combustion or fuel or just whatever it could be. And that was just like we talk about a chip market in a boiler, it's that same situation where if it was $100 a ton, then they want to talk to us because they can offset the cost. But we're below the cost of any of these interesting technological opportunities that are starting to be discussed in the industry. So,
right.
Once again, it's that catch-22.
It's important to remember that our tip fee is, $55 a ton for a franchise, $60 a ton for self-haul. We fund the entire system with that. So when somebody comes in and says, we want to cook your waste, you don't need a landfill anymore, the landfill is only about 35 out of that $60 a ton we charge, so that's a common thing for them to say, we can do this for less than $55 a ton. Well, you got to be down in that $35 a ton to be helping us because we need the remainder, to continue the services that we're already providing outside of the landfill.
So Tim, I was noticing, I know when I was elected, that was in 18, that we were 10 years away from getting a new landfill. And we've got it here, 2930. So how do you think we're moving? I know we have a committee now. I know we're perhaps hiring a consultant. Are we going to find that spot?
I'm confident that we can have a facility up and ready by 2029. We've been working on it between IT and GIS here at the county. They put together a really nice app, and we're able to look at every parcel in the county. Now, the management plan says you should have 500 acres for a 100-year site. But that calculation is really 250 acres you need for a footprint. They recommend acquiring 500 acres to give yourself some buffer. But we know that there's an awful lot of public land out there, which can make a very nice buffer. So my initial query in the app was show me every parcel outside of the city limits of 250 acres or more. And I looked at all of those, and some of them were eliminated because of geometry. A site that's shaped like an L that has 250 acres is not usable because I can't get 250 acres on the parcel in any one spot, right? Other reasons as well. We have not factored in buffer zone, so some of these parcels are very close to other development and won't work. So some of those got eliminated, but right now, I have 116 sites identified as potential sites.
Have you looked at China Hat Road off there?
We didn't, we did not include, because it's so difficult to acquire any land from BLM or the Forest Service, we did not include them in our search.
That's too bad.
So this is private, county, state parcels that we've identified.
I was actually going to ask about BLM land. I mean, it is challenging, but if you start with a number of years, to work on it, it's not an impossible process either. So
It's 100 years, you guys.
We met and discussed with BLM, the possibility of acquisition or trade. There are difficulties there. But from their perspective, having the landfill as a close neighbor is just fine. They're happy to provide that buffer zone. So if I have a piece of property and 250 acres doesn't fit in the middle of it, if I'm BLM on one side, I can butt it up right up against BLM, and they're happy with that. In fact, they would take actions to make sure that they didn't do any development that would not be compatible with the landfill in a buffer zone there. So that's kind of what we relied on. They seem to be a little bit reluctant for sale. I mean, they do have some parcels identified that they would, dispense with. But man, you got to do so many environmental EIS or so many things. It's just really, really difficult to get through their process in a timely fashion.
it is a long process. Yeah.
Pardon?
It is a long process.
Yeah.
But I mean, if there was a really primo site, then the way to approach it would actually probably be through our congressional delegation rather than going to the agency.
So I think our issue is not going to be so much should we acquire BLM property. A number of sites, the majority of sites are east, to Horse Ridge and beyond Horse Ridge, and now there's a sage grouse overlay that is really, really restricting us out there. I think that's going to be the big hang-up for some sites that look very attractive, but if you can't get past that sage grouse thing, you got a problem. Now the good side of that, if you're looking for the good side, it pushes us closer to town, which means less haul cost. I mean, can be very significant, but it also pushes us closer to residences. And so it's going to come down to, do we inconvenience the sage grouse or do we inconvenience the neighbors? And I'm not going to miss that.
But you got 116 potential sites.
And some very good ones. There's some nice ones. There's a nice one out there about 30 miles out that's not in the sage grouse. And then there's a really nice one that's only 5 miles from that landfill. But they all have their pluses and minuses. We're just getting ready now. GIS will help us with ranking and rating, scoring. So GIS can provide a lot of information. How far from Bend is it? How far off the main road is it? What's the depth of groundwater? What's the closest neighbor? I mean, there's like 15 different criteria that all these will get a score on. And not all of those will be provided by GIS, but a number of them will. And then I see, once we have that initial scoring done, then we take the top 5 or 10 or whatever it is that makes sense, and then there'll be field work. So we'll have to go out there with drill rigs and see how much soil is there and, what's the rock situation, a number of things that we just don't have information in the GIS database. You have to go out there and find it. So that's kind of the way I see the process working out. We'll be on the street shortly for a request for qualifications for a firm to help us through this process, interfacing with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee and helping us sell whatever we come up with to the community, provide continuity, because I'm leaving and Chad has a limited life left in him as well.
For a limited life working for the county.
There you go.
No, so there could be, you know, 2 or 3 different people at the head of this department through this landfill siting process. So having a consulting firm to kind of provide that continuity through that, I think is going to be very, very valuable. We can do a lot of work here in identifying, you know, sites, but some assistance in the PR associated with, you know, selling this to the community and getting it approved, I think would be very valuable. So we're working on that.
Yeah, I'm anticipating that solicitation getting out tomorrow, actually.
When do you get off the ventilator, Chad?
I came prepared.
Okay.
I just had a couple observations, you know, I'm going to miss the spreadsheet probably more than anything else.
We can continue to send them to you, Tom.
So you got 3% growth built in, you know, obviously that can change a lot and probably will. I know, you and I talk about that every month, that the growth over the last year has been like double digits, right? So, I mean, that's unsustainable, but 3% is, on the other hand, it may be conservative over the long term, so that would increase your operating revenue if it comes in higher and may. So it's an awesome spreadsheet all the way through, but it's updated every single year, and some of those dates will move around, could change. You know,
So I like to talk about potential rate adjustments well in advance. I think I brought it to this committee 2 or 3 years before we actually did the last rate adjustment. But there's no sense in looking out 5 years and making a decision based on those kind of projections. That's too far out, you know. So every year we take a look and see how did we do. I'm very conservative. I'm conservative on my revenues. You know, I always say estimate my revenues low and my expenses high, and I'll never find myself in trouble. So that's carries through here. You know, the potential 100,000 tons that might come from the Stevens Road track there, that's not incorporated in here. That will be bonus revenue. You know, it'll use up some landfill life as well, but that'll impact the spreadsheet all the way down the line too. So
you've got phase two, in scenario 2. You got phase 2 of the Negus transfer station in there. You don't have a phase 2 for Southwest. I mean, obviously the geology is much different in Southwest. Is that the reason, or?
That's a big part of it. Also, that far out, you know, again, it's kind of, you know, maybe 14.5 million builds everything we want to. I don't know. I make an assumption it's going to look a lot like Negus, but you're right. There is no rock to deal with as far as, you know, trenching and things like that. And I don't know, pricing, obviously COVID is a big impact on the pricing we're seeing as we're planning, and how that might change in 2-3 years. It could be significantly different. So I didn't include that next phase here. And I could easily do that if you would like.
Well, it's far enough out that it, you know, there's probably several dozen other things, large things that could change by then, but it's good for illustration.
Yeah.
Just the CL, B, and C, CL, D, and E, those are different phases of the closure at Knott?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which are not cheap either.
So FYI, when you look at line 12, the capital reserve fund balance, so that's the piggy bank. So I dictate what goes into all the other reserve funds, and then basically total revenue minus total expenses, the difference goes into the capital reserve fund. And so it's a good indicator. So if you want to compare between scenario 1, where we don't do that second phase at Negus, as I pointed out, we didn't have to change our tip fee, but you can see in that line 12, the difference as you look out, you know, the dollar amount. So it's a lot lower and slower building up that balance in that reserve in scenario 2 than it is in scenario 1. There's kind of where you see the effect of that next big chunk of debt service on there. I mean, in whether it's, you know, $9 million or no, excuse me. Yeah, $9 million or $6 million out there in 35, 36. We know that by that time we'll have a new landfill and we'll need to be planning for the next sell of that new landfill, or, it's not like the reserve dollars here are excess in any shape or form. They will all be dedicated to future needs of the program.
The question about what's the vision for the bonding? As it say, is that just a market bonding, or is that any kind of internal borrowing, or what? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, so we've reached out to our bank of record, our First Interstate Bank, and really talking with them for the last 2 years.
2 years.
2 years. And the environment right now is good to borrow. The rates are low, and there's not really starting to talk about rate increases, but not probably until the fall at the earliest. So we have good rates. The other option is, we've talked about this before as well, is we could do something internally, borrow from ourselves, but and there's some advantages to that, in that we have, right now we're earning, we talked about this the other day, 60 basis points. The difference, though, is that if we can lock in some longer-term financing at a low rate, we hope and expect that our internal interest rate return on our cash investments will go up. So there is some advantage to locking into some debt borrowing right now. Do you have any thoughts on any of that? Coming from the credit union side? You and I actually talked
Somebody
about
needs
this,
a
didn't we?
crystal ball to know what interest rates are going to do. If you're going to borrow, this is probably a really good time to do that, to lock that in. Then, if inflation comes along, but, you're playing a game with that. And then you just have to look at what your opportunity cost is, as you're talking about with your investments, right? So you are highly restricted on what you can invest in, so you're never really going to be making big, like market rate, like Mike was saying about S&P 500. You're not going to be making that kind of rate. So.
Which you can charge yourself. You did internal borrowing, you can make a lot more money.
Yeah, you can give a really good rate, but there's the opportunity cost of the county. All that needs to be considered.
And just the other point I'd throw out too is, with our ARPA funds, there's this sort of work appears to be eligible for that as well.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act.
Oh, okay.
Some or all of it would be eligible. So we have some options.
Yeah, the other thought is, if you could borrow the funds, you could always have the option of taking that out, getting rid of it with your internal funds if you felt like you wanted to do that.
Yeah, that's true. Good point.
I was going to ask what the terms of the debt is that we have the debt service on right now. I mean,
On the on the 14.5 million?
or line 3. I mean, we're servicing some kind of debt, and do we have really favorable terms for that?
Yeah, I don't have that in front of me, but I will be discussing that on.
I don't know that off the top of my head.
I think on
either.
Thursday I'm talking about debt service, or maybe it's Friday. Yeah.
Is that a part that hasn't been refied yet?
I believe so, and so I'll talk about that as well as about the potential refi coming up. So hopefully the idea is to paint a picture of where we're at with our existing debt service and what we're looking at coming up in the next 6 months to a year and a half in terms of refunding. Yeah. Good.
So then Fire Free's bringing in mountains of biomass. And I know that it went from about 250 to 350 to almost $500,000 for grinding and transport. Is that how much of that is Deschutes Recycling, which is the franchise spin-off, and then how much of it is the county? I mean, what's the relationship there? You know, so the county is, we're committing to fire-free, spending the money, getting it transported, but there's also the composting operations out at the landfill.
I'm thinking that Deschutes Recycling probably takes in maybe a quarter of all that gets generated between fire-free and what we normally take in throughout the year at the transfer stations. You know, so they take that in, they charge $4 for a tip fee, they make a product and sell that product for anywhere from $20 to $25 a cubic yard. And the system seems to work fairly well that way. So our cost, in fact, yeah, well, our costs are all really based on transfer station. You know, there's a large volume that we grind at not landfill from fire free. This year we're pushing some of it right down into the hole because there's so much that we would normally grind it and mix it with soil and get some sort of a beneficial use out of it. There's just too much, so some of it's going directly into the landfill. But the big chunk of that $459,000 contract that we let is grinding and transporting from the Negus, Northwest and Southwest into Bend, transportation being the lion's share of that.
I think last year, out of the fire-free budget, about $35,000 was for grinding the material at Knott. The balance of it all went through the transfer station management.
Amazing.
Yeah. It's that transportation cost is just getting steadily more expensive. And we're getting a lot more of it at the transfer station now, too.
Well, and I think we're setting up the culture of people going to expect to do this for the rest of time now.
Yeah.
So that's the,
And
what's
so
the future of that?
Those costs that we're seeing here are definitely pushing us to doing something other than grinding it up and hauling it to not landfill. You know, so whether we can get a compost operation going at Negus, or whether we've explored incineration. So they make some pretty nifty air curtain destructors, they call them, where you can burn very hot, very little smoke. So we're looking at those things. I don't know if any of those make sense, but at some point, as trucking costs go up, it's going to make sense to do something different here relatively soon, I think. And there's another capital investment.
The folks who make, you know, biomass bricks and things like that, you can only sell the product for so much, and the hauling cost to get
costs more to make
to get to the facilities isn't going to cover it. So,
thanks, Tim.
but we were just talking with Ed Keith this morning about how if the state legislature creates requirements for defensible space on properties,
wow,
that's gonna drive a whole lot more material to.
Yep.
That'll never happen, though.
That
They can't even enforce the current laws they have.
They're gonna make us responsible.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks for 38 years or whatever.
Yes.
50?
34 and a half as an FTE.
Thank you, sir.
36 years since I first climbed on a piece of equipment for the county. I did a couple of seasons there before I became an FTE.
I remember.
So,
Yeah, he wrecked a bulldozer once.
Oh.
no, it was a scraper, not a bulldozer.
Okay.
Only a scraper, Mike.
Oh, the history.
Yeah, did you guys throw Tim a big party at?
We had a potluck planned and had an employee that came down with COVID, and we had to quarantine a few employees, and we just thought it was better discretion not to do it. But Tim should share the going away gift we put
He
together.
needs
for
a
him.
big party.
But I think we'll do one eventually.
A seat, a brand new seat out of a scraper. So the scraper's pretty rough riding, so when we bought him, we upgraded him to air ride seat. But the old seat just came out and they were going to throw it away. So he squirreled it away
20 years ago.
20 years ago. And they took that seat and they mounted it up so it can work like an office chair.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Oh, so it's for a desk. It's not like a recliner for your living room.
Yeah. Well, it'll be in my my man cave,
Yeah,
whatever that
yeah,
turns
yeah.
out to be, in the garage, you know, next to the keg.
There you
Wow. How thoughtful was that?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you, Shad.
Thank you.
All right, we're, I guess next up is lunch and some other topics.
With elected officials committee. So the commissioners are excused, but you're welcome to sit in if you'd like. And that's, I think we got HR will lead that at 10:45, so you got a little bit of a break. Unless you, Kathleen's here, do you want to? So we're early, do you want to start reconvene early to leave more time for that?
You're welcome.
So,
Let's take a break and we'll.
okay.
11:45,
12:30.
and then we should be back by 12:30.
12:30 once they're done.
11:39.
Okay, 12:30.
Go ahead and call up Deschutes County Extension and 4-H District. And we're going to open the public meeting. And if you folks would introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. Candy Botham here with 4-H and Extension. And I have some volunteers and other staff here with me. I'll let them introduce themselves. Holly?
Holly Lyons, Finance at Deschutes County Extension.
Nicole?
Hi everyone, Nicole Strong, Central Regional Director.
And then we have two volunteers on our budget committee. Patricia? Pat?
Hi, I'm Pat Coling, and I'm the Master Gardener volunteer to the Extension Committee.
Cheryl?
And I'm Cheryl Caskey. I'm with the president of the Executive Committee for 4-H.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for joining us. It took us a while to get back after lunch, so thanks for standing by. This is Commissioner DeBone.
No worries.
All right, take it away, folks. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we're here to answer any questions that you might have about the budget and some of the changes. So if you could just kind of answer, ask any questions that you might have, we'll do our best to answer them for you.
Well, it kind of boils down to a simple contract with Oregon State Extension at this point, doesn't it? So it's great to be able to know that kind of the HR and the management and the FTE are all there. So that's a good, stable environment for what we're doing. So then it traces back to the the efforts that are going on, and man, the small farming and specialty crops and the forestry and natural resources are the things that jump out to me, as all things are important and wonderful, the efforts you're doing. But the world's a changing place these days, and I know people are probably really excited to be starting to do home-based, small-scale gardening and whatever else is going on. I know there's a camera on me. I don't know where it's coming from, though. Maybe over here. Yeah.
Commissioner DeBone, I don't know, I would just remind you that we have a new fire specialist too housed in our Deschutes County office, which with the upcoming fire season being what it is, it's quite timely.
Well, we did have our natural resources group earlier, and we do have Ed Keith and Boone Zimmerly, and working on fire-free communities, Firewise, and the solid waste, bringing in fire-free by the tens of thousands of tons. Just amazing the volume that's coming in these days. So as a community, we all need to support each other and understand what defensible space is, but then also looking for those innovative ways to possibly pull the trigger on a biomass boiler, chip boiler, or something somewhere, so we can utilize some of that for good instead of disposal.
Commissioner DeBone, it sounds like you know how to get on Nicole's good side. She'd like for us to do that as well. Just to answer your horticulture thing, one of the things that we've done through the COVID as well is we've transitioned our plant clinic into a virtual format that's really been quite successful and is very busy. And we're getting ready to also, while keeping the virtual option alive, transitioning back to in-person in that particular area as well. So very busy, you're right. The small gardeners, home gardeners, very busy time right now in Extension.
I was volunteering at the vaccine clinic a couple weeks ago, speaking to a couple, and they asked where their 4-H and Extension office was, and I pointed just around the corner a little bit, and she was excited to be able to go get some frost cloth from the office. So, yeah. I wanted to get over there too. I didn't quite make it. I could have used that a few weeks ago.
But you still might need it.
Yeah.
Like this 97 degrees.
Any day in La Pine.
Might need it.
Absolutely, to save it from the heat. Oh my gosh. Yes.
That's right.
Well, I want to get on Nicole's good side too. Can you tell us a little bit about what Thomas and you have Thomas and Ariel working for Extension now? Is that correct?
That's correct. Thomas serves Deschutes, Crook, Jefferson, and Warm Springs as a forestry and natural resources professor of practice. And what's great is he also has a wildlife background, so providing really important wildlife habitat and wildlife management educational opportunities. And then Ariel has a bigger region, and so she's doing a little higher level support of landscape level and helping edit community wildfire protection plans, some of that work, and helping decision makers utilize risk maps to prioritize fuels reduction and resilience efforts in a nutshell. But both of them came on during COVID, and so I think with being able to get out in person outside now, they're really excited to be strengthening their partnerships, and they both hit the ground running and are real busy.
Great.
In a nutshell.
One question about the finances. Is this a kind of actual transfer, so the number just floats until we know the final number? Because it's proposed $616,000.
It's one of our funds, so, no, I don't believe it is. It's one of our funds we operate, and it's
Well, yeah, but we transfer all of the tax collections, I believe, to Extension 4-H for the actual expenditures. So
so if you look at page 555, you'll see that the tax collections, which Tom was just mentioning, are deposited.
Oh, but the debt on the building, now I've forgotten the mechanics. Sure, maybe Candy or Nicole, you could explain how the mechanics of that work in paying off the county loan for the building?
Sure. We have a $60,000 payment annually, comes early in the fiscal year, and that goes towards the loan.
Where's that shown in the budget?
It's, well, in my budget, it's at the very bottom. Polly, are you looking at their copy?
Yeah, there it is.
Mike, it's on the top.
It's on, oh, go ahead. It's under debt service. It's split up between principal and interest, so it won't look like 6275. It looks like.
Is that the 46,000 in contract services?
54,337.
First two lines of page 558.
Yes.
558.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think that it's either once a year or multiple times a year, we transfer the tax collections formally to the district, really to reimburse the expense, is the way it works.
That's correct.
Andy, I had just 3 points I'd like you to address. One is the beginning networking, which is up 50%, which is great, from 206 to 311. And then the contract staff is up 18%, from 357 to 421, which is a pretty good size increase. And then the groundskeeping is up 600%, 3,800 to 28,000. Could you comment on those three?
Absolutely. So the first question about our carryover, we've had some savings, of course, with COVID, no travel, that sort of thing. So that's efficiency for sure.
Okay.
The groundskeeping, we are purchasing plants for the landscape around our new building. That hasn't been done yet. We're looking at about $20,000 to $25,000 to do that. So that's why that's up significantly this year.
The master gardener is going to take care of that?
They don't purchase the plants. Okay. They plant them for us. But we purchase the plant
You're
material.
going to keep them alive, right?
Okay.
And it's expensive. Yes, they do a great job keeping things alive and pretty for us, but we need to purchase the materials.
We're going to have just natural desert scape.
Well, that comes with a whole lot of weeds, and that doesn't make our horticulture specialist very happy.
Well, that's why God
He
has
doesn't like weeds. The other one is FTE for support staff. we've been running very, very skeletal crew in our support staff area in order to provide the funding to make sure we can build a new building, operate it, et cetera. And we are going to increase that slightly.
Okay, do you anticipate any problems? You're dropping your contingency. We're not dropping, but it will be 201. And so assuming we go in with 201 the following year, which would be $110,000 less than we have this year in beginning networking, do you have a problem with that? Or is that we're gonna come in with more?
I'm not concerned about it, Mike, mostly because we have two pretty large expenditures this year that aren't typical.
Okay.
The plant material and the cabinetry in the new building, or in the old building.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
So then, just an observation, we're going to hopefully get back to a fun county fair this year. So 4-H and FFA, the county fair is scheduled, and there'll be some version of it, obviously, too. And last year, the auctions happened, which is real exciting, too. So how are the 4-H programs coming this year, the leadership and the kids' involvement?
Sure. As you know, we're still down in staffing in the 4-H area, but we are doing our best, and we absolutely are preparing for the county fair and do expect to have a fun in-person event with 4-H and FFA youth all around. So coming along. COVID has had a significant impact on the youth programs, not just ours, but of course across the nation. But I believe pretty strongly that as we get back to in-person and youth and their families have some kind of normalcy in their lives, we'll get back on track.
Yep. Thank you.
Andy, do you have any kind of numbers from the weigh-in from the animals, the market animals?
Sure. We're up in cattle, in market steers, about 15%. And we're up in goats, about the same. And about the same as last year in sheep, which is down about 20% overall. And then we're at about where we were last year in hogs as well, down about 10%. And that's about a 40% decrease from 2 years ago.
Really, even though they bring so much money? I mean, I think
they're going to bring a lot of money this year because there's not near as many of them. Yep.
Yeah. I just think I need to buy an animal instead of adding on, because it's like I spend all this money and I have nothing in my freezer to show for it.
Go to Safeway. Costco.
Anyway, no, thank you so much.
We can help you out with that, Commissioner Adair.
Thank you so much for your leadership. And I just wonder, does your master gardener ever use seeds? Just, I want to know, because I really don't. I just, are seeds worthwhile in Central Oregon?
Marijuana seeds.
Seeds do fine. You just have to know kind of what your soil temperature is before you actually plant them. But yes, many, many seeds do well. Some things you need to use starts like tomatoes, unless you're going to start them indoors. But you can definitely do seeds planted directly into the ground here and be very successful. So if you have any specific questions, you can, just check in with the plant clinic, or we do have some vegetable gardening classes that we're still doing. So, there's some things out there. So if you need some help.
I always need help. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Mike, for the record, we don't deal in those kind of seeds.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, I heard you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. He needed to hear that from you.
How else can we help?
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the Deschutes County Extension 4-H Service District operating budget of $932,232 and set a tax rate at 0.0224 per thousand valuation.
I'll second. So, question, do we have other budget members that are on the video call? I think that's how this works. Or is that?
No, we're on the budget.
Yeah.
Are the elected, or are the
So there's just
public members part of the budget? I don't think so.
I think they are, Tom, aren't they?
just for clarity, yeah, remind us.
Yeah, we do this every year. And
Yeah.
I remember it. I believe that technically the the Extension 4-H district has their own budget committee,
Oh, okay.
and they would technically make the motion along with the three county commissioners.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So someone could say Mike's motion from.
Well, yeah, is there budget committee members?
Yeah, they're on the.
They're on the call.
I'm sorry I horned in there.
Patricia, I think they're asking you for a motion.
We've made the motion. Can you have somebody verify that from your end?
Something like so moved.
No, just say,
Whatever Mike's.
we approve Mike's motion.
There you go, somebody.
We approve Mike's motion.
There we go.
Okay, and can you second it?
Bill, you can second it.
I can second it? Okay.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, and Tom, I believe the citizen members are not voting members of this.
I believe that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So the rest of you are voting on this motion, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you very much. We'll be able to see each other in person someday soon.
Thanks, Candy.
You bet. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Is there one other fund that we need to take care of? I don't know if it's been closed out or not. The fund that we saved dollars to for quite a while, has that been closed? Greg might know.
Yeah, that's closed. Yeah, so Greg Munn's right here,
Okay.
nodding his head.
Okay.
It is closed.
Okay, that's all we need then. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Cheryl. Thank you, Patricia. Holly, Nicole, later.
And Greg, I'm a little behind because I didn't have that sheet that had the numbers. I pulled it out of my book. On this one. And the agenda is okay.
Well, I'm not involved in the next two. You don't have to listen to me, Phil.
You can keep talking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We'll ignore as necessary.
Okay, that's fair.
So I don't have any of these. So for when you get a chance.
I didn't realize when I walked in here yesterday that I picked the most entertaining seat in.
Well, everyone else has learned they don't sit next.
Yeah, I know.
You notice for Tony, what hell, he's way up there in the north.
Far away.
Don't put me next to Meyer, Jesus Christ.
All right.
Where would you like us to be? For Black
Somebody's got to keep me awake.
I'll keep you awake, partner. Okay, these two here.
All right, next up is,
The three of us.
we need to close that budget meeting, and the next meeting is the Sun River Service District. And, yeah, if you folks can go on up there. And we're going to open that public meeting.
I guess we can go take a break, huh? Except for you.
I believe I said we're going to open that public meeting, and so you can go ahead if you'd introduce yourself and go on with your presentation.
You bet. My name is Debbie Baker. I am the board administrator for the Sun River Service District, and we do have 3 budget committee members here. And Rob, you want to start?
I'm Robert Foster. Gerhard Bienen.
And Gerhard is our treasurer for the board. He's not on the committee. And then there's 2 remote, Betty
Butler.
and Mike. He's unmuting. And Mike Goki. I introduced you, Mike. So thanks for having us, and I'll just do a quick little overview of Sun River. Most of you have heard this before. And just as my recollection of this process is that our 3 budget committees, along with the 3 commissioners, vote to approve. And I know that that's a struggle every year, but that's how we've done it in the past, and so I assume we'll do that again. But the service district was created in 2002 to provide public safety, both police and fire, to the area of Sun River. And Sun River is not an incorporated city; it's a resort area, but we are a public agency within that, and so we are separate from the homeowners association. And one of the things that we accomplished this year was we went through our strategic plan and provided some really good community input. And a couple of the key things in that plan was, one is emergency preparedness. And every year that's a very big deal for our agency. We work really well with the county and Nathan Garrity, Sergeant Garrity, with emergency services and that coordination. So both Chief Darling, who's the police chief, and the fire chief, Tim Moore, have a great relationship with our county partners, and also a great relationship with the SROA, the Owners Association, in the ladder fuels reduction, communication to our stakeholders. It's a unique area because unlike a city where the city controls public works and all of those services, we have to coordinate voluntarily with all those entities to provide those services, and it's a great relationship there. We've worked with the rental agencies. The visitor impact is significant in Sun River, and it's becoming more of a year-round impact. One of the things is that Sun River is nearly built out, and what that means is that our 3% revenue increase is pretty steady. We've got a great return, about 97% return, but there's not any potential for growth, whereas in a city that's growing, you're going to get more tax revenues. So the impact of the visitors is significant in that they're not just coming in the summer anymore, they're coming all year round, and so that does impact emergency services. So the budget that you have before you is maintaining a $3.31 assessed valuation for $1,000, which is what we've had since 2010. So we've not increased that. There's no staff increases with this budget, and both departments have done fairly well. Public safety is a very expensive commodity to fund, but both chiefs have done well in maintaining a watch on the budget, and so this is just a basic budget. One of the factors that I will mention is our building facility is out of date. It doesn't meet public safety standards for a building. So we're looking at creating a public safety building where we house both the fire and the police together. So we've got a task force in place right now to look at that. We're doing a phase one with an architectural firm. At the end of that phase one, we should have a concrete price of what that's going to cost, where the funding's going to come from, and what it's going to look like. So we should have that information about midsummer. It'll probably be August, but that's what we're shooting for. And obviously, we are interested in some funding partners, and we don't get any of the transit tax from the money that's generated in Sun River from all the visitors. So you may hear a request for that, some of that money as we get a concrete price. We also would be interested in some of the stimulus money from the federal government. Infrastructure and supplying public safety for that community is pretty important. So that's basically what we have. We did do a reserve study this year and found that, because we've got two different accounts, we have the 715 account and 716 account, found that we were slightly under reserve. So we had a good chunk of beginning working capital, so we upped our reserve contribution to $1.5 million this year, and hopefully that will mitigate the increases or the contributions in years to come. a fire engine is well over $1 million, so we have to be real careful to have enough reserves to handle those expenditures when they come up. So, I don't know if there's questions or if anybody on the budget committee has any additional information they want to provide. No?
Not unless there's a question.
So down the path of future capital, and Deschutes County is going to be in the same spot where if there's a bonding effort, if there's debt associated with the future capital, and this would be for the board members, kind of the policy choice of should the tax rate be maxed out before you borrow money or not, and how can you optimize that choice? So I'm just letting you know, you did a great job, direct ask for transient room tax and ARPA dollars, and there may be other infrastructure dollars. So I mean, I could see being a partner there. But it kind of gets you backs you into the question of if you're not maxed out in your tax rate and you're asking for money and maybe having to borrow, those are kind of the three moving parts of coming that package, putting that package together.
Right, we have, there's going to be a financial component to this phase one of the building analysis. And with that is sustainable operations and what that would look like. And yes, we're saving that little cushion because we can go up to $345 per thousand for that whole discussion. So that's on the table.
And that is to say, as a policy choice, is that the will of the community? That's a pretty big number.
It is a big number.
And we're still, she mentioned that we're still in that phase one process. Even with that, there are a whole lot of moving parts.
Yep.
And until we've got something that we can put it, we can say this looks like the best route and this is what it costs, we're hoping then that'll help clarify, how big is the horse we need to eat.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So I make a motion then that we approve the Sun River Service District operating budget of $2,836,237 and set the tax rate at $3.31 per 1,000 of assessed valuation.
So you'd have some of the oh yeah. Yep, there you go.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
There you go.
Do
That's how we do it in a hybrid environment.
Yeah. Do we need to do the 716 account motion? Is there a
Yes, we
motion on
do.
that one?
Somebody want to make that motion? Your board can make that as well.
I don't think he has the numbers. Here we go.
Okay. Make a motion to approve the 716 budget of $1.688783 million.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
Aye.
Motion is approved. We will close this budget meeting, and thank you folks for coming.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for coming, and I'm glad that you've got your committee doing the analysis of what your community really needs.
Great.
So,
Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
bye-bye, guys. Have a fast drive back, 10 minutes, remember? It takes longer than 10 minutes to get to Sun River. But that's what I thought in my brain it was.
Yeah, it's more like 25.
Well,
Well, and I always do that from my house. I think Sun
Oh, you
River's
think?
close, but it's full 15 or 20 minutes from my door to get somewhere. But I always think of it as so close. So.
yeah, I know. I always 10 minutes is such a good thing.
Hello, welcome. Good to see you.
All right, we're in charge, huh?
Oh, yes, you are. Front and center.
Yeah, you too.
All right, this is the Blackman Service District. We'll open the public meeting and ask you folks for introductions, and then you can go ahead.
Great. I'm Rosemary Norton. I'm Vice Chair and Chairman of the Budget Committee. This is Nora Ellison on the Budget Committee. And then this is our new Chief Jason Van Meter, excuse me.
Welcome.
Thank you. First day on the job.
So yeah, it's a Budget Committee. So back in May of 2020, we passed a new, we increased our levy from 55 cents to 65 cents a thousand. And it was passed overwhelmingly. So what this budget has been compiled by Chief Kelly as a parting gift for us. So what it is that we are having our administrator is leaving in January. And we have one chief that's retiring and then rehiring, one sergeant. And then we have a sergeant that is actually retiring and leaving in February. So we have, it's a 2.5% increase for payroll, but what we've done is included more money for the buyout on their vacation. So that has increased. Plus we have added for a replacement for the administration admin, we've added 6 months so that we can hire a new person and then also take over there. Other than that, we, the health insurance, we're now with the county, thank you very much. And we've saved quite a bit of money on that, so that is really good news. Also, we have increased our budget down in 911 because we're running over than what we thought it would be. But we appreciate 911, so there's no problem with that. Other than that, does anyone have any questions?
So just looking at these numbers, you mentioned the health insurance number going down, and I'm seeing it go from 207 to 142 back to 220. Is that, so that's just kind of the estimate and expecting it to be less possibly? Or?
Well, no, what it is that we have to pay some upfront money. So that's why.
Okay,
so that we can be, yeah, and that goes on. And I'm sorry, I don't remember how many years, but every year we pay to buy into it.
Took us a while to figure that process out.
Yes.
Good that we got there.
Yes.
No, I'm so happy that you were able to join our plan because somehow our costs for our plan have been so significantly bucking all trends nationally. It's just gone up so minimally. Anyway,
yes.
You have to pay, isn't it like 5 years or something? I don't
yes,
know.
I think it's 5 years, yes.
Were you in the Teamsters plan before?
No, they were, so the Teamsters, we have Teamsters here on the, in our police force.
Right.
And they have their own plan, but this was a private plan that we had for our officers and our admin. So
you're all in the county plan now?
Yeah, yes.
I think your administrators and your command staff are on the county plan, and aren't your officers still with?
The Teamsters.
Teamsters, yeah.
Yes.
Is it more per person, the Teamsters?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. So we have.
I would think if it's less, they would want to come over to the county, but I don't know.
That wasn't asked. I think.
That wasn't, yeah.
Current officers, I think, were happy, wanted to stay.
I believe so, yes. Yeah, but I'm not sure what it is.
Well, the time of transition, so Chief, you'll learn about the budgeting process, and it's nice it was handed to you at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your time. Thanks for your patience.
Good job.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Just clap on the back.
Put that down as evaluation.
I'd be curious to know whether you see changes in service demand or
service need over time, like in the last few years, or?
Actually, it has been pretty stable. We have done some grants with the city of Bend, like to go out and patrol Highway 20. And because that is really where the problem is. And I think we've talked to the commissioners about getting some kind of, at least a sign that says how fast you're going, so that, like they have in Tumalo, so that you can see how fast you're going. I mean, there were over 100 going 80 or plus that we have ticketed just this last year.
Remember in 2019 when we had lunch, someone was going 126 miles an hour in a BMW right outside.
Right.
So I know that our people were really out there. I stopped at Sisters. I said, please go out there. But then, of course, there's the Jefferson County line. And
right.
So, it's a mess. And there's a little spot where they kind of hide right by Saddle Lake so they can ticket you when you come down the hill too fast.
Right, yeah, or if you're going up because you just passed all those trucks.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I know.
So I think, really, we're looking into seeing if we can get a grant for one of those signs. So that, and if we could have the city or the county help us to install that, that would be really great, because that is really a problem for people trying to get in and out of Black Butte Ranch.
I think that came up at our lunch last year, and because it's a state highway, ODOT has jurisdiction over the placement installation of our sign. I think Chris Doty connected someone with the right person at ODOT to set that in motion. But to the extent that we can and are allowed to, working with ODOT, I'm sure we'd be happy to help.
Right. Okay, yes, no, one of our board members did talk to him, so, yes. Other than that?
So, in partnership with the Black Butte Ranch Service District, does one of the budget committee members want to make the motions? In fact, I could share them right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Approve the Black Butte Ranch Service District operating budget of $2,604,445 and set tax rate at 1.0499 per thousand of assessed value. All in favor?
So we need a second
Oh,
for that.
I'll second it.
Okay.
There we go.
Seconded.
We have a motion.
Okay.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Set the local, excuse me, I put my glasses on, that helps. Set local option operating tax rate at 65 cents per thousand of assessed valuation.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second, all those in favor?
Approved. Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
Thank you.
We will now close that budget meeting, and thank you for attending.
Thank you very much. It's nice seeing you in person.
Yes, it's fun to work with you all.
Good job, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Way to handle it.
Well, we'll come see you out there sometime. We try to have an annual.
Yeah, we have our lunch. Yeah, that would be great.
Can't wait. Thank you.
Yeah, we use some of that room tax to buy their sign for them. I mean, they contribute.
So I asked Whitney to come down and take a nice photo of us, maybe from up there. We were going to be here all week, and nobody's getting a photo of us. We're going to get you in the photo.
Now, Tony, you got all this room tax. Buy them a sign.
Yeah. We'll get there. I mean, there's going to be some, discretionary spending here in the near future. We're going to be making some big choices.
Every dollar they get in room tax for us, they get 1/3 of 1 cent back.
So, a sign for one destination resort, and then there's a facility or ask on the other destination resort.
Facility.
Yeah, a new fire building is going to be a lot more expensive than this.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah,
Look at the right side. If they incorporate, they can have 10 facilities.
Oh, I know, exactly. Yeah.
Sharon's
Hello.
got the copies for her.
We'll take them. Yeah, you take them. So, Whitney, I mentioned that it was just nice to have a shot kind of from of this group somehow, too.
You telling me where to go?
We're just,
I heard a short timer. Hey, Mike.
so, yeah, we're taking a moment for the photo opportunities of us spending the week. Yeah, just whenever, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
123, pretty good.
All right, next up is Community Justice, and I'm going to turn it over to Ken Hales.
Thank you, Bruce. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Budget Committee members, staff. I am Ken Hales with the Community Justice Department. With me in person is Deputy Director Tanner Warwick, Business Manager D.V. Holcomb, and on the line via Zoom is Deputy Director Sonia Little Deer Evans and Analyst Trevor Stevens. We have 10 slides to go through, plus a couple supplementals if there are questions related to that. Plenty of time to get through this. Please ask questions at any point. And yeah, we'll go ahead and begin. Next slide, please. Dee.
Okay. Hello, I'm Dee Holcomb. We thought we'd just first start out not knowing what the general background is on the department overall. So some really quick overview just to give you a sense of who we are and kind of what we do. So this slide has broken up by juvenile and parole and probation, which are the two funds we'll be talking about. So age served on the juvenile side is 12 to 17. Parole and probation is 18 and up. In terms of the activity of reviewing and routing, or what you do with pre-adjudicated law enforcement referrals, so what happens before a judge or any decision is made on a criminal referral, the juvenile department does quite a bit of that. The parole and probation department does none of that. Our work with those folks comes after that time period. Same on informal supervision and services. That would be things that occur that are disposed of or decided on in a way that doesn't involve a court. That would be on the juvenile side. Again, you don't see anything there on P&P. In terms of formal supervision and services, so for youth and adults, that would be probation, or just for adults, something called post-prison supervision. In the olden days in movies, what you might have heard of as parole. Even though that's still in our name, we don't really do parole anymore. It's kind of funny. Juvenile and P&P both do those kinds of activities. Community service crew is something that is done on both sides of the house. Restitution support is something really heavily focused on for juvenile, not P&P, although through individual case management. Of course, they support their clientele to pay restitution when owed. Both sides of the house do quite a bit of cognitive behavioral training and skill building with their clientele. If you've been in any of our presentations before, that should probably sound familiar to you with some of our evidence-based practices in terms of case management. Behavioral health services is something we do on the juvenile side. Detention, it's juvenile detention only. Parole and probation doesn't detain or incarcerate individuals. That goes through the county jail. And as you see there, incarcerations or correctional facilities on the youth side as well, that's not something we do. That's something that's a state purview after the fact of adjudication, probation, and basically county supervision has failed on the juvenile side, and we take those youth up to kind of a higher level of care at the state. It's kind of a very, very broad overview. Commissioner Chang, you might recognize that. We use that for your orientation as well. Next. Okay, I'll take this one as well. So this is just getting into, we'll deal with Fund 030 first. So we've got a slide on some money, a slide on some activities, and then some kind of successes and challenges over the past year. You're, of course, looking at some line item budgets, so I will go through this relatively quickly, and then we can get into any specific questions that you have.
This is juvenile, right?
Yes, Juvenile Fund 030 only. So we're looking at a pretty incremental budget increase over last year, 1% increase in revenue and requirements. We are beginning to draw down quite a bit on our beginning net working capital. We anticipate less state funding this year on the juvenile side than last year, although, you know, when we draw these up, we don't know what's happening now. We have a little more information that with various economic recovery trends plus federal funding, the state budget may be a little bit better than we had thought at this time, but you can see here we were expecting quite a decrease. Some decreases in program revenue that's not general fund or not state specific. Big one there is court fines and fees, which really took a hit over COVID. We anticipate that kind of continuing on into this next fiscal year, which is reflected there. Everything else relatively similar. We are requesting an increase in general fund by, I think it's about $178,000. We are accommodating this pretty incremental, slow budget increase through you see actually a reduction in materials and services, moving over onto the requirements side on the right. We just went through and sliced. We did have a lot of reduced activity due to COVID, and we tried to take that into account, knowing we'd be moving into more normalcy in the coming year, but still expecting some impacts to remain. So we took quite a bit off there, as you can tell. Personnel is also pretty small, incremental. We have some retirements. We actually have quite a few retirements, including our dear Ken here. And I think that factors into why our personnel is not really all that much more than current year. Reducing our vehicle fund. We feel pretty confident about our current vehicle capacity, and I think it's actually a little bit less than road department had recommended, but we feel pretty confident in reducing that. We do have an increase in capital outlay. I don't know if you've spoken with the sheriff's office yet, but we are in conjunction with them doing some upgrades to our cameras and security, and you'll see some of that in your capital outlay notebook. And contingency sitting right at 8.3 per policy. So that's kind of where we're at overall. I'll just pause if anybody has any specific questions or general questions.
Okay, next slide.
Okay, speaking of COVID, maybe you had a bet going of who could make a presentation without using this particular word. It's not us. We thought it would be interesting. Maybe you had some questions about, if we talk about the impacts that COVID had on our operations, what was that? So the slide that you're looking at now is an attempt to kind of give you a picture of what COVID did. So in blue is the annual averages over the last 5 years of each of the items that run across that x-axis across the bottom of the presentation. So for example, and then the red is what happened in COVID 2020. So just for taking the first one, number of youth, that's the number of unduplicated youth that law enforcement makes a referral to our department for. So in general, over the last 5 years, each year we've seen 895 youth. In 2020, we saw 460. So you could kind of just go along. You see the overall impact at a very sort of 30,000 foot level is more or less a 45-50% drop in activity in these different areas, which is really interesting. We did see a bigger drop if you go over to, let's see, it's the third and the fourth items across the bottom, a warning and an informal sanction. Those would be referrals that ended up in a warning or with an informal sanction, which is the very sort of first level of supervision. It's usually it's actually always reserved for very low risk, lower level offenses. Those took deeper cuts than you see in terms of FAA and probation. I mean, again, we still took a hit there in terms of our activity, but basically what that says is, law enforcement activity completely shifted, and they really did not pay attention to those lower level things. / the youth were not around each other to do those lower level things.
What's FAA?
Yeah, thank you. It's a formal accountability agreement.
And I think I've asked that in the past, but it just didn't come to mind.
And especially it sounds like FFA, which is, it is not. It's a different kind of youth contract. But it is.
Statute allows juvenile departments to impose an informal sanction as an alternative to formal processing.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, as you go from warning up to probation, in fact, up to that OIA commit, that's when I talked earlier about when there's a failure or a really serious offense that we don't feel like we're able to manage, or a judge says you need to go into this other level of care. That's OIA commitment, so that's kind of the highest level. As you get up there, I mean, that number is still low every year, but basically, I mean, the overall story is, and just in case you were wondering, in terms of criminal activity in the county with youth over COVID, there does seem to be a drop in this minor level activity, most likely related to the fact that youth were not in school together. When peers congregate, that's when things start happening. But law enforcement was still active when there were cases that ended up with those more serious levels of supervision. And maybe last thing I'll mention before I'll give this over to Sonia, who has a quick thing. Detention population, if you notice at the very far right, ADP, average daily population. Over the last 5 years, the average daily population was 10, and in 2020 it was 10.1. So what I was just saying, that's kind of plays into that, because the only youth coming into detention are very high risk, and or their offenses are severe enough that those points are going to kick them into being detained for some amount of time. So Sonia, you want to talk about community service and?
Next slide.
Actually, it's not.
Yeah. There's not a slide for it. We just realized that there's a couple items that we do that's pretty key to our work that weren't on the COVID impact slide, which was community service and our supervision contact. So community service, of course, was completely shut down through the majority of COVID. Only, I think, in February of 2021 did we start finding ways to have youth complete community service projects in their home or via Zoom somehow. So, our numbers are usually anywhere around 4,500 to 5,000 hours completed in a calendar year. And during 2020, that went down to just a little over 1,200. And our completion rate is usually anywhere around 75 to 80% of youth successfully completing their community service hours. And during COVID in 2020, that dropped to 55%. It's definitely starting to pick back up now as we've found some creative ways for youth to complete those hours. And now that we're able to start crews, still smaller sizes, but we're able to start getting back out in the community and doing some projects. And then also just our supervision contact. So it's super interesting to just see how much our referrals went down during COVID, but at the same time, our contacts, and especially our supervision contacts for medium and high risk youth, they really stayed in the same ballpark. In fact, our EPIC sessions, which are our evidence-based interventions that we do with our highest risk youth, really stayed the same, right in that 75 to 80% median requirement. So it'll be interesting, I think, in a couple of years to see what the recidivism looks like for that smaller amount of kids, but they got actually, the same dosage, maybe even more intensive dosage, because our CGOs had more time to do that. So yeah, so that was just the other two we just wanted to add on that COVID impact that were interesting. And then on this slide, just a quick kind of recap of just successes from this past fiscal year. I mean, it was very impressive that our team was able to fully stand up community supervision in a pandemic. We had some really interesting stories. One CGO noted that it was so strange to go a whole 6-month period, which is usually how long kids are on a formal accountability agreement for, without ever actually meeting the youth and their parents in person. All supervision happening over Zoom or FaceTime or phone calls. And just to be able to stand that up was pretty amazing. Our folks are troopers, no doubt. And then also, a couple of years ago, our department started working on 10-year strategic priorities and 1-year team goals. And in January, we rolled out a strategic priority around restorative justice, and really using the restorative justice practice to start creating strategies to address some of the racial disparities that we have in our juvenile system. And it was a interesting time to do that during COVID, but we've definitely been knee deep in that, and it's going well, even doing restorative circles via Zoom. But our hope is, and our excitement is really waiting to see kind of the outcomes of how we can really impact some of those areas where we still have inequities. And then for detention, we were able to stabilize overtime use by really just some great teamwork in the department. We kind of have by adding a few more positions a couple of years back, we were able to help that. But if you'll notice, we just didn't use the overtime that we had this last fiscal year. And really, because of COVID, one of the silver linings is we had some more capacity for our other staff in the department to cover shifts. We have about 5 individuals that are trained in detention, that used to work in detention, that are now CJOs or probation officers, and they, this past 9 months, they have been helping cover shifts when we've had lots of vacancies, and that has just been a great team building effort, but also really helped stabilize the use of overtime. And then just challenges and opportunities for the future. So we do have all those detention facility security upgrades in conjunction with the Sheriff's Office. So, just budgeting for that is a challenge, but it's also going to be an opportunity to really improve, some of the security elements in our facility that are over 20 years old. And then we have a couple of validation studies happening through Southern Oregon University on our risk assessment. So both our risk assessment that we use in detention, which helps us determine who is a safety or a run risk and needs to be held and who is not. And then our what we call a brief screen, but it's a risk assessment tool we do on the front end of intake to determine whether low-level alcohol and drug offenses need to come further into our department or can be served adequately at a lower level. So that'll be interesting, a great opportunity to see how those tools have been performing for our decision making.
Next slide.
Okay, so that takes us through juvenile and onto adult. You'll see that on the adult side, also not a huge increase. We're looking at a 3% increase in requirements and resources. That beginning net working capital grew a little bit, and that is comprised of, if you look through our budget in terms of the contingency side of expenses, we have been holding a revenue for future expenditure for a couple of, not biennium, 3 years now. That's due to a formula change in the amount of money we were getting from the state. We've kind of been banking it with the expectation that over time our expenses are going to be above what our state allocations are. And that looks like that's kind of beginning to happen, particularly with this year, because the big story on the adult side is we do anticipate quite a drop in the state funding that is our kind of core funding. That's that grant in aid allocation. You'll see that on your line item budgets. Reflected here, there's not a big drop in state revenue. That's because we're absorbing some other programmatic areas that come with some state funding, but it's kind of an in and out. That's the drug court in particular. The health services has used to for, I think since the drug court's been in existence, has been their administrative agency. And starting in FY22, parole and probation will be. So we're taking a steep drop in our grant and aid allocation, increasing in anticipation of them receiving that funding. But again, that's just going to kind of turn right around and go out the door to them, not to us.
Devian, can I follow up with that?
Yeah.
1145 has gone down $580,000 in 3 years. Is that going to continue to go down? And as a result, we're looking at a huge increase from $237,000 to $662,000 in the general fund. And so this seems to be the typical state swapperoo. They're just pulling their money back, and they got more money over there, and God's got whatever. What's happening here?
You know, I was prepared for this question because I heard you ask it yesterday. And there is a decline in state money because there's a decline in the overall number of offenders in the statewide community corrections population. And part of that was driven by reclassifying a set of possession of controlled substance felonies to misdemeanors. And then part of it's just a census thing. There are fewer people being brought into the system.
Not here, though.
Yes, here too, everywhere,
We need to-
across the state. Excuse me? Well, yeah, everywhere across the state. The biggest drop has been in probation cases, and not the post-prison cases. What you see here isn't a change so much in what the state has done, but it's a change in our rationale for requesting county aid. And if I can explain, in the past, we asked for an amount of county aid to basically pay for a couple POs that would do the direct supervision of, the misdemeanor offenders, and maybe part of a records tech. But that doesn't include all the cost. And when we're approaching this budget, I felt it was important for us to identify a funding rationale that was dynamic and that was precise. Dynamic in the sense that it moves over time. For the past 3 years, we've had a fixed amount from the county. Well, obviously, our costs aren't fixed, but we've gone with that, what was it, 285?
285, 189.
Yeah. Prior to that, we went 4 or 5 years with the 451,000. So that money was never really adjusted according to the number of offenders served, misdemeanors, or the cost of doing business. What we chose to do this year was to adopt a funding rationale consistent with and similar to the state community corrections funding formula. Bear with me, this is a little tedious. But the state funding formula identifies a cost of doing business for high, medium, and low offenders. And that's from $14, $12, $9 a day per offender. I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit, but they add all that up, then they divide it out to a capitated rate. What we've done here is apply the cost of high, medium, and low supervision to the specific number of misdemeanor offenders we have under supervision. What that formula does, it covers all the overhead cost. Previously, we paid for just the PO supervising, but it didn't cover any of my costs, didn't cover any of the other overhead costs, didn't cover program costs, but the state's formula covers all that. That's the way they design that, and that's the way they update the formula every 5 years. So this formula actually reflects the cost of supervising the number of misdemeanor offenders we supervise. What you'll see with this formula is, over time, as the number of offenders change, the ask will change. As the cost of business changes, the ask will change, because that's the dynamic nature of this many offenders.
When's it going to change where the state pays more and pays the right amount?
It'll go up.
Everybody else experiencing a measurable reduction in state money, other counties?
Yes, everybody across the
So
state.
the state is just, what are they doing with the extra money?
Well, they're doing other stuff with it.
Huh?
They're doing other stuff with it, but they're not spending it on us. But I'm not going to make the state the bad guy.
I think they are.
They're,
I mean, we're losing $500,000.
yeah, we are losing $500,000.
And they've got budget surpluses. And
Well-
they can kick their money back, and they got all this money, and we're getting screwed.
We do anticipate an increase in the state general fund contribution to community corrections of $27 million statewide. That's not included here because it's, we don't know if it's going to happen for sure or not. There is another variable. Our cost here reflects supervising a certain number of misdemeanor domestic violence offenders. It's very possible there's legislation that's still alive where the state's going to pick up that cost. If they pick up that cost, then we'll get a per diem rate for that number of offenders, and it will come up to about $160,000. 116. So the rationale solid. The big difference is that we're covering the full cost. We're asking to cover the full cost of the misdemeanors and not just,
And don't get me wrong, Ken, I'm not picking on.
I know you're not.
I just get frustrated with the state, and they keep on moving the goalposts, and they keep on reducing and making life miserable for you guys to try to deal with this crap and come here and beg. You know, it just
Well,
frosts me.
It might be useful just to remind the Budget Committee, that the county has made the policy choice to provide supervision of misdemeanor offenses that the state doesn't pay for.
Right.
That's the
Right.
basic rationale for why there's a chunk of general fund in what otherwise
Right.
is a state-mandated service.
The state has never, paid for supervision of misdemeanors. We, because of your generosity, receive funds to supervise those persons. And all counties do that to some degree or another, pick up
Can you
misdemeanors.
say with a straight face that the state is paying their fair share for the supervision of felonies?
I will not dispute what they're paying for. Well, let me put it this way. They're going to give, if they pass the 27 million,
Okay.
then they're 23 million short. Because our time study was 50 million last biennium. So they're still short. Mike, you win the argument. They're still cutting us out of $23 million.
You say it, yeah.
Yeah. But we're getting closer. We have a strong lobby for that.
20 years ago. And I know, that's
Okay.
history, sorry.
Anyway, that's why the ask is so big. I know it's surprising, but we're adopting a different rationale that I think will be much more useful and precise and manageable as we go forward.
And so whenever, whoever's sitting in your seat next year, we're not gonna see a jump from 285 to 662.
Well, you won't see
Or
that jump.
150% jump, 140%.
The other thing you won't see that I wanted to avoid is the new person in this chair saying, well, Ken Hills didn't ask for enough money to fund those misdemeanors, and I'm having to come here and ask for it.
I just don't envy you having to deal with those shysters over there in Salem.
No, and I digress for a little bit, and Tanner can help it. This is the most uncertain time for us in community corrections. We have huge legislative initiatives that dramatically change the nature of our business. So it's very, very unpredictable. So anything you want to add to that, Tanner?
I would, yes. Our population's going down, and that's happening statewide with the probation cases predominantly.
With the what case?
Probation type cases. As Ken talked about with Senate Bill 497, which is the domestic violence bill that is going to infuse, if it passes, $7 million into the state budget, we get 4.16% of that. Next year it will increase because they're doing a snapshot. Only several counties are doing domestic violence, like Deschutes County's been doing supervision, and they're moving to funding that for those misdemeanor populations. So there's 3 crimes that will fall under that. So I would anticipate seeing an increase for that population in the next biennium.
So you're seeing an increase of
funding,
financial support to cover the stuff that we're already doing.
Correct.
So we don't look.
They don't have a good census around the state of what that will be. They could for Deschutes, and they could for about 6 other counties that have been doing this for a period of time. So that's why it's $7 million this biennium. They're anticipating probably a $25 million increase statewide. We would get if our population holds at 4.16% of that.
What percentage do you get in the 1145 split now with the sheriff? I can't remember.
80-20.
80-20.
And that's consistent with utilization.
Okay.
Because
he's fair with that, and you're safe with that.
yeah, actually, the utilization's probably 82-18 now, but close enough.
David Givens did an audit on that several years back.
Yeah.
That was helpful
82?
in, well, I'm not sure exactly what his conclusions were, but it validated for the benefit of the sheriff's office in settling on that revised.
That
It used to be
always
75-25. I think it was even less at one point. Down to
Well, when Ken started, it was 55-45.
yeah.
Yeah, we kept chipping away at it.
Yeah.
Why don't we just take it all and,
It's okay.
Jane's listening.
Good with that.
Comes
I
into
would like
Greg.
to
He
share
puts-
one more comment about the decreasing numbers. You know, it's primarily, some of it's census, some of it's change in criminal statutes that are drawing the numbers down. But for us professionally across the nation, that's the intent, is to have less persons on supervision and apply a better type of supervision for those persons. And you saw the little program I did last year about evidence-based practices. Well, you can't do that with a caseload of 60 or 70 or 80. You have to have smaller caseloads to affect behavior change. So in that aspect, the smaller caseloads are just allowing us to do a higher quality type of supervision of the offenders that we have.
One other little chicken question. We don't do electronic monitoring anymore.
No, we have outsourced electronic monitoring.
And so none of the money passes through our budget, they just get it direct?
Yes.
So that's why we see no.
That's why we saw the big decrease in general fund a few years ago. Thanks to Devi and Trevor.
Thank you. Didn't mean to pick on you.
Oh, it wouldn't be fun without it. Next slide.
Okay, so a couple of the successes, we kind of touched on it. I'm super proud of our agency. They've really met this challenge of, with that smaller caseload sizes that we're talking about. On the adult side, we deal with a large volume of individuals, and we haven't been able to do the things that the juvenile side has been able to do with being a great example of best practices working with individuals. So a big success over the last year is we made a concerted effort to do more training in best practices in case management. And what that means is, are you deploying evidence-based conversations, not just shooting the breeze with the client when they're across the table with you. On top of that, we've also been very data-centric and we've deployed dashboards. And so those two first checkpoints under the success go hand in hand. So looking at the stats, a year ago in 2019, we were at about a 30% compliance rate with case management, touching everybody's case who's available, supervision, at least once every 30 days. Over the last 4 months, same period, we're in the 80%. And so that's a huge piece that this agency has done and moved forward, because one of our premier things we want to say is be a great example to the rest of the state as a county. And our officers are doing that along with our support staff. So I cannot express, and it's super exciting for me, because when I first got here and we got reports, they were on like sticky notes and stuff like that. Now we're using dashboards. So we are actually making things move forward as an organization. Along with that, in concert with Devi's help and Trevor's help, Supervision Matrix is another piece of information that we use with dashboards, which helps, we get the data flow from the state. We're one of 5 counties that get that. And so we're able to manipulate our own data set to do really cool things. And so we're doing really cool things right now with case management that other counties are not doing around the state. So those are some super big, exciting things we've done over the last year. As Ken touched on, for changes and opportunities, COVID, when we get to the next slide, it will show what we've done during the COVID period, but it's had a large impact, essentially. So with our clients, as we talked about, we've seen a decrease in our probation felony side. We've seen an increase in our PPS, but overall, we're down on our census of funded cases. As you can see with the intakes there, with the 830 versus previous period of time was about 1,116. I think that was over a 5-year average, right? Okay. Where we excelled during COVID was that monthly contact. So one of our tactics when we were going into a less contact environment was to make sure we stay in contact with those people that we supervise. So we increased our contacts, that they were virtual, but we were making sure that we were always knew where these individuals were and trying to stay connected. So we actually increased the volume of activity, and that's along with that case management that you're seeing. So we're doing more contacts, plus we're doing better contacts. Monthly sanctions and intervention, we have two types. We have those that are custody and we have those that are non-custody. Because of the jail and the reduced capacity, because of COVID, we've reduced the length of stay of our jail utilization considerably over the last year. What used to be maybe a 30-day jail sanction is now a 5-day jail sanction. Our volume of interventions and sanctions is about the same as you can see there on that second to the last right-hand side, monthly sanctions and interventions. Intervention is a non-custody response. So it could be verbal reprimand, it could be random UA, it could be increased reporting. So as you can see, the behavior didn't change that much from the normal, but our response and how we could use jail did. So we had a significant decrease in jail utilization. Thousands and thousands of jail bed days were not used by our department over the last year. So any questions about that? Just kind of blew through that.
Nice pyramid.
Next slide. This is a personal privilege slide. I just wanted an opportunity, this being my last budget meeting, to kind of acknowledge what a great organization Deschutes County is. It's been a wonderful place to work. It's a place that takes care of its staff, and in response, you get the best people in the business to do it. I've been here 14 years, much longer than I've been on any single job. I can hold this one. I couldn't hold this, but no. And I've just enjoyed it thoroughly. It's been a great place to work. Tom, you've been awesome. Thank you. You've been a great boss. It's been a pleasure to work for you. The budget committee's been great. Mike, I wouldn't like it if you didn't ask you questions, really. So I just wanted to share that, and I also want to give some accolades to my direct reports who've done a fabulous job moving this department forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So a couple slides ago, you were talking about the state legislative stuff. I guess when you were being grilled by Mike, but I mean, so the budget could change though drastically after this because the legislative session isn't done,
Right.
and the intention of, you know, the will of the system at the state level is changing. It is a big unknown.
It is a big unknown. And, you know, we were hoping to know something by today,
Yeah.
but it doesn't happen that way. So it may change before you finalize the budget. So, yeah.
Might be Christmas in July, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, what we're hearing is they have buckets of money in Salem, buckets. The state has so much money.
I know.
Yeah, so
I think they're what?
Yeah.
it should be interesting to see where they spend it.
Any other questions
Well,
of
I was
us?
going to say, Tanner, it's great to hear about those monthly contacts and just the dashboard. I was just envisioning the concept of a caseload of an individual. My intention is to do the best work I can. I'll touch base with the ones I know they need it the most, and I might not be able to get to the rest. But you really kind of dialed it in, for who's doing what and why, intentionally connecting. So that's great to see those numbers now.
I'll brag about Tanner for a little bit. His
There you go.
dashboards are like the best in the state. Everybody's starting to adopt them. They're really cool. You'd like it. They're real time. Staff will call them up. This isn't right. I did more contacts on this, and then they'll adjust things. It's pretty cool.
I mean, Tanner, what's your perception right now of domestic violence? With COVID and the lockdown and so many people were home, and I think a lot of things happened that didn't get reported. I know it's a huge, huge problem in Deschutes County. I was shocked when I saw the numbers, how many people were there, on parole because of domestic violence. Have you seen, has the number gone down just because of the way things were?
Our DV caseloads are the ones that are going up, actually. So that's where we've seen the
DV cases.
domestic violence
cases
cases.
are going
Yes.
up.
Yes, that's where the only growth has really been, that's not a good thing, using growth that way, but our street crimes caseloads have been going down. And so part of that is ballot measure 110 and other endeavors.
But I mean, I thought it was terrible before COVID, the domestic violence rates. I was shocked how high they were. So if you're saying that that's even going up,
It's one thing I've got to throw this for our staff. Right before here, we went through a University of Cincinnati training on case management just last week. The entire department did. And one of the POs on the DV caseload, who has the largest one, came in and said, you know what, I just did this cost-benefit analysis with this individual, and he was denying stuff, and by the end of the conversation, it took 10 minutes, he said, yeah, I guess I did do that kind of stuff. So that's the quality assurance that we're trying to achieve, and we're really excited to get to, because usually it's the PO just trying to talk them into it, right, or convince them, and so we're actually using tools to do that, and then we're measuring that success. So, I mean, that was just one event, but yes, it's something.
One's better than none.
Yes.
Good, Bruce?
Any other comments or questions? All right, thanks, folks. Great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ken, yeah.
Oh my gosh, we're early. This
We got such a good chair.
Back up again.
Okay, let's see what we could do to mess this up. 171.
Take a quick break. is here to do that one. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you very much. Nick Lelak, Community Development Director, and I'm going to immediately introduce and turn our presentation over to Sherry Pinner, our Senior Management Analyst.
Thank you, Nick. First slide, please. So, as Nick mentioned, I'm Sherry Pinner, Senior Management Analyst for Community Development, and I'm here to present our fiscal year 22 proposed budget. Next slide. So our mission statement is to facilitate orderly growth and development through coordinated programs in education and service to the public. Next slide. Our agenda today, we're going to cover some budget themes from the past, present, and future, and a little bit of an overview. We're going to cover factors influencing the budget, business trends, financial trends, budget highlights, and there'll be a time period for questions, although please do feel free to ask your questions as we go through our presentation. Next slide. So our budget themes, many of you may recall that we sort of climbed out of the Great Recession in fiscal year 2015, so we felt like that was a period of sustaining the recovery. We went through a next period was a new normal, then a new era of financial stability, heightened complexity, and strengthened partnerships. We then felt we were moving into a period of efficiency and sustainability, then modest growth and complexity, a bit of stabilization, and then the pandemic. So we navigated the pandemic.
Sure. Did you notice the picture they used of you on the Zoom before? It's you drinking a glass of water.
I did notice that.
Do you think they could have found something more? Really?
Apparently, Zoom is a moment in time.
Yes, I know. I'm going like.
We only think it's water.
Yeah.
No, it's not water.
Well, maybe it was vodka, but
Yes.
That's down at Brother John's, you can
Sorry
tell.
to interrupt, but I just couldn't. I couldn't pass it up.
I did notice that, so thank you. So, we met last year. The pandemic really had just kicked off. We didn't know what to expect. Certainly, we've reported increased volumes in applications kind of across the board. And we think our budget theme for this next fiscal year is going to relate to managing change, as we have been identified as a Zoom region in the USA, and we are experiencing a significant amount of growth. Next slide. So the factors influencing the budget. So staff turnover, we've experienced over the past year since we presented, we've had 3 resignations and 4 retirements. Some of this turnover has caused us to need to reallocate our resources from service delivery to training, and that really does really plays a role in our coordinated services division. So that is a team that actually coordinates the permits between the direct service divisions and gets them out the door. They have to know a little bit about everything, and so we're really trying to streamline their training process, make that more rewarding and satisfying. And we're working with human resources on staff retention strategies, everything from creating maybe some lattice structure for classifications that don't have an obvious promotable step, but we're trying to do things to retain staff. We've also experienced a significant increase in online business services. So processing applications electronically was just a saving grace for our workload during this past year. We had, when we met last year, we had about a 30.6% average on our applications submitted electronically. We're now around 46.1%. And just out of an interest, I looked at the January through May of 2021 applications submitted in the City of La Pine as well as the City of Sisters, and we're tracking right around 86 to 90% of those applications are electronic. So in addition to increased electronic permits, we've had an increase in email inquiries, a lot of phone calls, people just calling to get the lay of the land and what it might be like to live here in Central Oregon. We've updated our website. We publish how-to videos, how to submit applications. We really tried to reach out to citizens and make their process more simple and streamlined. We modernized our hardware and peripherals to get some remote working capabilities. And through all of that, there were so many just natural improvement processes that happened for our operations as well as our yes.
I was wondering if you have a bunch of dashboards too.
We do.
Someone's got to explain those to me.
We do, as a matter of fact. Right. and then we were.
In the car or what?
Yeah.
And then with the office closed, being primarily restricted services. We were able to kind of reassign staff to do some specific digital services, and it really increased some efficiencies as well. And so as we move back into an opened office and maybe relocating at the satellite offices, we're really hoping to be able to continue some of those increased efficiencies. And then, of course, addressing major statewide and regional issues, housing and wildfire. The housing, we have our UGB amendment work that we're doing with the City of Bend and City of Redmond for their affordable housing projects. We had, of course, ADU legislation, and we participated on those committees, and I believe that legislation is actually up for a vote today. So wildfire, we completed a DLCD grant considering recommendations to addressing wildfire hazard mitigation and participated in advisory committees along the way on that as well. And then leading and participating in and coordinating efforts to manage growth. We have our transportation system plan update, our comprehensive plan update, which we're budgeting fiscal year 22 to start phase 1. We have a Tumalo community plan, which was also a grant-funded project. Of course, coordinating with the cities on their UGB amendments and the Terrebonne wastewater improvements, and the Pine Newberry neighborhood update. Next slide, please. So we wanted to just briefly touch on some future development that we're aware of. So in the Lapine area, we have our Newberry neighborhood, which currently has development by Sagebrush Development, which is Reserve in the Pines. That is a 3-phase project, about 191 lots. Polish Homes is, they just began developing Crescent Creek number 5 that has 53 lots remaining. And then we also, the county owns 2 additional quadrants and at an estimated 40 acres, and there seems to be a fair amount of interest from developers about developing those particular properties. So I know that our property manager will be having more discussions with the board.
Soon. That bringing those quadrants to the board for approval to market them.
And then in Sisters, we have what we're referring to as the Sisters Forest Service property. That's going to be a 3-phase project anticipated to last for about 3 to 5 years, possibly 350 single-family dwellings with some industrial properties as well.
Infrastructure.
Yes, I can address that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was.
Oh, no, it's a good question. You want me to go ahead? You finish that, and then I'll talk about the graphic.
Okay. So infrastructure on Sisters Forest Service property is going to scheduled to start later this year. Caldera 2, which is in the Sun River area, they submitted a master plan in April. That's 614 acres, 500 single-family dwellings, and potential amenities. And then, of course, the rural ADU bill, which will be voted on today, is a potential 9,800 lots, will meet the state requirements.
That Caldera development, is that within the Sun River Service District for fire and police?
No.
It isn't. Okay, so they won't see any growth.
Only Sun River proper is in the district, neither Crosswater or
I didn't know Crosswater.
the first Caldera, they're not in it either. It's
So they
just-
don't get fire protection from Sun River, then they get it from Lapine? Boy, the other ones are across the street.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. That's okay.
So I'll just mention the graphic in the bottom right. That is the entrance to the City of Sisters from the west. That's what we've often referred to as the Forest Service property. We received this a couple of months ago, and we just confirmed with the City of Sisters that the application has just been submitted to the City of Sisters as recently as last week. So we're now able to show this graphic publicly that shows how this is the new roundabout on the west side with Barclay Road as you come in, and this is going to be a very significant change to the entrance to Sisters, but provided needed housing both in the city and in the region.
And the top one is Lapine?
That's in Lapine. That's the Reserve in the Pines, exactly.
Is that a golf course in the middle?
It's a community park, a neighborhood park right in the middle.
Shipping and putting.
I saw a sand trap there.
And Nick, I was talking to the director for Habitat from Sisters last night, and she actually is talking to Laird Superfoods about possibly doing some habitat projects within that, which would be amazing.
Gosh, that's great. Yeah.
So it seems to be coming together.
Mm-hmm.
And there's about 5 houses, 2 or 3 they're aiming for completion, and a couple more being started. Probably 6 now already.
In that top one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So next we'll discuss our business trends. So this is this graph represents single-family dwelling applications received. I started really paying attention to this probably over the past year. And what we experienced July 20 through April of 21 is we received 632 single-family dwelling applications. And when you compare that to the prior year, same time period, we've experienced a 41% increase. Next slide. Single-family dwelling permits issued. So again, this information is July 20 through April 21. We have issued 591 single-family dwelling permits, which is identical to the same number we issued last year over a 12-month time period. 22% increase.
So you have more applications, but the same amount issued.
I'm sorry?
Well, you have the page before.
Yeah.
You have 632, and you issued 591, and before you had
Be a good argument for adding a.
and you issued 591.
Yes, so it does take various times for the applications to make their way through the permitting process, and we like to turn those somewhere between 8 and 10 weeks.
Okay.
So Sherry, how many were single-family then were done in May? Do you know? Do we have that number yet? Of May of 2021?
72, I believe.
So the 591 plus 72?
I believe so, and I'll be working on that report probably tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I thought you'd probably.
Yeah, thank you.
Significant, isn't it?
Yes, we are seeing significant submissions. Next slide, please. So our site evaluations received, we really monitor this particular application type because it is an indicator of future development. And what we experienced July 20 through April 21 is 289 applications. That's actually a 1% increase when compared to the same time period last year. What I would say about this particular division is with the pandemic and having a lot of citizens working remotely, what we've experienced is there are more flushes, and so there are more repair permits. And so when you look at the on-site division, all application types, they've experienced about 10% increase.
And terminology-wise, site evaluations is just it's septic. I mean, that's the
right.
Correct. It's determining whether or not a property can have a septic system, where it could be, which would then turn into a potential future.
And I'm just referring, the evaluation could be anything, but I mean, this is specifically for septic.
For new, this isn't to site evaluate a failed one.
No, that would be a repair permit.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So our land use applications received, we've seen when comparing July 20 through April 21 to last year, we've seen about a 26% increase. We received 873 through April compared to 816 for the entire 12-month period of fiscal year 20. And I can tell you that last April and May, I could kind of identify about a decrease, about 70 applications kind of related to the kickoff of the pandemic. We saw a little bit of a decline in submissions. By June, that had turned around, and then throughout the spring of this year, we really received a lot of applications. Next slide, please. So code compliance cases, we monitor these on an annual basis. So when you look at January of 21 through April of 21, we had received 301 code compliance cases compared to 347 of last year. So that's about a 15% decline. In talking with the manager, we weren't really able to identify any particular reason for this, but given that it's code compliance cases, we feel like that is a good sign. And as well as we are going to implement the noxious weed program in fiscal year 22, so not having performed that before, we're unsure what that means and how many cases that might bring, as well as we're anticipating that perhaps cases might increase related to ADU legislation and getting complaints from citizens regarding ADUs once those become a legal option. So,
and Sherry, before you continue, because we're going to move into financial trends, we can't emphasize enough the potential impacts of the rural accessory dwelling unit legislation. We'll meet with the Board of Commissioners. If it's adopted this month, in the next couple of weeks, as we expect, we'll meet with the board by early to mid-July to then implement those regulations into county code, but the ripple effects that could have across our department, building permits, septic permits, we'll still have to work with the board to decide, is there a land use process or is it a by right use? We'll work on that. But the impacts across the department of helping those property owners that have unpermitted accessory dwelling units into compliance with the new code, which is not included necessarily in the 9,800. It could be, but it's really, the potential impacts are very, very significant across all divisions. So these numbers could really begin to increase this next year and beyond.
Next slide, please. So now we're going to turn our focus to our financial trends. And this graph represents revenue in millions since fiscal year 11. So I believe we are going to, CDD will finish the fiscal year 21 with about 9.9 million, and we have submitted a budget for 11.1. So that's about a 17.5% increase, and that's about $1.2 million. And so 945,000 of that is related to new FT increases as well as COLAs and step increases. And then we are budgeting again for the phase 1 of our comprehensive plan update and a land use application appeal process change, which would make up the remainder of the $1.2 million. Next slide, please. Just wanted to also represent staffing levels over time. We did start fiscal year 21 with 57 employees, submitted a budget in March with a request for 8 new FTE, and as literally pretty much as soon as we submitted it, we sort of realized that we needed to come before the board and ask for 4 of those to be granted early, and they were gracious and did that in March of 2021. So in March, we were granted 2 building safety inspectors, 1 for field inspections and the other for plan review. We were granted an assistant planner and a senior planner. And what we are requesting now through this particular budget process are the remaining 4 FTE, and they are all related to our coordinated services team. And again, that team is basically the permit technicians who coordinate the permitting between the divisions and getting the payments made and out the door to our citizens. We are asking for 1 administrative supervisor. So the manager of our coordinated services team is also the manager of our code compliance team, and she has, I believe, about 16 staff. And so we're really looking to get some administrative help for her on the coordinated services team so that she can really focus on policies, procedures, and some higher level work that she really just does not have time to do with all the day-to-day staffing challenges, if you will. We're asking for an additional 2 permit technicians to assist with the increased volume and permit coordination. And we're asking for 1 administrative support technician who would assist with sort of our front lobby operations, as well as assist some of our smaller staffed divisions that don't really have someone to do their administrative type duties. And then I wanted to just mention that we did not submit requests for staffing for environmental on-site or code compliance. At the time of budget submission, we realize in environmental on-site there is a need to grow that team, as well as they have a 30-year employee who's going to retire within, say, 12 to 18, maybe 24 months. So we're really trying to figure out how to reorganize that team so that it's the most efficient, and then we will, if we still determine that there's a need, we'll come back before the board later this year. Potentially the same thing for code compliance. We don't know what implementing the noxious weed program looks like, and or whether there are going to be some other challenges for volume, if you will. And so there is a potential that we may come back later in the fiscal year for a request there. And I just wanted to sort of mention that now. Next slide, please. So this is a graph of our reserve funds, and I'll also have a more in-depth conversation when we talk about funds 300 through 302. In general, I wanted to mention that we have sort of an internal informal reserve fund policy that we use as a guideline. That guideline, we hope to have about a 12-month or a 1-year operating reserve. This $8 million gets us to about a 10-month operating reserve. That $8 million is made up from 3 different reserve funds, each having 3 different reserve fund operations. And again, we'll talk more in depth about that when we talk about Fund 300 through 302. Next slide, please. So now we wanted to point out some of our budget highlights. So again, our resources, we're proposing an $11.1 million budget. That's 17.5% over current fiscal year, again, COLAs, new staff, the comprehensive plan update, and we have built in about a 3 to 5% increase in application volume. We are asking for fee increases in code compliance, environmental on-site, and planning, and I'll talk more in depth about those soon, coming up. General fund request, we are requesting $100,000 for current planning, which is the base contribution that we've received over the past few years. And then we would like to propose a change in our land use appeal process. And so currently, if a land use application meets county code requirements and is appealed by, say, just an unhappy neighbor, the burden of that hearing cost really is on the applicant. And what we are proposing is that applications that meet county code and are appealed, that the county covers that with county general fund, and we are anticipating that might be to the tune of about $40,000. Of course, being our first year, that's just sort of our best estimate. And I wanted to remind everyone that in all of our divisions, if we receive general fund and end up not needing it, we refund that each year. Typically happens in August, right before we close the fiscal year.
I had a question on that, Tom. On our line item, page 186, it shows the 100,000 requested, but it doesn't show the 100,000 in the budget.
I believe it is.
Whoever would answer that, I don't know.
So on the third page of your resources, and I'm sorry I don't have the same page numbers as you, but it is budgeted under 391,001 transfers in general fund.
Yeah, general fund transfer.
Yeah, you'll see 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000 in the proposed from you, but in our budget, under the, it's not showing in the second column.
It is showing on page, yeah, it's there in the third column from the right. 100,000 is there. Transfer in general.
Oh, I misread that. Okay.
It's there.
Yeah, I just saw the zero and the double zeros.
I know. Yeah, it's hard to know because it would be really lovely if we could have the headers on each page. Greg, I know it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, the headers are on the first page, and then
then you kind of have to remember.
I withdraw that question.
I mean,
Everything's
we
fine.
should be able to remember, but it's really sweet if there's any way to add each page.
Exactly, I'll make a note.
No problem. Thank
So-
you for fixing me up there.
What's the thought about space needs? I mean, and it may not be for this year, but just like, Nick mentioned, it could be a ripple effect through the whole organization, and we're adding a couple at a time. Is there any, what's the horizon look like for space needs?
We're beginning to work with Lee Randall and his team on that exact issue now. We do have some empty spaces in our building now that we can absorb with the staff that we're proposing to add. But going beyond that, we would really be in a pinch for space. But we have some areas, for those of you that have been in the building, upstairs, for example, we have this huge bookshelf that's been there for, well, probably since the beginning, that separates kind of the planters from the atrium area. Is there an opportunity to remove that and then to, for example, put some plexiglass or something of that nature around that atrium so it keeps the light, and then create some additional workspaces there? And we're looking at other efficiency measures as well. We're exploring other options, and I think as we think about shared workspaces, for example, for some building inspectors that we may be able to, if there's support, we could continue to dispatch some of those building inspectors maybe that live in the Redmond area, that are conducting inspections in the Redmond area, as we dispatch them directly rather than, of course, it's their personal time to and from work, but it's county vehicles that they then drive back to Redmond and then drive back to the office.
Hey, you can get them out of the parking lot.
Keep them out of the parking lot. They could spend the additional hour conducting inspections in the area rather than driving back and forth, plus the savings. So we are really open, and we want to look at a lot of options. And so it's not to say that they wouldn't still meet at least once a week in person together, because I do think that's very important to do so. But they may not all need their own individual offices. It's kind of like a real estate office. I've been to those where they have very small places where they kind of check in, they do their work, and then they're primarily in the field. We're looking at those kinds of options for some of our staff.
Nick, since you mentioned that remote parking, would it be a major inconvenience if your staff parked not up here but remotely and went there and got their vehicles and went to work?
It would really depend on the staff and the team. For example, for planning, probably not so much because there's not nearly as many site visits, whereas with code compliance, where they're conducting investigations off and on throughout the day.
Pick up a vehicle out of Public Works, leave their personal one there and go out and do their stuff?
Yeah, I think we would certainly be open to exploring those options.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nick, what about the fact, didn't you have like 75% of your staff working remotely? Are any of your team going to continue with that remote work? Or are you going to bring them all back, pretty much so?
We're interested in continuing to explore having continued remote work, but we would like to explore hybrid schedules in the office at least a few days a week, and if they're working remotely, a few days a week, because we do see efficiencies in that. The way I think about it is a couple of ways. One, if there's a real benefit to the county, it's either an economic benefit, an efficiency benefit. Then really, that's kind of the first cut of where does the county benefit from remote work. The second one would be, is there a desire by employees to work remotely? And then how do we create that balance? Is it a 2-3 or a 3-2 or a half day, or what does that look like? Because I really think that to build a team, I mean, we've been so fortunate throughout the pandemic to continue to provide high levels of service with a great culture and all of these great things. But it's because we had such a solid team coming into the pandemic. But as we rebuild that team coming out, as we have new staff coming on board, I really think that personal interaction is extremely important. And so we certainly don't have the answers yet. We certainly look forward to coordinating with the Human Resources Department because we want to be consistent with what other county departments are providing and offering so that we're consistent. But we certainly want to explore the flexibility to benefit the county as well as employees.
Thank you.
So in addition to general fund request and current planning, we are requesting $150,000 for our long-range division, which would be the Phase 1 comprehensive plan update. We plan on using consultants for that. And of course, if that didn't kick off or we didn't use those general fund dollars, we would refund those as well. And then we've also included our certified local government historical grant. It's a $10,000 grant. We participate in that each time it's available. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit of our requested fee increases, and of course those are to offset inflationary costs. It's the difference between projecting expenses and revenues and helps us maintain our anticipated service levels. So current planning fees, we're asking for a 3% increase. It was last increased in July of 2019, so that's fiscal year 20. And we're asking for a 3% increase in our environmental on-site fees, which were last increased in July of 2018, so fiscal year 19. And then we're also asking for a 0.02% increase on code compliance, advanced planning, and public information counter fees, which are based on building valuation. Next slide, please.
And just to point out, we're not asking for any fee increases for the building division, for building safety division, just so this includes the other programs within the community development department, but not building.
Correct. So on the requirement side, again, we have COLA and step increases. We're asking for a staffing of 65 FTE. Again, that was initially an increase, a request of 8, which 4 of those were granted in March. The remaining 4 are for our coordinated services division, which we discussed earlier. We have our Phase 1 of our comprehensive plan update budgeted. We budgeted for this change of land use appeal process. And there are some reserve fund transfers, which we will talk in depth about when we discuss funds 300 through 302. Next slide, please. So that kind of concludes the discussion of our operating fund 295. Are there any questions that we want to talk about before we move on to other funds that CDD is responsible for?
Well, can you explain debt collaboration, solid waste, juvenile property and facilities? I just don't know what.
Department collaboration. You bet. So we, CDD is responsible for the code abatement fund, which has about $125,000 beginning fund balance, and it's used for the cleanup of chronic nuisance properties. This does not happen very often, and when we have those chronic nuisance properties that have been identified as such, and the county is actually going to go in and clean those up. We collaborate with other county departments such as solid waste, juvenile, property and facilities. A lot of that depends on the circumstance of the property.
Does this prevent us sending deputies out in uniform, carrying guns, cleaning up shit out there? Which was on television with 5 deputies.
It really can, to provide resources to help this.
Okay.
It can really help that.
Deputies cleaning up garbage.
And one of the, we didn't list it here, but the department collaboration, there's actually a picture you can see in the upper right-hand corner. We do have Laura Kennard, our deputy, so the Sheriff's Department's a real partner in this as well. And the Sheriff's Department we've had a great relationship with them for decades with code enforcement, and it has really increased in the last couple of years because they see the value of addressing these issues with previously code enforcement, now code compliance. If we can address these issues in code compliance, it's going to save a lot of resources from law enforcement in the future, which is a great thing. That's piece number one. Piece number two, we have some really innovative and creative code compliance staff that they have volunteered to say, how about if we go to some of these long-term nuisance properties and we clean them up as a staff? And they've signed the waivers. We've coordinated with our risk management department, with our legal counsel, and that's what these photos are of them going out and cleaning up one of their work days with some county equipment, some of their personal equipment that they thought, we can achieve so much more together in a collaborative way with the residents. It was just such a successful effort.
It's pretty expensive labor.
I was just going to ask, Mike, I think what you were talking about are instances where sheriff's deputies are going out and doing cleanups in like homeless camps.
Yeah.
On public land. Well, in this case, okay. I mean, these are pictures of people doing,
on private property. Okay.
Yeah, code, like code violation abatement.
See our deputies carrying guns and cleaning up crap. Waste of money.
Okay. So CDD also manages the Fund 296, which is our groundwater partnership program. This is the fund that we manage our South County nitrogen rebate program in. So I just approved the 7th one this morning. So we've had 7 in fiscal year 21. That's a $3,750 rebate for citizens who meet the qualifications. We've also in the past funded a neighbor impact non-conforming loan program. That current balance is $89,000. There's not been a new loan issued against the Deschutes County money, if you will, since November of 2017. I spoke with, just as the pandemic took off, I spoke with the person who manages that program, and certainly at that point he anticipated seeing applications, but that did not play out. This is also the fund in which lots that are developed within the Reserve of the Pines, a $1,500 pollution reduction credit is paid into this fund, and we've budgeted 75 of those based on conversations with Sagebrush Development and how quickly they were going to build out.
And this is an important program to upgrade septic systems to protect groundwater. And we have been hesitant to really promote this program until this last year going forward because we've seen that balance, going down and not a lot of revenues coming in while we have the debt service to pay. That whole trend is reversing now, and now we see a lot of revenues coming into that fund, paying off the debt this next fiscal year, and really extraordinary opportunities, especially if we're also sell the 2 quadrants for up to a couple of hundred homes in La Pine that are adjacent to the Crescent Creek neighborhood. So really some exciting opportunities going forward for groundwater protection in southern Deschutes County.
Next slide, please.
Well, and that can be groundwater protection in the whole county also. I mean, very much the policies of how it would proceed, but we always want to be able to promote groundwater protection everywhere. Yeah, in the rural.
Mm-hmm. So kind of in coordination with the Groundwater Partnership Fund, we also have this Newberry Neighborhood Fund, and within this fund is where we manage La Pine Special Sewer District's sewer loan, which generated back in the early 2000s, and it was to put in a sewer system in the South County area. And so at the time that we created this slide, there was a balance of $341,000. That's more like $307 now. We've received some additional SDCs. We retain the SDCs, sewer SDCs, as payment against the loan, and again, that applies solely to the Newberry neighborhood in South County. Crescent Creek, Crescent Creek Polish homes, they have about 53 more undeveloped lots. Part of the original agreement gave Polish Homes a discount on the first 300 units that they built. I just wanted to mention they have about 143 of those discounted SDCs remaining. Habitat for Humanity also builds within the Newberry neighborhood. They have 10 lots that are undeveloped. They build about 3 of those a year. And Reserve in the Pines, again, we talked, it was 191 single-family dwellings, and about 175 of those are undeveloped. And what I mean by that is that they haven't pulled permits. Also related to some of the sewer district loans, we had a full faith and credit 2012 refunding bond. And the portion that is eligible, the portion that is for CDD is callable this year in December of 21. Nick and I have been talking with Greg about strategies on how to get that paid off, at least the CDD portion. And so more to come on that.
And that's a big deal because the city of La Pine would then be able to collect their own SDCs to pay for their own transportation improvements. Sewer improvements. They do have a transportation SDC now too, but really it's their sewer improvements.
They do. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about Fund 300 through 302. These are our reserve funds that we mentioned earlier. So again, we have a combined fund balance of about $8 million. On average, that's about 10 months of operating expenditures. When you break down the detail, so Fund 300 would be just sort of what we call our broad and general community development reserve fund. So that would be for administration, coordinated services, planning, and environmental on-site. That has a balance of about $2.6 million. That's about 6.5 months operating expense. Building safety reserve is $4.6 million, and that is about 14 months operating expense. And our electrical reserve is $721, and that is about 9 months operating expense. And both the building safety reserve and electrical reserve are requirements of Oregon Revised Statute. And then I mentioned earlier that we have an internal informal reserve fund policy that just kind of guides us in an effort to have about a 12-month reserve fund policy. There is budgeted, so this was an interesting conversation. We have, certainly we've got the general fund request for our current and long-range divisions. And then we're also proposing a potential budget to our general reserve fund of about 140, I think it's 148,000. I wanted to explain that a little bit. So as I mentioned earlier with environmental soils, potential need for new staffing, just for budgetary purposes, I wanted to represent those monies as earmarked to be transferred into a reserve fund in the event that staff are not hired, are not needed and not hired. I really feel very strongly that that request is going to happen in the fall. And if granted new FTE, that particular reserve fund transfer would not occur because we would spend those money rather than earmarking them for future purpose for environmental on-site. Any questions about that?
So I was just kind of balancing the concepts of the reserves and the general fund ask. Is there a point? Would there be logic in having the community development department self-fund for those choices of long-range planning, current planning, those fees, or is that kind of a disconnect of the purpose of those dollars? Because I'm looking at the community development reserve itself at $2.6 million.
I think it would
slow down the investment.
Yeah, it would largely depend on how well we want to prepare for future emergencies or instabilities. And in this particular case, often what happens, because we budget at the fund level, so the greater community development fund, but we manage at a division level. Mm-hmm. And so I like to watch each division, make sure that they're each balanced and that we're not spending, for example, environmental soils dollars on planning purposes.
Yep. And that's why I was wondering, is it general fund to invest? Because, there's support for that. Those are great investments. But on the other hand, slowing that investment to the reserve down a little bit may be perfectly appropriate right now. I have a hunch there's going to be a role roll for at least this next fiscal year. I don't think we're seeing hard times coming now.
It's really a policy choice in terms of we could increase fees in order to cover some of these big expenses, such as the comprehensive plan update. We could utilize reserve funds. We could. The challenge is most of the money going into the reserve funds is going into building and electrical reserve funds. That's where the majority of it is going. It's not going into the community development, the Fund 300. So that's kind of the challenge. So
what's that breakdown then? I guess that'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, that's a good question, and that's only about a 6-month.
6.5.
That's a pretty short window, and that supports current planning, long-range planning, code compliance.
Yeah.
Administration and
So you're
administration.
saying 2.6 million.
Yeah, it's
the current amount. Probably should be almost double that.
Exactly. Ideally, that would be double.
Yeah, that kind of answers the question right there.
Right.
So thank you for working that through. Yeah.
Thank you.
2 of those reserves, your note was they're state required. Is that correct? And so, what does the state require? Do they require 12 months or 6 months or?
Actually, what the revised statute states is something similar to revenues generated by building safety must be spent on building safety purposes, and so they must be accounted for separately, and we've chosen to have that as a different fund. And so we can't spend building safety dollars on planning functions or electrical surpluses on, on-site functions.
So what is the amount that you're getting to, or are you there as far as the state?
To my knowledge, the state doesn't have that type of requirement. We have an internal guideline that we use,
There's
thinking.
no state rules, we have to have reserve fund.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm saying, what is the reserve? What's the right amount?
I think for building safety reserve and the electrical reserve, I think this takes us to the right amount for where we need to be, which is one of the reasons we're not requesting any fee increases. And I think as we begin to project forward, what does this mean going forward? If these funds are going to continue to grow, or do we continue to hire more staff to even be faster and faster and faster with inspections and plan review and the services we provide? And we are discussing that right now with our management team, even though that budget isn't. Obviously, we don't submit for the next fiscal year until next February or March. We're beginning those conversations right now as we see these funds continuing to grow with projected growth as we've talked about.
Nick, would it make any sense to look how much you got to get subsidized by the general fund during the last mess and set that as a goal, plus 20%?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think, that's a great idea, right.
We exhausted our reserves, and the decision was, we want to keep this department alive the best we can, and the Budget Committee did. So there's a good guide there to say, and I can't remember, I think it was $8-10 million. I mean, Tom, you remember better.
Yeah.
You were.
How much we spent down, or how much the general fund?
How much the general fund bailed?
$6 million.
Could be. I was thinking more like 3 or 4 over time, but Sherry might be right.
But it's very easy to find out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd do that and put an inflationary thing on that and say, hey, that's where we want to sit. That's going to be enough to bail us if we have as bad a mess as we had in 05.
But I'm wondering how many. We want now 65 FTE. That's what your goal is. But how many did we have in 2006? I know we had like 2,600 units or something built that year.
75.
75. So we're still 10 below that, and much more efficient. Actually, though, fewer units being done. Yeah, I know we need a dashboard. So okay, thank you, Tom.
Good discussion. Next slide, please. I think that concludes our presentation.
I was curious that the mention of staff turnover and the need for new strategies for retention and recruitment. Do you have some thoughts, some ideas there for what kind of new strategies you need?
We do, and so with environmental soils and with building inspectors, plan reviewers, there's a BSI, Building Inspector 1, 2, and 3. And so with the different certifications, inspectors can be promoted, and that's also the case with environmental soils, 1, 2, and 3. We don't have the same opportunity with permit technicians. Permit technicians are just one category. And so what Angie Havner, our coordinated services manager, has been doing, and just an exceptional job, looking at what some other counties in the Portland metro areas and others, how do they continue to promote permit technicians? Do they have a permit tech 1 and a permit tech 2, and then potentially a supervisory position? And the permit tech 1, for example, may work primarily on building permit applications, and primarily in our Bend office. And a permit tech 2, for example, could be more well versed in all of the divisions and work in the satellite offices. So that would be an opportunity. So that there's an opportunity for them to move up within the division, as well as with the administrative supervisor, potentially a lead. We're looking at those opportunities, and we've just begun the discussion this spring with Human Resources to think about that. And we would like to bring all of this in a package to Human Resources and for the board's consideration, but not until probably in the fall. And then when it comes to planning, we're looking at Clackamas County. And the reason, first of all, that's so important is that it takes 6 to 12 months to train permit technicians to perform all of these coordination duties. It's really a laborious process. It's resource intensive for everybody. And then if they turn around and leave in 2 to 3 years, that's a huge investment that we've just lost. So what can we do, and especially when we look at housing prices, what can we do to retain our staff? That's such a great investment into our team. And then when we look at planners and planning, Clackamas County has a great model, and they're in the process of updating it now. They've referred to it as the lattice structure or a promotional path. So planners that have been in the office for X number of years and have achieved certain benchmarks in terms of their proficiencies or efficiencies with turning around applications, an assistant planner could then be promoted to an associate planner, and then an associate planner to a senior planner. So we're looking at those options. There can be drawbacks, and we have to, so it's really a balancing act. Clackamas County does have a real top-heavy staff. They have a lot of senior planners. But the trade-off is that they've retained those planners, and they stay for a decade or longer. And so while they may end up paying their staff more, they're also not experiencing the same turnover costs and the retraining costs and all of those. So we're really looking at some of these different models that other jurisdictions have used, and we want to continue to work closely with Human Resources Department again and have that conversation with the board.
Thank you. Be sure and pick good counties.
I'm sorry?
Pick good counties.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, Nick, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks, Sherry.
You're
I know
welcome.
you did all the work.
He always does. Yes, thank you, Sherry.
I let him take all the hard questions.
Oh, well, Sherry, just find a new pitcher for next year's.
Yeah,
meeting,
good.
you know.
That drinking picture.
Or you could call Gumper's Distillery and ask them for something special.
Mhm.
Give a little local.
These are all great ideas.
Well, I wouldn't call them great, but
We're doing good.
Yes. Job security. Got one for you here.
Thank you.
I was talking to Chris.
Yes, let's do
Yeah,
that.
well, Chris Doty, though, I was telling
So
you.
this is the DA's office, as I was looking at it. In addition to the
Short
primary
15
responsibility and
Field workers.
prosecution, these
Yeah,
bullet points.
he needs 20 and he only has 5.
Cut and pasted
I believe that's what
exactly
it
right
said on
here.
Friday.
You know how to get.
Yeah.
2 pages later.
I mean, it's bad out
I think
there.
it should have been here probably the second.
Peppa here again. Next up is District Attorney, and I'm going to turn it over to John Hummel.
Bruce, hey, thanks. Good to see everyone. We're on time. This is great. I love it. Okay, so we've got a slide presentation, so why don't we pull up the slides? Wait for that. Okay, and we have, if anyone has questions at any point for Chris Heyman, who did with Prosecutor Center for Excellence, she's on call. She won't be on the screen, but we can just text her, and she's blocked this time, so she can pop in if anyone has a detailed question for her. I'll move relatively fast through my presentation. I mean, never hesitate to stop me. But since we had the meeting a few weeks ago, I think, maybe we'll spend most of our time on questions. But stop me in the presentation anytime you want. I've got it in two sections. One, I'm going to start with talking about the operational changes that Prosecutor Center for Excellence recommended, and then I'll talk about the staffing changes that they recommended. So we'll go next slide. And so we'll start with an overview. I think most of you know this, but it's just important to, ground us in our team. And I always talk about our team as one team. You look at it in two separate funds, and I appreciate that. And we do that for budgeting, of course, the DA fund and the VAP fund. But I put them together for presentations as much as possible. So this is the team you're looking at, of course, is the DA's team and the victims advocates team. So we've got me. I don't even think I'm on there. Yeah. You didn't have me on there. I'm there.
Where are you?
I should be there.
But
so there's two chief
administrative manager.
Oh, I'm in the seal at the bottom right corner, I guess.
Save some money with this budget.
So we got two chief deputies, that's Steve and Mary, the 21 deputy attorneys, 21 trial assistants, 2 investigators. Just one investigator is paid for by general fund. One is grant funded. 1 executive assistant, operations manager, and administrative manager, 2 IT analysts. We have a receptionist, a half-time file clerk, a .25 management analyst, and then we have Ashley, who manages the Victims Advocates Program with 7 advocates. So I know you're familiar with that, so I just wanted to ground us in that. So next slide, please. All right, so we'll do the operational changes first. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm just going to go through each change and just give you a real quick hit on it, again, because we talked about it a few weeks ago. But again, let me know if you want to dig deep on it. So you'll see in the parentheses I put a DA page number. That's the document that it was my response to the Prosecutor's Center proposal, and you have that there, 3-hole punch for you. So if you want to look at that, you can check it out. And then we have the PCE, Prosecutor's Center for Excellence, page reference that refers to each of these recommendations. So the first one was for more criminal justice training this is for trial assistants. And this makes sense to me. I mean, attorneys, we've worked all throughout a case from beginning to end, so we know how it starts and how it ends. Trial assistants just work on, kind of 1 or 2 pieces of it. And, maybe in an assembly line process, that's okay. But actually, we think they'd be better, and the public would be better served if they knew what happened before they got that case, and if they know what's going to happen after they passed that case off. We think it would be better for outcomes and performance. We also think it would be better for job satisfaction. Have to be. I mean, you wonder what I'm just like putting on a part at the Ford Motor Plant. You'd like to know you're part of something bigger. So that was a great recommendation. We'll do that. Paralegal training. The idea is that trial assistants have the skills, many of them, and the interest in doing higher level work, and you could take some work off of the district attorney's plate by doing that. And that's a good idea. We have to work with Kathleen Hinman to not be working people out of class. So there's a fine line. There is more they can do while staying in class. If we wanted to work them out of class, the recommendation is not to add more paralegals to our budget. You won't see a request for that. So we'll work with Kathleen Hinman on making sure we don't run afoul of the union contracts or working someone out of class. But there's a little more they can do. Auditing data in next slide, please. Auditing data in Carpel. Remember, Carpel is our case management software program. We're doing this now. PCE had some recommendations on how we can do it better, and we will do that. Trial assistance.
John, on that Carpel point, that was also, if I remember, a recommendation to fully utilize Carpel to assist in the victims advocate program.
You'll see about
That's part
3 or
of this.
4 different operational changes that relate to Carpel, and they had a big overall takeaway on that we should get. Their recommendation is that we need a new IT person, 1 FTE, to implement these changes to Carpel. You'll see, I'm not asking for that. I think we can do it without that. We have a grant pending right now for a IT consultant. They wouldn't become a permanent part of our team, but they'd come in to do lots of these Carpel improvements.
I remember the benefits were going to be fairly significant, especially.
Oh, yeah. No, we think we're going to get a lot of bang for our buck. I think it's about establishing these systems, training us in it, and then that person can go away. We don't need them full-time. But, yeah, you're right on that. Trial assistance in court. This is, again, the trial assistants are the legal assistants. They help the attorneys prepare cases. And what used to happen was the attorneys would go into court. They'd be, scribbling notes in their file while trying to make an argument to the judge, and then they have to document what was happening when making arguments. I mean, you can eat and chew gum, walk and chew gum at the same time, but the arguments weren't as good as they could be if you were just focusing on that, and the notes weren't as good as they could be if you were just focusing on that. And then when the attorney came back to the office, you'd have your notes, and oftentimes the trial assistants would say, "What did you mean by that? I don't understand that note." And then you have that downtime. So if you have a trial assistant who's in court with the attorney, they're documenting the notes, and then they're actually doing stuff there too, rather than saying in the note, when the judge says, "All right, next court date is next week," the note would say, like, "Notify the witness of the next court date." The trial assistant's in court typing that note of the next court date, and then sending out an automated notice, like, in court. So when you leave court, it's done. For the most part, you'll obviously have to do some stuff after you leave court. So we've started implementing that already. Crime analyst training. We love the trial assistants in our office. I mean, they've said, God, a lot of these recommendations are trial assistants need to do more. And it's a fine line. I mean, they want to do more, but they're already overworked. And so all of these things are in conjunction with the staffing requests for more staff. But if we can do it, we want to do it. Now, this also is a fine line if you work people out of class. So, again, good idea, support it. We'll work with HR on making sure we don't work people out of class. Next slide, please. Old computer replacements, absolutely, it's happening. Will be completed by September 1st, fully implemented. Most of them have happened already. Court law enforcement integration. This is so important. There's 2 parts to this. Integration, obviously, integration with the courts and integration with law enforcement. We think we've close to maximizing the computer interface efficiencies with the court. There's a limit to how much you can interface. The court system is not as robust as our system. They can't do as much as we can do. So we've taken all we can from them. We'll always open to new ideas on that, but we think we've maximized that. With law enforcement, we've not maximized that at all. Absolutely, there's better IT integration that can happen, and we're working on that. Data entry discrepancies. A big part of this is training, right? If you've got 70 people entering things into a system, if people do it differently, maybe they get it right every time in their world, but someone else enters it differently, and then you try to run a big data set, and you're picking up this person's data because he coded it right, and you're not picking up this person's data. So that's a training thing, and we absolutely have to be better on that. So we're working on that. Okay, next slide. Training and onboarding. This, yes, we're going to do this. This is 2 parts to this. I think one is natural growing pains of becoming a small organization to a large organization. I mean, think of the organizations you've worked at with a few employees. What's the training? Well, the owner or the manager sits down with the new person and tells them how it is because the owner knows it and they got time to spend with the new person. Major corporations, 100,000 people, they have teams of trainers, right? And they've got they have 80 slide PowerPoints. The person's in training for a week. That we know how that happens. These mid-size offices, you still kind of try to do it with the boss or the supervisor's doing it, but they don't have time, and every supervisor does it differently. Well, we're growing up now. We can't do that anymore. We've got to automate our training, have structured training that is delivered, and it was great that PCE caught that, and we're going to do that. First step will be Carpel training. We got to train on every aspect of our organization, of course, but how do you use our Carpel system? That's going to be a more structured training. We're going to have that ready by August 1st for new employees. Next one, reorganizing IT staff. You'll see that Prosecutors Center for Excellence noticed some inefficiencies in the IT department, and they recommend addressing it by having a supervisor in there. It's a department of two, and making one of them a supervisor. I don't think we need to do that. I mean, one, to have a supervisor of one person, that seems overkill, but they recognize some problems in there. When you don't have a boss, you send a work order into the department. Well, this person thinks the other one's doing it, this person thinks that person's doing it, and oftentimes you realize you dropped something. So we're going to address that by a ticketing system that we don't have. This is routine in larger organizations. We had the small organization, you didn't need it. We're growing up now. So you don't send a request to either of the IT people. You send it in through a ticket order. It's date stamped. It's assigned to one of the people, and you can track, time to completion. And the person who puts in the order knows what IT professional is working on it, so they can check with them.
John, who does the evaluations of the two people that don't have a specific boss?
Well, they have a specific boss. It's me, but their department is just two people. And so PC was say make one of them a supervisor and one of them not.
I don't mean to be critical, but
I'm not an IT expert.
You're not an IT.
Not critical. I don't speak French either. I'm not insulted by that. Yeah, no, you're right. And so we definitely look. I look to outcomes, right? I'll say we want something done. And do they deliver it? If they deliver it, great. I don't say, hey, I want you to code it using, this coding. I'm not able to do that. But we get great outcomes. Our two IT people are spectacular. We're always pleased with the outcomes. We're sometimes not pleased with the timing, and it's not because they're slacking. It's just because of confusion on who's working on what. So we're going to try the ticketing system. And watch it. If it doesn't work, we'll look for a different way. But I'm confident this will work. Management training. God, this seems so simple, right? But we don't know. You don't grow up knowing how to manage, right? Attorneys aren't taught how to manage. Victim advocates aren't taught how to manage. Trial assistants aren't taught how to manage. You're really good at your job. You get promoted to management, and then you just have to manage. I mean, management's a skill, and you learn on the job through mistakes, and that's not the best way to do it. And again, small office versus big office, you can probably figure out how to manage an office of 3 or 4 people. When you're supervising 10 or 15 people, you need skills in management. So absolutely, we're going to implement that. Okay, next slide. All right, we talked about Chief Deputy District Attorney caseloads and clarifying their role. As I told you at our last meeting, we're going to significantly reduce their caseloads, but they will still hold a caseload. And that's for 2 reasons, as I said previously. One, you have to be in court doing some of the work to gain the respect of the people you're supervising. You need face time with the judges. We find judges are so busy, they often won't call us up and ask for a meeting like, hey, John, or hey, Steve Gunnels, or hey, Mary, could you come in and talk about something? Because they don't have time to do it. But if they see Steve in the court, hey, Steve, could you just pop in my chambers? And they'll pull him aside for a few minutes. So it's good for that reason. But we want to reduce the caseloads because they don't have enough time for the oversight and in coaching and culture work that they need to do. So we're going to implement that. Change team structure. We talked about that at the last meeting, too. We have 3 prosecution teams: traffic, property and drugs, and person crimes of violence. And the Prosecutors Center for Excellence has recommended we move from 3 teams to 2 teams, and the teams become generalist, not specialists. So that it would be, we come up with cutesy names. I don't know, the A or B team, the Beavers or the Ducks, something like that. But if you're on the team, everyone on this team will handle drunk driving, thefts, and crimes of violence. Everyone on this team would handle drunk driving, thefts, crimes of violence. There's pros and cons of any way you do it. I mean, the pro of the specialized teams is you develop a heightened, expertise, obviously. The con is you get burned out on that, and the con is you have less of ability to cover other cases when someone's out of the office or on vacation, or you have someone leaves or retires. So this is like the ultimate cross-training. Now, we're going to do it with a twist. You'll be on a generalist team, but if you are the best person at child sex abuse cases, you will continue to have the bulk of your caseload be that. But you'll also handle some other cases. But you also get to mentor the newer attorneys on the team who've never handled a child sex abuse case before. So we like the recommendation. It was, this is the most fundamental recommendation. I mean, this just changes our whole office operation. But one, I like it. And two, I'll just be honest with you. I mean, my chief deputy said this, and it was really great. It's like, if we're going to have a consultant that we think is, the top in the country, come in with all of her years of experience and make a recommendation the fundamental recommendation she makes. If we didn't accept it, like what was the point of having them in there? So like we're not 100% sure. I think it's the right way to go, but also we got to lean in to the recommendations. So we're going to go in all in on that.
What about the rest of the staff? What do they think?
To be determined. Some like it and some don't. But I think some like it, some don't, and some are undecided. It's kind of like a.
So when you implement this, I would assume you're gonna be taking the temperature in this whole thing.
Oh yeah, no, we're gonna. There's gonna be. It's not gonna be dropped on. This will be over many months. This rollout, and and seeing how it works as we go along the way. But it can't be that we ask. Do people want to do it? Because some will and some won't. And so, one, it's definitely, we've shared the prosecutor center report with the entire office and spoken about it, and we're starting to get feedback on it. But we can implement the low-hanging fruit, which we've already started. The bigger implementation it will depend in large part on, what this group decides on the staffing part of it. So we're holding on that. But
you think you're going to have problems, and I don't know anything.
Yeah.
But let's say you have one deputy, and he's only done drunk driving cases since 1997.
Right.
And he doesn't want to do a damn thing else. That's all he does.
Right.
You can have problems pulling someone like that out of that trench and putting them in.
Well, maybe I'm not aware of that attorney on our.
Oh, I'm not saying.
No. But I mean, if someone's recalcitrant and refuses to, hey, that could happen. I don't see it happening. I mean, we're kind of an all hands on.
Okay.
We got a good team attitude among the attorneys. I mean, I could see no doubt, people have come to me separate from this, in the last 2 years. Hey, John, I'm a little uncomfortable with these cases. I don't want to do a lot of them. And so I take that into account. We'll tiptoe someone in a case. We'll have them second chair a case. That's a legal term of art, like where you sit next to another attorney during a trial and watch them do it, so you get mentored by another attorney. I'm not going to drop a huge new caseload on someone who is not comfortable with the type of case. So we can deal with those.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Data metrics to assess DDA workload. I mean, we're going to do that. We're developing data sets on how to do that. A big piece of that is freeing up the chief deputy time to do stuff like that. And so if we lower their caseloads, they'll be able to do stuff like that. Next slide. Team leads as supervisors was a big part of the recommendation. So we've got these teams that I just talked about. They are led by leads who are not supervisors. And that's good, having the leads. It's better than not having the leads. I mean, someone needs to schedule the team meeting, create the agenda, assign some work. But we run into problems when the team leads are seeing challenges with people on their staff. They're not their supervisor. They can't take corrective action. They don't do their evaluations. So there's a lot of, one, non-corrective action taken because the team lead doesn't have time to go to Steve and Mary and ask, and then debrief Steve and Mary on the whole situation, and then Steve and Mary would then engage. Also, Steve and Mary don't have time to, engage with the team leads on that. It's much more efficient, obviously, if the team lead's a supervisor and can immediately go into coaching, mentoring, helping, doing evaluations. So it makes sense. There's a price tag to that, and so we'll talk about that later. A slight bump in pay from a lead to a supervisor. Hire and contract with an HR professional. I talked to Kathleen about that. She and I are in agreement that we don't need a full-time HR person in the staff. And we don't know if we have to contract with an HR professional to come in, because there's like 15 or 20 kind of new policies and procedures and way to do stuff and make sure someone's not working out of class. If you take all these things we're talking about to implement that, I'd say that's to be determined on whether we need a consultant. Has been determined we're not asking for a full-time HR person. We'll see. I'll work with Kathleen and we'll see if we can do it on our own. I think we can, but if we need a consultant, we'll have it. We'll find that in our existing budget.
You say do it on your own, working with Kathleen.
Working with HR. Yeah. Victim advocate training. This is, I missed a word here. Victim advocate training for trial assistants. And you'll see in the PCE report that because the victims advocates are so overworked, a lot of their work bleeds into trial assistants. Trial assistants get a call from a victim. There's not an advocate available, so the trial assistants try to help them. The trial assistants haven't been trained in the work of an advocate. And so we recommend that we fully staff the victims advocates department. You'll see that later. And then this stuff won't be bleeding over to the trial assistants. But if we didn't fully staff the victims advocates, then there is training that would need to be done. Next slide. Office morale boost. Yeah, that was a lot of, there's a lot of the report talking about that. I take that very seriously. A couple of things that PCE identified, and I definitely agree with, that will increase morale. If we implement these operational recommendations, I think that's going to make our operations better. If we implement the staffing recommendations, if we get more judges, because I'm telling you that, you all know this, I'm preaching to the choir, but the problems caused by not enough judges is stressful for the judges. That, leads to, difficult times for them, and we feel that, and it results in backlogs in our office, which is stressful. So, very difficult there. And so all those things and more will help with morale. Workspace. There's a lot of moving parts on this. Are we going to have more staff? We'll know soon. You'll tell us. If we are, then we'd have to get, I think, temporary workspace, because again, we're in this not terrible situation, a bad and great situation. Long term, we are great for staffing in the DA's office. When we expand the courthouse and the court moves out of the second floor of our current building into the expanded courthouse, we take over the second floor. That's always been your long-term plan. We're fine. With that second floor, we're fine. But until that happens, we are crunched. I suggest we might be the most crowded department in the county, and so it's rough. But there are options for temporary space, and so we'll assess that when we know if we're getting additional staff. Next slide. They recommend they do recommend that we hire a new victims advocate, or fill a vacancy and add a new one. But if we do that, they definitely want them to have a social work experience. We always look for that, but we'll work with HR to make that actually listed as a preferred criteria. We kind of always, in our head, in our heart, had it as a preferred criteria, but we haven't advertised that, so we'll work with HR to do that.
And bilingual.
Absolutely, preferred, let's do
mandatory.
That. Oh, it's absolutely, 100%, yes, agreed. Are we getting in a little weeds here with contact information for victims and witnesses? But it gets back to what Mike said earlier. This is improving the functionality of Carpel to automate more of this. And so we'll be able to do that.
I got the impression that the recommendation would create close to a full-time person by freeing up their time on notifications.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but yeah. Yeah, no, my understanding of the operational recommendations and the staffing recommendations were that the staffing recommendations were made based on the operational efficiencies being implemented. In other words, like if we didn't implement the efficiencies, we might need more staff. It's not like if you do all the efficiencies, you don't need any staff. So I think they looked at the operational recommendations would produce this number of additional staff. And so I don't think it's that if you implement this efficiency, you won't need one of the staff they're recommending.
You got me thoroughly confused, but I'll.
Yeah. No, maybe, hey, if you make no operational changes, you need 20 staff members. If you do these operational changes, you only need 5 staff members. But then to say, well, you do these operational efficiencies, they say you need 5, maybe you need 0. It's like, no, yeah, okay.
So one note on, so talking about this communication with Carpel, and it sounds like that was for victim assistance, is where some of that could be automated. That was mentioned during that presentation. But the terminology was very valuable for me, which I haven't gotten here in the last few years, is the statutorily required services or connection points that are offered to victims, because it's always been, just for me, kind of vague about, okay, if we do more connections, we have better whatever, but I didn't know the terminology. So the terminology was very helpful from the consultants on that too. I'm just letting you know it was.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
And you'll see in your report, as the Commissioner says, I mean, you all read it, but it's good. These reports, sometimes you forget. When I saw all of the statutory obligations, and I know them all, but to see them all in writing, there's a lot. So this is one department where we are severely limited on our ability to cut the services we deliver because the legislature mandates that we do it.
Well, and that was valuable. You
Yeah.
know, it's like, oh, okay, and to see a list or to see a flow of a case, there's ways that we could be informed better. Because then we, as a budget group, we'd say, oh, we do need to add right here.
Yeah. All right, next slide. I'm going to try to pick up my pace a bit because I want to leave you time for questions. All right, survey of local service providers. PCE suggested that VAP conduct an assessment of the effectiveness of all local service providers. That's a massive project. I don't think we have the skill set to do that, and nor they'd all be working out of scope. So we think we can't do that. It does happen ad hoc that we meet with service providers. I mean, of course, and we have opinions on how they're doing, but a full-blown assessment where you're kind of ranking them on quality. We think that's outside our scope. But we will calendar meetings to make sure that we are meeting with them regularly. Meetings happen ad hoc now. We try to meet with them often. But when you don't calendar something, you realize sometimes you'll go 6 months without meeting with the group. So we're going to regularly calendar meetings with local service providers.
Isn't there some of that done already by mental health and public health?
Yeah, it happens a bit, It happens a bit, not for all of the providers we work for. Our community justice department does assess some programs, and we review those assessments. But we work with many providers whom they don't assess.
That's another opportunity for us to be partners because as commissioners, we're crossing paths with just about every nonprofit providing something also. And we may be funding a different path than you, hopefully you would know that the county's funding some of that. So let's look for those opportunities to communicate during that
I think it's great.
Outreach also.
I mean, I love this recommendation, and I mean, this is very controversial. If you're head of a nonprofit, and then you hear that the government might be assessing you. So I definitely understand why it may be controversial, and I would never, suggest we do this without working with the board. But knowing what programs work and which ones don't, when we're deciding who to send money to, I mean, you'd want to send money to the ones that work and send clients to the ones that work and not to the ones that don't, and help the ones that aren't working, get better. So that we can maybe talk long-term about that.
And clarifying vision and mission, what is your purpose? There's a group of people doing something they're passionate about, which has become this effort, and, let's make sure the need is here and the services are here. So there's always a communication path in there.
Okay, let's do the next slide. Yeah, okay. Training legal staff on the work of advocates. Attorneys sometimes think we know everything. We don't. And we think we know what the victims' advocates do. And for the most part, we do. But not all of us know the same amount of information. I'd say some attorneys are more familiar with it than others. And none of us know everything they do. And so we're going to train the attorneys on the work of the advocates. Next slide. Improvements to restitution. Absolutely. Restitution is, getting money back to victims who've been harmed by crime. And that's primarily working with Carpel. Again, a lot of this is improving the functionality of Carpel and how we use it.
John, is there any statistical information on percentage of restitution that's actually paid?
Yeah, Ashley can address that.
Not in regards to actually paid. We could probably get you what's ordered. So our office is.
It would be nice to know what their success rate is. If it's less than 10%, 50%, I don't know.
Yeah.
How do you determine if you're getting any better if you don't know what actually has happened?
It would be hard for us to gauge or do a performance measure on the DA's office based on percentage paid, because the job of the district attorney is to get it ordered, and then we don't hold the defendant accountable for paying it.
Who does?
Right. So that would be the probation department.
Do they have any statistical information? To me, if you're not tracking that, why even bother?
They're the ones with the dashboard.
Yeah, so we need more dashboards. It sounds like a waste.
We'll get Tanner on it. We have partnered with the probation department with restitution for the last couple years, just on things that we can do to improve payments. But I don't have like a performance measure I can.
You got to get one, otherwise we won't even know if we're improving.
I'll get
Good
you
point,
one.
actually. Let's make a note of that.
Let's
and
do
work
it.
with, Tanner at Community Corrections. All right, and I'm going to blow through the next one because I don't know why I put this again. Automating, streamlining of VA, the victims' advocates. We talked about that. That's Carpel getting better and improving their other processes. Next slide. And better training. We're working on that, and we're going to more fully implement that. Okay, next slide. All right, now we're talking about the staffing recommendations. And next slide. All right, so see, it was interesting how they wrote this report. Chris says, if you look at the data, if you just look at the data, it looks like 4 deputy district attorneys are necessary. But she then said, hey, look, we're asking for other positions too, and we're asking for lots of operational efficiencies and changes, and so and there's budgetary limits, and so we think you can do it with 2 if you do the other stuff, and I agree with that. I agree with her on both fronts that the data to me shows 4, but if we were just considering adding deputy DAs and nothing else, I'd probably be asking for 4. But with these operational efficiencies, and if we add the other positions, 2 strikes me as right, and that's what I'm recommending. And then PCE says they like that we maintain a 1 trial assistant to 1 attorney ratio. They think that's the best for operational efficiencies. I agree. And so if we're asking for 2 deputy DAs instead of 4, it would be 2 trial assistants. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So a management analyst. Management analyst it's kind of a catch-all position in county operations. Few departments have it. We view it for a lot of grant administration and management of our specialized programs. The specialty courts. The people who are not going into the criminal justice system. When we're working with service providers, coordinating with behavioral health, with other groups in town, coordinating with drug and alcohol treatment providers, trying to get people the help they need to not commit crimes. They say we need 1. We've got someone working at, it gets a little wonky here. They're working at 0.25 out of the general fund. They have a grant right now where they're up at 0.65, but the grant's just about to expire to go down to 0.25 again, so it'd be 0.75. Patty?
Oh, John, we just missed this one page. The FTE intake trial assistant too, you wanted.
I was saying next slide too fast. Yeah, I missed that. Okay, yeah, and thank you.
There is something there you want.
I know. Don't think me not seeing it means I don't want it. I just move it too fast.
Who wants everything?
Well, leave time for Tom always trains us. Leave time for questions, and I'm bad at that. All right, so the intake trial assistant. PCE recommends we need one additional one. Right now, we have one person, my gosh, she needs to be sainted. She handles every case that comes into her office from, law enforcement, 8,000 a year, intakes them and loads it into our case management system. PCE says they recommend we need 2 people, so 1 new one. I don't think that's right. If we can achieve the automation with law enforcement, that I think we can, and we're working on that. So I think 0.5 would be, we could do it with 0.5 and the additional automation. So I'm
the
asking
person
for
is
0.5.
half-time now?
No, we have one FTE now, 1.0 FTE. PCE is asking if we add another full one. I just say we add 0.5.
But John, do you think you can really find someone that will work half-time?
Yes, it's difficult, almost impossible for attorneys. We see it a lot better for the lot better pool of part-time people in the admin department in our office. Yeah, we've seen it.
And that's kind of Monday morning activity after a couple days is where the.
Yeah, we might want to do full-time Monday, Tuesday, as opposed to half-time. Because, yeah, Fridays after a 3-day, Mondays after a 3-day weekend. Mondays after a 3-day weekend in the summer, man, I mean, it's coming in. Well, it would have been a Tuesday after a 3-day weekend this time, right? If the holiday's on a Monday. But, yeah, so maybe we work them full-time on Mondays and Tuesdays. We can figure that out. I mentioned the human resources professional. I'm not asking for that. Okay, next slide. The management analyst, I mentioned that. And they asked for the full-time IT staff. I'm not asking for that, not because I'm minimizing the value of what they thought that person can do. I mean, they didn't know that we had a grant application pending for a consultant. I'm feeling good about that grant. I mean, I can't guarantee we're going to get it. If we don't, then I think we contract with a consultant, because this is a limited duration project, I think. Okay, next slide. And this is not adding an FTE, but there's a cost for you promoting DDA team leads to DDA supervisors. As I said, I'm requesting that. And then in the victims advocates department, remember we held one vacant as a one you told us to, but I came forward with that request. It was like an olive branch, we had to write that budget. You all know it got a little underwater. So I said, hey, can you get us true again, get us, back even? If you do, we'll hold this position vacant and we'll address it at the next budget meeting. So we're here. That's already a, approved position in our department, but we held it vacant. So Prosecutor Center for Excellence says fill that and add one more. And I'm recommending that. Next slide. And so here, to sum it all up, 2 deputy district attorneys, 2 full-time trial assistants, a half-time intake trial assistant, a 0.75 management analyst, and 1 victims advocate, one additional one. I mean, we'd be filling the vacancy one. And then promoting those DDA team leads to supervisors. So that's like the cost ask. And so this is 6.25 total FTE. Now,
what's the total cost on this page?
Oh, you have that slide. I'll tell you in a minute. Total cost of that is $802,000. It's not in your PowerPoint slide. It's a standalone document.
$802,000.
Now, here's how I look at this, and I think this is important. You all remember last year I said, don't give us any positions, even though I thought we needed them last year. I said, don't give us any positions last year. Let's take a step back. Let's retain a consultant. Let's see what they said. And we did that, and now here. So any positions we get now are effectively positions that you gave us over 2 years. So it'd be like if you gave us 3.1 last year and 3.1 this year. It's true. I mean, that's as true as can be. I mean, it is absolute. That's not smoke and mirrors. I'm asking for 6.25 over 2 years. So what we did, next slide, we compared this to local, next slide, please. We compared this to local law enforcement over the last 2 years, last year and this year. We're a receiving agency. Like these local law enforcement are out there, and they have workloads, and then they go to their they go to their commissioners or counselors. They come to you in the sheriff's department, right? And they say, this is what the workload indicates we need. And the elected officials, in their infinite wisdom, over the last 2 years, have determined that 25.5, well, some of these are tentative, right? You have to decide on some of these, and so we don't know. These are assuming the FY22s are approved, so keep that in mind. But 25.5 over the last 2 years, so the 6.25 in comparison doesn't look so bad. All right, and that's it. We'll open it up for questions.
We're not defunding the police here, are they?
No, I'm not asking for that at all. I'm just saying that the elected officials in those agencies thought that 25.5 was the appropriate number over the last 2 years.
John, if this were to be approved, would you commit to a 4-year not asking for any more?
I would commit to not asking for any more if the status quo remained the same. I mean, if caseloads go through the roof, I would commit to this, right? And this is actually a standard that's used in the court somewhat. You can't come back and ask the judge for something different unless there's a change in circumstances. You can't just come back and make the same argument. And so if I came back next year and asked for an additional position, and you said to me, Hama, your case numbers are the exact same, you're doing no additional work, what? Don't even ask. But if I came back and said, hey, last year I thought we needed this much for this amount of work, and we've got 2,000 more cases this year, so yeah, but I wouldn't just ask for new staff based on the same data. It'd have to be significantly more work that's coming to our office.
No commitment then.
I can't.
Would you commit to that?
No.
Yeah, right. You could cut me in a year. You could cut me in a year. I mean, you've never committed to not cutting, so I wouldn't ask you to commit to that. Okay. I'd fight you if you tried to cut, but it's in your prerogative to cut. So yeah, we're happy to take questions. And remember, Chris is on the line if anyone has questions for her.
So John, right now, according to our summary on page 80, it says we're at 53.5, but we're actually adding on to that, are we not? Did this get printed before we had the results?
What are we looking at?
What is the FTE that you want to have your department?
Oh yeah, Tom has not loaded our request into your budget. Think of it as a special request.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
The sheet that we gave you would be on top of the budget that Tom presented to you.
Okay, so it was already going up 9%, and then this will 8.97, and this will push it up even more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So to just pick up on Commissioner Adair's point. So the proposed budget for 22 includes personnel staffing cost increases that are the full result of the new labor contract that was signed last year. It's not John's fault or the DA's office fault, but that was the net result of the changes that were agreed to as part of that labor contract. So that's a new cost that will be borne in the office going forward, and then including whatever step or COLA increases on top of that. And just one other note for context also, in consideration of the victims assistance request. So if the Budget Committee supports the consultant's recommendation of the new staffing level, then the other issue that we dealt with last year was really the structural imbalance of the available grant funds to the FTE level that had been authorized up to and including this year. And John referenced the vacancy that he's been carrying, which certainly helped this year. But again, if the committee supports the full complement, then you would not only be adding the additional FTE, but you would also be essentially committing to covering that structural imbalance each year going forward. So that's about 200,000 additional just for the imbalance, and then an additional 96,000 for the additional FTE each year going forward.
And one more thing, just so you know what you have in front of you. This 2-page document that we handed out, the first one shows the cost of the total compensation package for the additional attorneys. The second, for additional staff, attorneys and non-attorneys. And the second page is the onboarding cost. We wanted to give you a full disclosure, so additional computers, furniture, and the like. That would just be a one-time expense, of course. So that's would $50,000 if you approved all of the positions we're requesting. Again, this isn't in your PowerPoint presentation. It's a standalone document. Does everyone have
Down
this?
on your line item budget, you have the state grant going down from 216 to 153. Why is the reduction?
Or do you have a line for that? And let's pull out our.
It's in your jacket pocket towards the back.
Okay.
But
on page 90.
yeah, Mike, can you repeat your question?
Well, I was just looking at the line item on the state grant being reduced. And there's, I guess, a handout on it?
No, not on that. What line are you talking about?
Okay, 0011150334012.
Page, well, yeah. Second revenue line under federal.
Oh, the state grant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
The state grant for our JRI position for the DDA, and that's hopefully going to be renewed for another year.
yeah, here's what we're doing on that. That position funded an attorney for a discrete project. That grant expires in a month, and so that shows that revenue going down. We're not continuing that attorney, and so we're not asking you to carry that on. We have applied for a renewal. That position is will be vacant in a few days, and if that grant's renewed, then that will go up. But right now, you're seeing that diminish because that grant's ending.
And so there's a reduction in the personnel costs coinciding with the reduction in the revenue?
There will be a reduction in the personnel cost, but it's not a personnel cost that's borne by the general fund now. It's in and out money. So that grant goes in, we pay that attorney with that grant. So yes, I mean, you would see a reduction in the personnel costs. But then it would go up again if the grant's approved. We think the grant's going to be renewed.
And also, there's a small reduction because we do have remaining funds, like rollover funds until
I
August.
was just curious, it
Yeah.
just looks.
Yeah, it's in and out money, and we think it will be renewed. But right now, of course, we can only book it as going down.
I got another dumb question. Copies of maps, GIS photos is budgeted, proposed at 20,000, and we're gonna hit 95.9 this year?
Actually, we were going through that, and we have a journal entry in. It's actually discovery fees. It was misput into that line item. So I think like 80 some odd thousand should be going into the discovery fee line item. We have a journal entry that are.
So this is not accurate?
It's
Yeah.
miscoded, and
It's
we've
miscoded, yeah.
put that
So
request
where
in.
would it go?
Up to line, the one above.
It would go to.
So would discovery
It's under
fee?
reported, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Reporting at
All right.
13,000.
Exactly, yeah, our office manager is putting that in.
I know it's always fun when you get these kind of statements and you go like, oh, yes.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mike finds that one typo in our
Well,
journal
hell, I
entries.
can't
Thanks,
help it,
Mike.
I gotta find some fault with this.
He's really good, isn't he?
Yeah.
On this worksheet, you have special requests, district attorney, victim assistance, and the steps are in here, 5, 3s, and 3s. Is that for estimating to be in the middle of the range, or is that intentional?
That's right. It's just for budgeting purposes. You want to over budget. I mean, it'd almost be unprecedented to hire someone at a step above that. So it's very cautious budgeting. We often hire people at steps 1 and 2. So it could be lower, but you don't want you guys to approve step 1 and then we hire someone at step 2 and it blows the budget.
To put some intent behind this, I mean, if we added 2 deputy district attorneys, I would hope that we're starting at step 1, knowing that this would be kind of rejigger in the office, and this could be bringing some people in to, add to the capacity and growth of the system.
No, I hear you on that. I mean, one challenge with that is we like people who speak Spanish, right? What if one applicant speaks Spanish, they're otherwise great, they have 2 years of experience, and if we hire them, they have to come in at step 2. Because how it works, we interview the candidates, we see who they like.
Yeah, it's a
no,
vision. It's a
yeah,
vision.
no, the vision would be
Build up the office.
100%.
starting there.
I'm not going to be advertising for someone with, I don't want someone with 20 years experience. We need some good, Kathleen's always told me, don't say young, some good new attorneys. They could be 60 years old right out of law school, right? Some good new attorneys. I love it if they spoke Spanish. I want them to come in, wanting to be prosecutors. So the odds are they would be lower than step 3, but we just can't say it.
It did come out in the report about the need for just for the betterment of the operation of bilingual.
100%, yes.
Do we do anything when we do recruiting? Do we go to target areas to get bilingual, whether it's a trial assistant or whether it's an attorney, or do we just do the normal thing like we have been doing?
Well, I'll tell you something that's been really great. We work with HR, and so
Right.
Kathleen and her team try to target, different, groups that, maybe won't just find our website. So they do a good job at that. But what we've done, and I'm going to give credit where credit's due. I mean, we always like to take credit for stuff, but I can't take credit for this one. I got a call a few months ago from Washington County District Attorney Kevin Barton. He lives in a very diverse community, Washington County, and he was facing this issue that he wasn't getting attorneys who looked like the community he represented. And so he created on his own a legal diversity job fair for prosecutors' offices. And just, if you're not getting the applicants, you go out and get them. And he asked if I wanted to participate in it, and he formed it. We got sponsors. We did it, and we interviewed a bunch of good candidates. And there's a candidate who is teed up, and I would offer her a position if you all approve it. And I found her through that job fair. I wouldn't have otherwise known about her. I told Kevin, I was like, great idea. We don't have any openings now, I don't think. He said, hey, why don't you just meet some people, answer their questions, get them interested in your office, and if you have an opening in the future. And I connected with this young woman and spoke to her last week, and she is ready to go if we get approved. So yeah, fluent native Spanish speaker. Other questions?
Good job.
The good old days, hit me hard. What's that?
It helped having a meeting in April.
Oh, I mean, if we didn't have that, we could not get done this in an hour.
John,
and it helps to have the PCE report.
Yes.
This report is really helpful. We've heard for maybe the last 5 years, Mary's been in here and others talking about the morale and issues in the office space and the whole thing, and this wraps it all into a package. Your approach to me seems a reasoned approach in the sense that we need to do morale things, we need to do staffing things, and it's a comprehensive look at it. It's the best approach that I've heard so far. There's no emotion at the bench there. I mean, we've taken all that out. We're just looking at the details and how do we address the issues that have been brought to us for the last 5 years. So to me, this makes a lot of sense. When I look at the number and the sheet, scares me. We've never wanted to see that kind of a number, but to address the issues that you've been bringing up for so long, I don't know how we get past that. It's the package is what it is.
Well, thank you, Bruce. I mean, it's been tense the last few months, last few years in these meetings, but I mean, I know why it is, right? This is not, well, I love every other department, but public safety it's about people's lives, right? We're talking about important stuff, and you all care about that as much as I do. So I've always leaned in when we've gotten a little, fired up in these meetings. I mean, we're all thick-skinned and tough. I'd never taken it personally, but it has been tense, right? But I know this department well, and you guys don't know it as well as I do, right? And just like I don't know your businesses as well as you do. That's why this report, I think, was so great. I mean, it just laid it out in detail. So we all are now starting from the same understanding of the office. I mean, you all have to decide, of course, what that means to you and the decisions you make. But now at least you know almost as much as I do about the department. And I just want to say this, Mike. I'm not committing to anything, but I do. There's not going to be, if you gave me this request, I'm not coming back next year and asking for 6 positions. I mean, then it might be incremental. Hey, our numbers say I think we need 1 more position. Or, that's where we are. This, to me, gets us right-sized, gets us to where we need to be, and then it's just like any other department with natural growth.
One thing I'd like to see, I know it's gonna cost more money, and maybe it's in 2 years or 3 years, but I'd like to see an evaluation of how we did in the implementation of, because you got a boatload of changes that you're gonna be making.
Let's
And
have David Givens do it.
Some of it is not gonna be reflected
Right.
for a year or two or something like that, whether that's morale or whether that's efficiencies or productivity. But maybe things can be built in now to be able to do that. Okay, let's audit what we did. We said we did this, Did it make any difference?
Yeah. David Givens is always, you guys don't know how he works. He's calling up department heads all the time saying, what can I audit in your department? What can I do? What can I do? And I often struggle to come up with an idea for him. So this is an idea I'm going to suggest to him. Why doesn't he look at this recommendation and see how we implement it? One, just how you implement it. Did Hummel do this, this, this? That's one thing. But what was the outcome? Did morale improve? Did the processing of cases improve? Did restitution collected go up? I would love that.
It doesn't have to be as extensive as what we did initially, but.
No. It's, he's got the template now,
Bring
right?
back PCP or whatever.
PC. No, I think Dave, well, I'll talk to, I'm not going to give Dave work. He's got to approve it, but I'm going to recommend it to Dave. I think it's a great idea.
So, John, I have a question. Mary and Steve, are they pretty happy with the change of their caseload? And because I would think they would be really critical for the success of this. But the fact that you have Carpel that really has been totally underutilized, I think that's so important to know that, okay, it's a great system. We just got to learn how to run it.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's like really a wonderful and outstanding news for your operation.
You got to get it on your dashboard.
Well, I mean, I think you guys maybe like Steve and Mary as much as I do. They're pretty great. Remember, I inherited them when I took office. They were the chief deputies for my predecessor. And, you know, there was a tense election when I went. When I was this ancient history there. But I was smart enough, I think, to know that keep them on board. And they're professionals. I mean, they were great chief deputies for my predecessor. They've been great chief deputies for me, and they're on board with these recommendations. They're excited because they probably wouldn't have wanted to do this 5 years ago. But I think you get to a point in your career where you want to mentor, you want to give back. You know, they're old trial dogs. They've tried literally hundreds of cases. They don't need to try another case again. They will. They want to hold on to cases for the reason I said, to have FaceTime with judges and everything. But they are desperately wanting to mentor, coach, supervise the teams. They just can't do it with their big caseloads. They're fully on board.
Great, that's outstanding news.
Thank you.
Yeah, before you came on, John, I think Mary took the lead on the budget presentation that year.
Yeah.
And you could just see the strain in her eyes of, you know, what she was going through in that department and not really having an answer. She just knew, well, her answer was to throw bodies at it.
Yeah.
But I feel like we've got an actual solution that is more comprehensive.
That was my answer for a while, too. But, I mean, that's where I remember when, you know, Commissioner Henderson and Commissioner Adair and Commissioner DeBone, when we were talking about retaining a consultant to do this, we all agree we weren't calling it a staffing analysis. We were calling it a operations and staffing analysis. I wanted someone that would look at our operations and see how we could improve efficiencies and look at our staffing and see if we needed more there. So we were all on board with that, and they delivered. I think they did a great job.
Thanks, John.
Any thoughts about, pardon me, any thoughts about a mismatch or throughput of your office relative to the court system? And I'm kind of backtracking from, we're asking for a couple judges at the legislature. If we don't get that, it'll still be another couple biennium. So, I mean, 2 and 4 years from now. Any thoughts along those lines?
Yeah, it's a great question, and there is a relationship there. Right now, it's a relationship where we're all suffering together, right? I mean, when cases take 3 years to go to trial there, a deputy district attorney who has, 100 cases, then they're going to have 150 cases, then they're going to have 200. You can't ever clear cases off your plate, and so the backlog there hurts us. But when the backlog there is released, then it's going to be tense, because then the courts are going to be moving cases, and if we don't have additional staff, we won't be able to catch up. Like, there's going to be more courtrooms to cover, and we're going to have a lot of trouble keeping up with the courts. And there's going to be a lot of issues where we're asking for a postponement because we didn't have enough time to prepare. The judges are going to be upset about that, rightfully so. And so it can create tension there. And so if this recommendation is approved, that right sizes us. We could handle the additional judges. So Mike, here's a commitment. I won't come in and say, hey, you gave us those 6.25 positions last year, but the courts just got a new judge, so you have to give us another position because we can't keep up with the speed that the courts are going on. That won't be a basis for my request. This recommendation I'm making we could handle the new judges.
Yeah, like, if we got 2 judges.
What, 2? It can handle 2. We need 2.
Oh,
But we need
remember
3.
that. You can handle.
I know. We need
All
3.
right.
We would never be so bold to think we could get 3.
down, right?
But we better get 2. And I don't, every time I talk to Representative Kropp, I don't say 1. I'm like, you got to deliver us 2. Well, it's not just him, but I'm like, well, bring it home. See, bring home some bacon here, right?
Smoked applewood bacon.
Yes. We don't want any Safeway bacon.
We need 2 judges.
Yeah.
Speaking of judges, is there any conversation at all that you're aware of, John, to get a federal magistrate over here?
Oh, God. I haven't heard serious ones. We need it. I did speak to Redmond Mayor Endicott. I'm dating myself. It's been a couple years now. But what he said, and I think this is interesting. All my friends in Bend would lose it. But he's like, we need a courthouse here, and it needs to be in Redmond. And the city of Redmond would donate the land for free right downtown. And I kind of like that idea. It doesn't have to be in Bend.
No.
And land's so much cheaper up there. What a boost it would be for that downtown, which is already revitalizing. But so Mayor Redmond is primed to donate it to the federal government, land right downtown. We need it here. We've got a federal courthouse in Pendleton and Medford. Give me a break. You can get rid of the Pendleton
Serious
one.
conversation when Owen Panner was in charge over there, but then he died. Nothing's ever happened.
I think that I'm not an expert on federal court by any stretch, but it strikes me that the workload of cases from this part of the state justifies it. Everyone here, every litigant, every witness, every juror, every attorney, most attorneys have to travel over to Eugene for these hearings. Yeah, and I think the workload justifies it, but I haven't heard any serious discussions lately.
John, we're right on time. We appreciate
Yeah, great. Thank you, everyone. Feel like it was a 1-hour presentation, but it really was a 1-year presentation working with PCE. So thank you for your great questions. We'll see you.
On time?
Anybody hear me?
Yes, hello, welcome.
Oh, hi. I didn't know when I needed to make my presentation. Is everybody taking a break?
We were on a short break. We're all back now, and next up.
Oh, okay.
The medical examiner, so I'll turn it over to you, doctor.
Okay, well, I am unable to do the video part, but if you can hear me, I will resume that way. Do you have a copy of our budget request?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Okay. So there's really only one request this year. We remain as busy as ever, and on the second page where it says budget requests continued, the things that I have found is that over the last year, I've gotten a lot busier, interfacing a lot more with primary care physicians and funeral homes in trying to get the information that I need to sign death certificates properly, and also assisting primary care physicians to do their part to sign out natural deaths. In January of this year, we did meet with Dr. Sean Hurst, who is the state medical examiner, and it was an opportunity for the DAs of Jefferson, Crook, and Deschutes County to all meet and have a voice in possibly setting up a tri-county district. And it was kind of an educational meeting for all of us, I think. The reality, we talked to Dr. Hurst about possibly constructing a state-of-the-art forensic facility, because we feel like the population growth in Deschutes, Crook, and Jefferson County is going quite fast, and that we would probably benefit from a district and actually a forensic facility where autopsies could be done at that facility. But the cost of that facility would be around $50 million, and that kind of made all our eyes bug out of our head. So we went back to trying to figure out how we could maybe establish a tri-county district. The other thing that was very clear to me is that Jefferson County really wasn't interested in participating in a tri-county district because they're very happy with their medical examiner investigations and their medical examiner at this time. But Crook County was really having some difficulty. Their medical examiner had basically resigned, and they had not found another physician who was interested in that position. And so I asked if I could maybe help them out. So at this point, I have taken on Crook County as well. So we have kind of a two-county district, if you will, at the moment, although it's not official with the state. I'm basically just acting separately for Crook County and then separately for Deschutes County. My budget request is for an extra $2,000 a month for office space rent. And the reason for that is I have 6 death investigators who I would like to be able to give them better access to an office where they can actually come and get new supplies. They can obtain medical records, police reports. They can send and receive documents pertaining to their investigations. And I would like to take that out of my hangar, which is where my current office is, and move that to a different location at some point. I did talk to Tom Anderson about potentially using county space, but he indicated to me that, number one, there really wasn't anything available anywhere, and number two, as an independent contractor for the county, they really couldn't help me out with any kind of county-owned office space. So everything else on the budget line items would remain the same. We would just be asking for an additional $2,000 a month for rent, and then I would actively try to seek out a better office location for me and my investigators. And that's basically all I really have to talk about this year. I still enjoy the job tremendously. I feel like I'm able to educate hospice, the nursing homes, the rehab centers, the hospital when possible about, how and when to report a medical examiner death, and teaching them the criteria has been pretty interesting. And it's always nice to speak with the primary care physicians to help them learn how to do a good job as well. And most of them have been very receptive. Any questions that anyone has?
Where do you anticipate the space being located? Would it be central like Redmond, or work out of Bend?
Redmond is my initial idea, is to try to find some space in Redmond, because I think that's going to be the easiest place for my death investigators to have a central place.
And you're currently using your personal space?
For airplanes?
Yes. In my hangar, yeah. I happen to have a little tiny office room there.
How much space do you need?
Trying to think how big the space is that I'm currently in, and it's probably not more than 200 square feet. So it would be nice to have 400 to 600 square feet, just so that I could have some room to spread out and let people work.
Is there any advantage for you to be close to, I'm just curious, to like law enforcement or health department, or does it matter?
It doesn't really matter, because I haven't had a situation where being physically close to either one of those entities would have assisted in an investigation in any way.
So we need 400 square feet at $2,000 a month. That's pretty spendy square foot.
Yeah.
We can rent.
Well, it just depends on what I can find. And, when you're looking at commercial space, though, it's going to cost a little bit more. So.
Is this a special request, or is it in the proposed budget?
It is in the proposed budget for 21-22.
Okay.
And then everything else remains exactly the same.
It is in the proposed budget. Dr. Amberg, this is Tom. I'm here too. So when you and I spoke several months ago about potential space, it was absolutely true then, and still is true today, that we are basically crammed to the gills in all our facilities. However, we are moving forward with acquiring what we hope to be a new campus in Redmond, a North County campus. So it's conceivable, with only a need of 400 square feet, that we might be able to accommodate some space for the ME's office at that new facility. But that probably wouldn't be available until next year sometime. But that we can certainly take that into account as we are doing our space planning for that building, which is just starting now.
Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be very welcome. And like I said, I think that locating it in Redmond would be more central for the county and for the investigators.
So is it, what's the entity that is your medical examiner office? Is it the, Dr. Van Amberg company, or, what's the entity we're working with here?
Well, initially when I took the job, I ran the office out of my surgery clinic, which was Van Amberg Surgery Care. But then I closed that in March of 2019 and moved everything that I needed to my hangar. So I have medical examiner supplies, printers, computers, and everything that I need that way. But it's all crammed into a very tiny space in my hangar.
Well, I'm just trying. Is there,
And
what's
what we call it is Deschutes County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay.
If you actually look on page 97, the building rental only shows up as $2,000. So are you not talking about $2,000 a month?
I'm talking about $2,000 a month, yes.
Yeah, so this financial statement is incorrect.
Doctor, can you hold off for a year until we get space for you? Is that place manageable?
Yeah, I think it's manageable, but I would like to be reimbursed for the space if we could figure out some way to do
How
that.
much for the 400 square feet? Couple $100 a month?
You got 200 square feet.
She said it was 200.
200 square feet.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a couple $100, $300?
Bruce will know these numbers, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, Bruce, what is it?
Well, I'm sure.
What is it?
I'm sure the space guy can figure that out. I mean,
How about $500 a month, and next year we'll find you some space?
okay,
All
I
right.
think that's reasonable.
Wheeling and dealing. Well, and it's a great partnership. We want to thank you so much. Very cost effective, and you've explained it to us over the years that there's just a subset of people that really like to supplement or augment their experience doing these services. We did go to that meeting in January. I was in the room with you there. And having Crook County come online and have a good connection there, that's very valuable. And if Jefferson ever needs us someday, there could be some good complementary services.
Fantastic.
Yes, I think they're very happy with what they've got going right now, but I think we also made it clear to them that we would be interested in doing a tri-county district should they ever, have the need arise. So
we're actually going to amortize that for the next year, then it should be $242,364, just to correct that proposed budget.
So I heard 6,000 additional at 500
Right,
a month.
but she has 2,000 in here.
Yeah, no, we'll
So we
cha-
just
we
gotta
can,
add
we'll
4.
change that, yeah.
all right, Doctor, I
Hey,
think we're there. Thank you.
one more question, Bruce, if I
wait,
could.
there's one more.
Dr. Van Amberg, were you able to hire a nurse investigator out of Prineville for Crook County, or are you sending someone over there?
I currently have 2 death investigators for Crook County. Both of them happen to be nurses who are working in the county. One of them lives in the county and works for St. Charles in Bend, but she has been a longtime death investigator for Harney County. So she brings with her some really good skills. The other death investigator actually lives in Redmond, but works in Prineville at the hospital there, usually in the emergency room. He's an RN. And so those 2 I have as death investigators. But it's hard for them to cover everything 24/7. So I have told dispatch there that they can call my Deschutes County medical investigators if they absolutely have to, or myself. And so a few of the cases have been taken by my Deschutes County medical examiners. But I'm trying my best to get the dispatch to use the people I have for Crook County. For obvious reasons, but yeah.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Hopefully we have some new digs for you next year.
And they'll be really nice.
Yeah, that would be great.
We'll even get air conditioning.
Yeah, you need it today.
All right, Doctor, thank you.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care now.
Is there any other issues of discussion?
I'm just curious about this function. Has it ever been attached to other departments within the county, health services or the sheriff's office?
DA's office, then he dumped it on Tom.
No, it's still technically part of the DA's office. All the bills from Dr. Van Amberg come to the DA. They pay them, they review them, so it's still technically a DA function. That's where the connection is. And as Dr. Van Amberg said, John was there as part of the meeting we had with Dr. Hurst, the state ME, several months ago, which was frankly pretty disappointing from our perspective, because we were hopeful that, because Dr. Hurst had expressed an interest in establishing more of a presence on this side of the mountains for serving Eastern Oregon, and still kind of spoke to that, but then kind of expressed the reality of the budget situation at the state level, that
build at
it's
$56 million.
get in line behind, because they are building a new facility, I think, in Lane County for a regional office there, and I think that I want to say Jackson County maybe was next in line. So it's many years off before, at the current pace, that they get around to establishing an Eastern Oregon office, but still may happen at some point in the distant
Seems like
future.
there's some room between $500 a month and $50 million.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, but we pay for all this. The state, that was one of the things that we were investigating, because we understood that there could be, once you hit this $200,000 population threshold, that there's more of a direct state involvement in the provision of ME services, and that we'll get there soon on our own anyway. But with the 3 counties, we could form a ME district, and that would push us over that level. But he acknowledged that well, maybe that's what the statute says, but the budget reality is that it wouldn't, same kind of thing. So he sort of backtracked on that in our direct conversation. So.
And way a million years ago, it was under the health department. And, but it's jumped around.
I just, just FYI, I asked Dr. Conway to have a look at it too, and he's definitely has an interest in that. But that's for down the road, and just as a piece of information.
Yeah, but what, public health officer or whatever, that's who was the ME back. It was David Spence for wherever, but that was back in the 60s and 70s.
It no doubt would be more expensive to do it currently in-house than it would under the current contract with Dr. Van Amber.
I think we got a pretty good deal.
We're pretty fortunate to have her.
Yeah, no, I think we.
Oh, yeah, really, if you go to this big, what do we gain by having it, if you spent $20 million to do this? I mean, the really serious things, but, FBI and all that forensic stuff goes from the state lab anyway, right, to do that. I mean, this model right now may seem a little hokey, but it certainly is efficient.
It's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was mostly asking just because I was trying to figure out which department head should be responsible for this, so that it's not like this kind of orphaned thing that comes to us separately. But
I think it shows up on Hummel's job description, right, to review them.
I haven't read it, but I don't know if he.
I saw it in there.
But probably, yeah. And like I said, he still works with them, and his staff pays the bills, and he was involved in the discussions with the state. So he's not trying to shirk that. He just, I think historically, he wanted it separate because he didn't want to compete with ME's office for funding. So that's why we set it up separately. And then, I and Whitney's been involved in it too for a number of years. We've been involved in discussions with the state and surveying all of the other Oregon counties to see how they do ME functions. And I mean, it's just a huge array of different systems on how different counties do it. But it was real useful to see that, and it showed us that we were in fact getting a pretty good deal. Although the costs have ramped up the last 5-6 years, it's still we're in a pretty good economic position compared to what other counties pay for ME work.
well, maybe if the court, well, who knows how long the courthouse expansion is going to take, but maybe there's a space in the old courthouse with the DA's office for Dr. Van. Just
I like
these
the
names.
Redmond idea too. You can do that.
Redmond's much more centrally located.
Well, we will definitely add that.
When you say
office
centrally
space.
located, the majority of the investigations are here.
I know, but it's not, it doesn't take that long to get here if you have to run to
Just trying
Madras.
Save
from-
gas and help the environment, that's all.
It's a quick run from
You
Redmond.
could
to
borrow a
Farmington.
horse. Oh, there, Mike.
Too much gas.
But there is, I mean, we got those 2 buildings in Redmond, but I mean, there's gonna be a lot of demand for that building space too.
Talk to the mayor. George is very anxious to give things away. So.
We can put the morgue in the back of his office there too, yeah.
Well, if they're only 400 square feet, just get a double wide, just put a parking lot in the fairground.
Oh, remember though, they've been closed forever. Their meetings, so, whereas we've been meeting in person, did we ever stop? No. And I don't think, have they started ever? So we just did a Zoom meeting with them the other day, so, I don't know why.
You could put a motorhome in the RV park.
Let's not go there, Mike.
Well, there's an apartment at the RV park too. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Any other?
Or an RV.
Yep.
Okay.
Thing that this lady just said.
There's a lot of land. Fairgrounds, isn't there?
Yeah.
Built in.
All right, we'll continue to the Deschutes County budget meeting to Thursday, what is it? Is this Wednesday? Yeah, Thursday, June 3rd.
It was Wednesday, yeah.
Seems like Tuesday.
9 a.m. tomorrow morning.